Come on, I'll look at it in a minute. Morning. All right, darlings. Oh. Heater's been on a couple of hours and I'm still frozen. Oh. I think we're working on an OB8 today, but I'm not sure yet. I need to tidy up, that's for sure. All right, buds. Desperately trying to get a copyright strike, I just can't get one. So this has got to help, surely. Oh. Oh. Anybody coming in? A bit of a chitty chat. We'll sing along. Where's this one? Oh, yeah. What's going on here? Oh, something's not right. That battery was on 35% about 10 minutes ago. Now it's on 10. Oh, so cold in here. Right. I'm going to dig out this OVA. See what's wrong with it. No, I think you had it right the first time, Rabbit. You can come in and talk, it is allowed, by the way. Oh. Let's turn this music down a bit, actually. Oh. Might be more background than anything else. So, anybody see what happened to the old, what's his face? Scott, Synth guy? Managed to get himself completely cancelled. Given up altogether now on his videos. Apparently, somebody got hold of his unlisted mobile number and sent him threatening texts. What the fuck is going on in the synth community, guys? What's happening? Something to do with teenage engineering, copyright laws, compared with, say, Yamaha's. You reckon he'll be back? I think he probably will. I think at the moment he's probably just angry and a bit bruised and being abused. I like his vids, actually. Good lad. Oh. Still, it ain't going to change, is it? We'll carry on. There'll be somebody else next. To be honest with you, I'm surprised I got away with it for so long. I know some of my humour can come across as being a massively opinionated wanker. And I'm sure a lot of people think that as well. But that's fine. I was going to worry what people thought I wouldn't be doing this, would I? Got kind of addicted to it in a way, actually, thinking about it. We're all a nice bunch of guys, you know? Sort of people you want to sort of like meet up in a bar and have a drink. Ooh, CS80 ribbon controller. What's the point? I've got to do that CS80, haven't I? Oh, Jesus, what a pain in the arse that's going to be. That's that CS80 over there. It is so... Oh, mate. More fucking Stormy Daniels on Saturday night. It really is screwed. It's going to be such a job. It might make an interesting video. Making a synth tech screaming and crying into a CSA. Right, here we go. Oh, right. It'd be nice in here if it wasn't so fucking cold. Right, rubbish, not rubbish, probably rubbish. No, not rubbish, okay. Little bits. I had to jet wash the lawn this morning. It was such a state, it was unbelievable. don't write tunes like this anymore. That's what old people say. Thanks, God beds are us. Oh, Christ. Oh. Oh, I don't know. That's so much crap in here. I was reading about those fires in California this morning. Horrible thing. And I believe somebody in the community, their grandmothers lost their house in the fires. Was it Anna Marie? Something like that. Good cow. Not fair, is it? You seem to like it. Genuinely frightening. Seeing the way these fires are just spreading. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Awful. Oh. 3140. So what we got? We've got a Pocket 5 cheaper rates, mini motor to do. I suppose I could strip the mini motor down, get that ready to do the case. Okay, I must find this OBA. Apparently it's here, but I don't know where it is. I'm probably the only person that could possibly lose an OBA, to be honest. So, here you go. Oh. There's the big stuff. Oh, right, what's left? Stuff. There one. Make sure it works. There we go. Yay! Do you know what? I haven't been in here since before Christmas. It's terrible, isn't it? Oh God! Yeah, the Pubness has turned up. Don't want that anymore. not. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. God, that's not some more, that. Right, so if I can think about starting. I think for convenience sake, I think I'll start on the Mini. Because it's just there. Rather than wander around in the garden looking for an OB8. I'll tell you what I'm gonna.
Fuck's all this in?
I'm gonna have to go and get a power supply. This thing's gone from 35% to 8 in like 15 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah. Hang on, no, let me go and get a power supply. Which will probably be in the front room. I'll leave the music on while I'm gone.
Yes, thank you. I rather enjoy this particular album. Is it down to me to keep the troops entertained? Just watching the second Beringer LM drum video. God, I haven't heard this in ages. God, it's such a good album, this, isn't it?
I thought it might be a good way of putting a video up on YouTube and going like that to the algorithm, going, hold on, fuck on you, fuck you.
I was just saying, I was watching the second Beringer LM drum video they've just put up about an hour ago.
Oh yeah.
And Patrick mentioned this thing in the comments. And I wasn't aware that YouTube had put it in place yet. They've introduced dynamic compression, which basically levels out the volume. So all those people that moan about our volumes being all over the place, if they switch that on YouTube, it should balance it for them. But yes, interesting. But no, I was just watching that second video. They're actually in the second video they actually demonstrate the unit. And do you know what? I feel my wallet loosening a little.
Really?
I'll tell you for why.
They've done a good job on it, have they?
Well, I mean, it's difficult to not do a good job because the sounds are fucking everywhere. Okay, and there's some really good quality. I mean, the thing is, a Lindrum sounds like a Lindrum, sounds like a Lindrum, sounds like a Lindrum, because they all use the same samples. So as long as they get that, and they've got this variable bitrate DAX in there as well, it's probably difficult to get it wrong. It sounds, to all intents and purposes, it sounds like a Lindrum. It's not like it's an analog synthesizer where there's so many variations and variables.
How many pennies are you talking?
3. I think Toman are doing it for. Oh, I can't remember now, but it's less than 400.
Wow.
It's actually, I think it's considerably less than 400.
That's
325 quid from Thomann.
wow.
And what's kind of convinced me is not anything about the build quality. It's just that reminder that even though there are plugins like the brilliant VPROM, and of course the more recent Icon drum, but I think VPROM nudges it. With a drum machine, you've got to be able to hit it. You've got to be able. There's nothing that. I was programming the VPROM and the Icon drum, doing some side by sides, and I was doing it, through my keyboard or my launchpad thing. But it's not the same.
Yeah.
And to have those sounds with a control surface that is, to all intents and purposes, identical to the the LM drum.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, fucking hell, under 400 quid.
Well, an LM2, a decent LM2, has got to be what, 5K?
Yeah.
An I say LM2. There's no such thing as an LM2. I keep falling into that trap.
No.
There is no such thing as an LM2. The Lin drum is about 5K. The LM1, a decent LM1 in good nick is what, at least 10K.
Yeah, all day long. And they still have issue when certain items within the case go.
Which is why, if you should always buy the Luma one, which is the new one that Roger has given his seal of approval to, and it's only $4.5 US, which is still a lot of money. Granted, I mean, probably that's the exchange rate for the UK. It's probably just under 4. Right. And you've got to get it shipped in and pay import duties because they only hand build them in the US. Or you can buy it in kit form.
Oh, okay.
Yep, they've open sourced it.
Wow.
So, do you know Mike Gorman?
The name rings a bell.
Yeah, he lives up north near Liverpool somewhere. He's absolute diamond geezer. He's always at Synth Fest with a bunch of vintage stuff. And last year, he was there with the Luma one, that he built from the kit, and it's beautiful. Right. It was just beautiful, and it's obviously it has a warranty. It's using modern parts, but it does everything exactly the same way as the original, and it's only $4,500, which is. I was talking to Ty the other day. I said, I've got 3 things that are on my shopping list this year, 3 premium things. I'm only going to be able to get one of them. I said, it's either Osmos, Luma 1, or Third Wave. And he talked me out of everything but the Third Wave. He said, the Third Wave, you've got to get it. And I'm like, yeah, but it's the most expensive of the 3.
I know I didn't get on with the Osmos, but even then, that was just a preference with the way the keyboard worked. However, I didn't get on with the sounds.
Yeah.
I don't like the sound of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that's just me. But
I'm not entirely sure. The only reason I was considering getting an Osmos, I've always been intrigued by it, but one of the themes for our roadshow this year that I was considering doing, I haven't decided yet, and it's getting closer, was all things French. So I was going to have a display of Polybrute 12, Kodamo Mask 1, and then I thought, Osmos, because Osmos is French. And I thought, well, I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone here and pick up one of those, because you can pick them up quite cheap now, because you can get a refurb one in almost virtually new condition for not a lot of cash. Certainly a few $100 less than a brand new one. But as Ty pointed out to me, he said, if you're not a player, as in somebody who like you with chops, you might not get on with it as well as you might not get everything as you think you might get out of it. It was his kind of argument, and I kind of agreed. And I'm thinking, what, Polybrute 12, that gives me enough expression, and maybe I'll just stick with that. But oh, that's brilliant. Somebody just commented on that Beringer video. He says every time he says LM2, a dove cries. That is genius. Oh dear. But yeah. So, but no, actually, there's an RM1X has just come up available in Colchester, which is not too far down the road from me. And he wants a little bit more for it than most people would. They sort of tend to go for 250 to 350. He wants nearer 450. But it is in very good nick, and a lot of these things they don't live very long, or they don't. The buttons go all yellow and the knobs go missing. So,
Yeah.
But that would then play into my other idea for the roadshow this year, which is 90s Yamaha.
Oh, okay.
So RM1X, CS1X, AM1X, CS6X, and if I can get them an SU10, so just have a little 90s Yamaha thing going on. Oh, and the SY, get some of the SYs in there. But
Okay.
we shall see. But no, I'm looking at this LM drum and I'm thinking, fuck it. You know.
Yeah.
What's the worst that could happen?
No, if it's ticking the boxes, go for it.
It's ticking all the boxes.
All the boxes, man. You're ticking all the boxes.
Oh dear. Yeah, got to throw Florian some love. Bless him.
This is going to be a banger, isn't it? You never get away from the mini mode.
No.
No, there's always a mini mode here.
How many did they actually? I mean, they must have made quite a few.
Oh, Christ, there must have made about 12,000, 13,000 of them.
Yeah.
At least.
Well, I saw a comment. I think it was Yamaha posted a video up the other day of their Berlin synth space. Dom and Matt Johnson were sort of doing a tour around there.
Yeah.
And somebody posted something. I'm sure it was there or somewhere else related to it. They said, "Oh yeah, they haven't got a DX1, but that was quite rare. They only made about 5,000."
5,000. Hell.
Yeah, divide that by what? I don't know. I can't do my maths. What's 140 into 5,000?
A lot.
Yeah.
They're Trump figures, they are.
Indeed, yes. But they've got a VP1 in Berlin. So Matt, I think I'm going to have to hit Manny up to see if he can speak to the right people, so that when I'm there, I might sneak off and have a look around the Yamaha, because even just to sit at the VP1 and play the VP1, fuck the rest of it. I've got half the rest of it. They're going down this wall, right? They're going down this wall. They've got DX7, DX5, AM1X. Yeah, and I'm looking through. Yeah. Got that. So, yeah, fuck the rest of it. I'll just give me an hour with the VP1, and I'll steal it. It's the only way I think I'm ever going to get one.
Oh, God, yeah, these have to come off as well. Fucking hell.
A bit of an erasure tip today?
Hmm?
Are you on a bit of an erasure tip?
It was the first CD that came to hand.
Yeah.
So in it went. It could have been anything, mate. Tamita, Ty, anybody. Worse, that was Vangelis. Anybody. It's such an eclectic bleeding collection of albums, it's ridiculous.
No, you can't beat a bit of erasure.
Because you go through the collection, you go, mate, stick to a lane. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's everywhere, it's all over the shop.
Yeah.
So, right, that's the feet off.
I went on a bit of a nostalgia trip last night when my really close friend passed away on Tuesday.
Oh,
Motor neurones, 18 months
oh mate,
from diagnosis to popping the clogs. It's
that
just
is,
mental.
mate. I had we had an auntie who had motor neurons, and it was awful.
Yeah.
It's awful.
And I mean, I know it can happen to anyone, but it always seems to happen to people who've got so much energy in life, and all of a sudden it's kind of like, no, you got far too much.
Yeah.
And then they rob you of it. But you know, I met her when I was about 17.
Yeah.
And we've been friends ever since, and she was such a bundle of fun and energy, and she was a proper Murphy cow, but you know, and she would describe herself as a gobby old bitch, but she was like a real ball of energy. And then not July just gone, but the one before, she got diagnosed with it, and when I looked into it, apparently it's more rare in women than it is in men.
Yeah.
And with women, it seems to take them quicker. So she'd noticed sort of early 2003. She'd noticed these things happening. You know, and she went to the doctors and they did a whole bunch of tests, and then eventually they came back in July of 23 and said, "Yeah, it's motor neurons," and yeah, that's it. Last time I saw her was about, I don't know, not that long ago, but she was
you know, because you're sort of like unable to move, unable to speak, but completely compos mentis.
Yeah, everything's still inside.
Yeah,
it's just your body just says, "Fuck that! I'm not doing a thing for you." But I mean, yeah, it was.
Oh, mate, horrible.
Just makes it's that's a really horrible one because so yeah, I sat here last night playing all the music we used to jump. You know, she was you know she'd be the first one to jump up on the dance floor at a club or something. She'd drag you along with her, and you couldn't say no. So, but yeah, bless her.
What capacity was she as a friend?
How do you mean?
Well, was it sort of like
Close?
bit of a?
This is the funny thing with me and Mel. When I first met her, I fell head over heels. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But life conspired against us. Like every time one of us was single, the other one wasn't. And we were we were always really good friends. And there was always something there. I remember a mum saying to me one day, she said, "Every time you and Mel are together, there's a twinkle in both of your eyes."
Yeah.
But we were always close, and we never fell out of anything, and nothing ever happened, you know. But yeah, so she's kind of been a part of my life for a very, very long time, and
I've got a friend like that, Alison, and it was the same thing. If I'm with somebody and she wasn't, or I'm not and she is, and that went on for 30 years, you know, just on and off like that.
We were sort of like, there was a little clique of us. This was sort of like mid to late 80s. There was a bunch of us that all used to work at the co-op.
Yeah.
And one day, you know, somebody at the co-op said, "Oh, we're all going out." And I said, "Oh, can I bring some of my friends?" So I brought some of my mates over.
Yeah.
And then everyone kind of got on with each other, and my best mate ended up hooking up with her best mate, and they ended up getting married and having a kid. They're not together anymore, and unfortunately my mate passed away a few years ago. But it was this kind of like coming together of two sort of like little tribes, and we sort of formed a bigger tribe, and we've always been friends ever since, you know.
Yeah.
And even when I moved away and kind of lost touch, as soon as I came back, they were like, you know, it was just like we'd seen each other the previous day or previous week or something. You know, it's always really good. Yeah. So that's at least 2 of us gone now. Brian went a few years ago. Mel just the other day. So.
Well, hang about, mate. It's good.
Yeah, I'll try. Well, my back is having a go at me the last few days. I must have pulled a muscle sort of just underneath my shoulder blades, and it's if I sit still, I'm okay. But you know, it's not always easy.
No.
So, supposed to have two new instruments coming in today, software ones, but
yeah,
they haven't arrived yet, and I'm sat here going, "Oh, I want to play." Did some more patch design for this new synth that I again can't talk about, but that's really cool. That's people are going to like that a lot.
Oh, okay.
Oh dear. I wonder if NAMM will go ahead.
Well, yeah.
Because Math and Terra, they've evacuated.
Yeah.
Did you see the picture they put on Facebook?
No.
So they've not been, they weren't officially ordered to evacuate, but they were put on notice. And so Math decided that rather than get the message, you know, 3 o'clock in the morning and have to pack up and run, that they would just pack up and go early because it's kind of inevitable at the moment. So then he put this picture up on Facebook of his car, and it's just basically full of all their synths. So I was like, got your priorities right.
Yeah. Yeah, because somebody in the SOR Discord said about their grandmother just got out in time before her house burned to the ground.
Yeah, it's just.
There was pictures of like this housing estate, and it's like fucking nothing left.
There's nothing left. No.
At all.
I mean, the thing is, over there, a lot of houses are built with wood.
Yeah.
So literally just goes.
Yeah.
But I saw
wind,
pictures.
the strong winds that are.
Yeah, it's a Santa around the winds. Yeah.
Yeah.
And because it's tinder dry, even at this time of year when it's cooler, it's just tinder dry, and it just takes one thing and it's gone. I saw pictures of Sunset Boulevard. Fucking Sunset Boulevard is just razed to the ground.
Good God.
I mean, normally it's around the outskirts of, you know, the greater LA area.
Yeah.
But now it's just encroaching right into, you know, they reckon, you know, it's getting into Hollywood, around Griffith Park, and, you know, Laurel Canyon, all that kind of place. It's just, yeah, bonkers. Oh, at last, my coffee machine is coming back to me. I've been living off instant coffee, and honestly, once you've got a taste for like sort of what I call proper coffee, instant just. Ugh.
Why is it that everybody now is always talking about fucking coffee?
Because it's probably the last one thing we're allowed to enjoy.
Well, you maybe.
Oh God, I forgot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, do you know what? Somebody else I was watching a stream. They talked about synth. Oh, I know who it was. It was Justin. Jason, sorry.
Oh yeah.
Talked about this module and stuff like that, and then Addison go, just have a little swig of coffee. And started talking about coffee, and I'm there going, for the love of God, shut the fuck up. Fucking hell, please.
Oh dear.
So it was like fuck me, really?
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about fucking coffee.
Oh dear. I'm sorry, mate.
No, it's all right. No, you know what? I've got over the caffeine headaches.
Oh, good.
This is just a mild, ever so light, sort of every now and again, sort of like that here. That's about it. And I mean, the last few days, holy shit. I was on the settee in darkened room. This was day before yesterday.
Yeah.
Pulled the curtains and everything. Got 3 dogs asleep on top of me. Fiona comes in. She goes, "Do you want anything?" Said, "Yes." Could you possibly just go into the kitchen, get a very large knife, and come in here and please cut my throat, please? And she goes, "Why don't you take some painkillers for it?" I said, "It doesn't really touch it." So, but Marion was saying about not drinking enough water.
Yeah, that's always a good thing. And
so I had some water this morning, and I'm holding this glass of water, and I'm going, I used to drink coffee, you know. I used to come down, used to have a nice big cup of coffee.
I used to be a contender.
Yeah. On the settee, got the dogs in beside me, drinking my coffee, getting ready for the day. Now I'm drinking fucking water.
But you know, water actually, apparently, if you want to drink something to keep you awake, rather than turning to a coffee or a Red Bull or something similar, or whatever the kids drink. My kids are fucking drink Monster and all this kind of stuff. Horrible thing. But apparently, a glass of fresh cold water is exactly the same. Does exactly the same in terms of keeping you awake and alert.
Yeah. But I must admit, about 2:30 yesterday afternoon, I nodded off on the settee. I mean, I've been up a couple of hours. Oh dear. But that will also ease off as time goes by.
Oh yeah.
And just get used to the, you know, I'm not going to have that kind of caffeine floating around in me anymore.
Well, there's two things. You're breaking the mental habit, and your body is also getting adjusted to it. So eventually, after a relatively short time, you should start to A, feel the benefits, and B, not feel the cravings so much.
Yeah.
Anyway, I need to go and get some lunch and have a chat with my missus who's just got back from the hospital. So if you're still on later, I might pop back.
Yeah, I think I'll run this across the afternoon.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, so I mean, the guy wants me to do a complete case restore on this, right?
Okay.
And he wants it. Go, do it like the ones that you do for our old music. You know, the nice dark wood. I go, yeah, I can do all that for you and get all the grain showing and everything. It'll look beautiful. He goes, oh yeah, can you do it then? I went, yeah. I said, can you wait until the weather warms up? Nah, no. Fucking hell. I've got to stand in like -20 while I'm fucking sanding.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Oh, well, I mean, look, the other day you were complaining about not a lot of business coming in, so...
Well, yeah. Well, not that it was not coming in. It's just that the phone seemed ridiculously quiet for this time. Because there's always loads of people sort of going, oh, I just played my keyboard on Christmas Day and it caught fire. Kind of phone calls, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, well, the badges come off in one go. There you go. Right, I think that is ready.
All right, buddy. I'll see you later.
All right, darling.
Take care. Bye, everyone. Bye.
See you, Bob. Let's have a look, see what kind of grade we're dealing with here. God, it's blonde, isn't it? See, the blonder the case is, the harder it is to get it really dark. There's so many scratches and dents in this wood, though. Mind you, it's a mini. We've got scratches and dents in it. Alright. Okay, well, that's all stripped down. We'll give the keyboards to Fiona. She can rebush it. I don't know what they're going to do about the keys. They're all bleeding different colour. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the keys are white. The rest of them are tramp's teeth. And 2 down there look like they've melted. So we'll have to do something about that. I'll have to do a bleach stain on it and see how that goes. Right, that's the mini prepped. where's the other bit? Right, that's all the wood bits for the case. Right. So, warm when you stand up. It's freezing cold when you come down here. Have to find this OBA. It's a wonder this track didn't get a copyright strike being so close to that classical piece. I suppose that's all right, isn't it? So it's essentially what? 26 of you sitting there watching a guy with indecision sitting in a dog's bed. Still better than Britain's Got Talent though, isn't it? Be interesting to see if the algorithm does pick up on it. It's more an experiment than anything else. Right, so what do we do? Puppet 5. Jiggle rate's going nowhere in that hurry. What's the other one? Oh, the Dukeless 6. I forgot about the Dukeless 6. Yeah, daytime TV. Oh my god, darling. Oh, some of the daytime TV. You're sitting there deciding, well, what shall I do? Shall I continue to watch this vacuous program, or shall I just stick a pencil in my eye? Decisions. I don't know. What do you reckon? Jupiter 8, Jupiter 6, or Prophet 5? I'm not pulling the 80 out yet. Or I can see if we can find this OBA. Must be somewhere around here. I wouldn't mind if they'd been paid for those 2 bloody 8-voice overhomes. Still haven't been paid for them yet. That's a month ago, isn't it? Must be. Well, I'm keeping an eye on Lily at the moment because there was a box, and in this box was a load of chocolate bars. It was like a Christmas selection pack that somebody had given us. And foolishly, while I was upstairs in the studio, this thing was on the coffee table. The owner was watching TV and she fell asleep. And she was woken up by Lily and Noah arguing on the rug quite violently. And it was over this box of chocolates nearly had nicked off the coffee table. But there wasn't a single chocolate bar left in the box. And we're talking 14 different kinds of chocolate bars. So it was a white chocolate peanut lime bar, there was a peanut giant Kit Kat, a curly whirly, you know, that kind of stuff. Right? But not one single wrapper anywhere. So Lily has consumed a few bars of chocolate, still wrapped. So I'm sitting here waiting for her to literally shit out a wrapped curly whirly. And a chunky Kit Kat, still in their wrappers. And I don't think I think she's constipated. I'm not sure. It's basically a walking sweet shop at the moment. And if she has to go to the vet, I mean that's minimum what, 300 quid. Well, people know, what do you mean? I think if you walk in the door with a husky, it's like driving into a garage with a Bentley. They go, oh hello, money. She seems happy enough, she doesn't seem to be in any discomfort or anything. Although being a young husky, it's hard to tell. You could probably cut two legs off a husky and they still go running around like an idiot, enjoying themselves. So it's hard to say. So we'll just keep an eye on her, see what she does. Very naughty girl. Still, there you go. What can you do? So, Jupiter 6, Jupiter 8, Prophet 5. Let's have a look at the Prophet 5. Ugh. Come on, Prophet 5. I seem to remember this was not a happy bunny. But I looked at her. But one thing about this Prophet 5 is it's such a dog. I mean, really bad condition. It's filthy. The case is filthy. And of course, he's got a cancer baby kit in it, of course. Like, we want to make things fucking easy. Well, it's a Rev 3, so that's something. And I think what we have is power supply issues with this still, if memory serves. Set up the camera in such a way where you can actually see what is going on there. See what's actually being done to her. Right, see if it blows up or catches fire. Right, got tune light, which should go out. There you go, and we've got a display. Okay, we have, and it's died. Right, so only stays on for a little while. So that's what's essentially wrong with this. So we have to decide if it's something overheating. It won't be a tout because they're either working or they're not. So there's an IC that gets too warm. And I probably won't be able to do this testing it with my fingers. So we'll have to get the thermal camera out. Thermal camera, where are you? Oh, thermal camera. Show yourself. Thermal camera. You never find a thermal camera when you need it. Must be here somewhere. Oh, next side. Oh, it's always the same every bloody year. Come back to the workshop after Christmas and the New Year, and then suddenly you can't find fucking anything. I mean, thermal cameras don't actually have that many uses outside of a workshop, to be honest. It can't be far, surely. No. No. Can't find the thermal camera. Can, however, find the strawberry rabbit. It's always useful. That's what everybody should have, is a thermal rabbit. Oh, just looks at it and sort of like, yeah. It's fucked, mate. Yeah, I'll give you a $5 for it. It's fucked, I tell you. It's, yeah, I mean, your DAC's gone for a start. Yeah, I don't like looking at Metcons either. They look pretty fucking shit, I tell you. Especially that one over there, look at it. Oh, I don't know. Come on, when you think about it, what other stream has a tech rabbit on it? Come on. Quite unique. Right, this is all Moog stuff that goes, put that away over there on that shelf. Right. Okay, so we need to look at this digital board. See if we can figure out what the fuck's wrong with it. Obviously, can't use the thermal camera on it yet. Come on, actually, come on. Oh, Jesus Christ, these plugs are so tight. There we go. Just connect the modulation wheels. memory expansion on it. Good. There we go. Right, let's have a butcher's hook. Right. Yeah. Regardless of the fact that the touts on here are working, I think I'm going to swap them out anyway, because they'll just fail later. I don't fancy having to take it apart too many times. What type are they? 10 at 10 volt. Are they all 10 at 10 volt? Be handy if they are. No, of course they're fucking not. What are they? 10 for something else. Alright, never mind. Oh, where's my capacitors? Right, 10 at 50. No, we haven't got any 10 at 25. Yeah, we've got two there. Alright. No, that's the diode. That one. There's another one car. Oh dear me. Anybody else want to come in for a chitty chat? Or just listen to me waffling bullshit? Oh, they put bloody glue on. I hate it when they do this. How do you do this? Stupid fucking twat. Fucking hell. Just want to make my life as complicated as possible. Oh, come on. You get carried away with the hot glue, don't you? There we go. That's that one. So let's put those three in. Just some. It's funny, the guy who owns this has got himself very confused over the machines themselves. I think one of the reasons is because he wants to sell them. He's under the impression that the Jupiter 8 has polyphonic aftertouch and expanded memory locations, whereas the actual case is the MIDI kit will support channel aftertouch on the Jupiter 8, and the Pocket 5 has had the 120 patch location upgrade. Although I told him that, he doesn't believe me. He's actually absolutely adamant that he has the only Jupiter 8 in the western spiral arm of this fucking galaxy that has a polyphonic aftertouch keyboard. And nothing I say will change his mind. Well, apart from when he goes to play it, when he wants to test it. And he thinks, oh, you haven't fixed the polyphonic aftertouch yet. That's going to be a long wait, mate. I don't believe no. What is it about Probably Fives that makes me put on a Yorkshire accent? Right. I think if I do these other two touts, the digital board is at least touted up. Or detouted, I should say. Let's see what this does. I don't know about you, but these last few Razor tracks have been a bit samey, haven't they? Or is it me? They are tones. I think what I mean is there's nothing very memorable about it. You see what I mean? The track finishes and you go, well, I couldn't hum you a bloody note of it. Sun's getting that thing, isn't it? They're just so bloody tiny. Come on, here we go. Right, need one more. Oh, it has died. And it's back. Interesting. A CD with streaming issues. Yeah, that's why I still have CD player. Same reason. See, this one's memorable. There's a hook. No tens in that one. No tens in that one. Ah, there you go. This looks promising. Let's go. Go. Bye-bye. Okay. Alright. Let's filter it up and see what happens. Probably without the plug stuck behind the bloody board. Come on, actually, come on. Come on, here you go. Alright, let's see what happens. Nothing. Because you unplugged it like a bloody idiot, you know. Right, power on. Tune lights. Computer goes, I can't find any voices. Turns off. Front panel display. Yay. still running. Still running. Still running. Yeah, man. There you go. I stand corrected. Touts can fail from heat. There's the first. Alright. Let's try adding a few more systems, just in case it's something connected to the board that's pulling it down. So let's connect up the modulation wheel and the pitch wheel. Come on. Yeah. And then connect the RAM upgrade, which is a nightmare trying to fit this. Go on, in you go. Go on. Have you gone in or not? I can't fucking tell. I can never tell with these things. I think that's gone in. Okay. Right, turn it on again. Trim light. Yes. Looking for voices that aren't there. Gives up. Goes to front panel mode. Oh, cuts out. Aha. Okay. Disconnect RAM upgrade. Turn it on. Okay. Front panel mode. No, it wasn't the touts after all. I thought it wasn't going to be, to be honest. No, it stays on. It's the RAM upgrade is fucked. Yay! Great. Alright, let's see if we can take the RAM upgrade out. Oh, come on, you're the one I want. Come on. I think it's 516, isn't it? Nope. Try again, Ken. Try 8mm. 8mm, what are you thinking? Let's try 7. No. I thought it's fine. It's not 516, it's 316. Damn it. I have to do this bloody hard way, don't I? Actually, no, I won't, because that won't come out. Okay, let's try this one. No, she's squatting. No, doesn't fit. For fuck's sake. Let's find the right size. No, that's not it. Don't tell me we've got to get the big set out. Don't make me get the big set out. Something else. Got the little set here. Come on in. Are you coming down or what? Are you just going to stand there and wag your tail at me? Can you come in? Come on then. Come on. Weird dog. Oh, I don't know, a bit like stand and just wag your tail at me, but you won't come down the garden. Oh, for fuck's sake, one of these must fit. More aggressive with it. Let's put this on. There we go. Oh, bloody hell, they don't give you any room to work, do they? And sunshine's been a right pain in the arse, isn't it? Let's put it around this way. Let's try this. There you go. It's sort of better. So we'll take this RAM upgrade out. That they hide up in the modulation panel. Come on in, out you come. Dick. Come on. Bloody thing. Come on in, everybody out of the way. That's it. Right. The RAM upgrade, as you can see. There you go. So this is knocking it out. So it's using a MIDI protocol to access the patches. PC 900 upload shit there. Alright, let's try. Look at a couple of things. What I might do, I think the first thing to do is take out this top intercell. Because it could be just the one of these round chips that's up the wall. Right. Turn it on. Tune light comes on. Tune light goes out. Display still running. Still running. Still running. Still running. plugged in. So just confirm that it's this RAM IC. Plug it back in. And turn it on, and then see how much further we go with this. Right, tune light on. Can't find voices, turn off, front panel display, and it winks out. Okay, so we very luckily picked the right RAM chip, which is this girl. There we go. So this has failed. An INS 2651N. Might be, was it 2K? 2K wrong. What are the chances? Yeah, Uncle Ken having one of them in stock. Seeing as they're vaguely like hen's teeth. What have we got here? 50. Oh, what's this? What have we got here? We've got a bag of 5517s. No. Not them. Z80s. No. We've got RAM for CR78. So that is rare. Well, still, they won't come out. Oh yeah, big aprons, big 40-leg aprons. So no, not them. What are these? There's the 80s. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Absolutely not. Definitely not. No, no fucking way. Absolutely not. No, no. And what's this? 74 150. 74 150. You want 74 150s? Oh, probably so. No. 14s. No. No, 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 and no. It's in the sequential. Profit fiber of 3, it says on the label. It's encouraging. Oh, it's electrons. Alright, panic over. Stand down. Try the other box. Mansell Labs. 8253. Very similar, but not the same. Super 4 on 11. Yeah, not them. Icons or something. No. No. Don't tell me I've got any. I've got bloody all this coming in. Heck's sake. Means the Project 5 repaired price of fucking halt then, doesn't it? Yeah, that's the end of that. Alright, well at least we know what's wrong. Got locally 55.78. 82.53. What's that? MB 8416A. Roland. Two more here. What have we got? This fucking 6. Yeah. Dog hair. No. No. Actually, just thinking. I wonder if 2651 is the equivalent of 6116 RAM. Oh, it's compatible. It's possible. Because if it is, I'm sure I've got some 6116 stuff knocking about. Not in here, obviously, because we haven't come across any of them. Have to see if they're compatible. Which I would if we had. I don't know. Yes. Okay. Yeah, see if the sun's moved enough now. Yes, it has. There you go. Very fast moving sun around here. Okay, so that's. He's wags in the chat because he fucking knows everything, doesn't he? Ask him if 6116 RAM is compatible with the INS 2651s. I'll be here, so don't worry, man. Probably still looking for RAM. Right. I'll find out if this 6116 is compatible and make myself a decaf coffee. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, I can tell you what I could do before I go. Put another CD on. What we've got here. Something called ski. It's very nice. I'll bet this. Oh, never mind. It's not here. a 960 sequencer. I do spoil you, don't I? Yeah, the algorithm can go and fuck itself, can't it? I'll be back in a minute. Preferably with my cup. I know Tangram's not everybody's favourite Tangerine Dream album, but I like it. So it looks like the P5 might have to go on hold. It's a pain, isn't it? Although, I suppose we could connect up the voice cord and have a look and see if that still runs. Come on. It's the first time I heard square wave modulation. Right, let's see if it boots up. Oh, no smoke yet. Oh, it's running. Yeah, we put an audio plug in it. Making a very interesting noise, considering the volume isn't turned up. Well, it's a start, isn't it? Started off not making any noise whatsoever. It's kind of an improvement. So I think we'll leave that for now. Put those. Right, we can't go anywhere else with this for now. Stick that back in there. Now order some parts up. Let's pull something else out instead to have a look at. Not quite sure what yet. How many members has Tangerine Dream had now? It must be running into the hundreds, isn't it? Even my old mate has been a member of Tangerine Dream. Old British now. Move on. Check this old girl out. Let's pull that at the back. Right, So this has got a dud voice. Cool. Right, so we want mains cable. Mains cable. Anything else? Just down there, like so. Interesting sound. Am I missing? Okay. So one completely dead voice on the two voice board. That's weird. Weird. So we're going to need the oscilloscope from hell. Mains cables. I've only got one, I've got three. I'm waiting. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can't beat that Moog sound, can you? Right, square wave. Yes. Square wave. Yes. Square wave. Yes. Square wave. So it's not the VCOs that's dead then. Saw. 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 That should be a triangle on this one. There you go, triangle. There you go, triangle. Triangle. Yeah. Triangle. So it's not the VCOs. So it's either mix amp, filter. Fucking hell. Holy poo. Magnify that. Okay, it's definitely there. And there. So it's at the mixer as well. There's the fucking output. How can the outputs be there? That's mad. The outputs are there when we're hearing it from those voices. On this side. Yeah, it's there and it's there. It's there. What? The outputs from the voice is there, but you don't hear the voice. It's not there. Fucking hell, stick. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. It's been an ass. Process of elimination. Right. Two voices out. That's what it should do. Doesn't like it. Absolutely looked up something stupid. Brilliant. Nothing. Suggests voice 5. So, output of voice 5. Nothing. Bastard. Missing it.
For God's sake, I leave you alone with the kids for 5 minutes. And this is what you do. This is what you do.
Wait a minute. Why is it soaking wet?
Because Lily has been chewing it on the
You alright, mate?
It's not on. Oh, you did put it on.
I didn't know you'd gone out.
I told you I was going down the tip to get rid of all your
You
shit.
didn't tell me when you were going down the tip.
To get rid of all your shit.
She can jump that. It's such a nosy move. It's a 6-foot fence and she's looking over the top of it. Mm-hmm. There you go, babe.
I've got an appointment tonight at 7 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah, she's had a couple of goes, but nothing's happened.
For what?
On the crab.
You rubbed her tongue.
Huh?
Squeezed her. Help it get out.
I don't feel like anything now.
It doesn't look like she's causing her any
Oh.
harm at the moment. Where did you find it? Where was it? In here somewhere?
Yeah.
There, all along.
All along.
Where's mine then? Can I have it back now? There you go, I lost mine.
Yeah, I lost yours now. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Why does the CD keep failing me?
Oh, she's also been eating strepsils
Strepsil.
that were on the mantle. She moved the Dalek.
You should have
Get
taken
up.
me with you. Yeah, you should have taken me with you.
What, to the tip? I might have done that.
You just,
I've been tempted.
yeah. Go in the waste shit bin.
Yeah.
No. That way. You walk on power supplies while they're turned on, you stupid woman. Where was I? Can't remember. God, I love that mode vocoder, haven't you? And it drops out again. Oh, mother. Oh, hey. Oh, fuck off. No. Stop it. Don't dare flash your bloody lights at me. Oh well, that's bought the farm by the sounds of it, Siri. Okay, where were we? I'll be honest with you, the Tangerine Dream was distracting me slightly, to be honest. Okay, so we are looking for our dead voice. We need to find our live voice first. Yeah, we're not finding it. What? Excuse me? Well, that seems quite active. Yeah, look. Waveform got smaller. It's definitely coming out. Yeah. The voice is working. It's actually working. But we're not hearing it. Must be a final amplifier somewhere after the 3360. God damn it. Oh, that's going to be one of those. It's not one of those 18. What do you call them? Yeah, BA662. Yay! Brilliant. Fucking another rocking horse shit part. Right. Go up to the bunker, see if I can find an old roller board with one on. Back in a moment. Let's get one on here. Yes, we have. Really handy, isn't it? When you've got a spare Jupiter 6 modulation panel. It just happens the IC on it that you want. Fortunetta. Oh dear me. There's nobody coming in. Talk with me. Speak us. Chat us even. Yeah, I know that feeling, Jason. Don't worry. Yeah, I haven't got Siri down here at the moment. Could do with her down here stealing the show, to be honest. Right, there we go. Camel. These single inline amplifiers are just a pain in the ass. Come on, out you come. Camel. You can do it. There we go. Yay! Right, BA662. Now all we've got to decide is which one to put it in. I can't remember which one's which. I would do trace. It'd be easier. Let's see if we can get 6 voices out of this today. That's something. Processing get really fucking hot on these. Just can never remember which one's which. No, it's not a 5218. Which one? Oh no, that's the DBX unit, isn't it? Right. So not including the DBX unit. Which amp is fucking me around? Questions. So many questions. VCA for A and B channels. There. That kicked out on both pins. So both VCA A and B are functioning. Still wonder why the Jupiter 6 needed dBx noise suppression and the Jupiter 8 didn't. Weird that. Practically the same components, you know. So it just seems a bit strange that it has to have dBx noise reduction and Jupiter 8 didn't. Control, yeah, frequency control, yeah. So it's got to be. Can't be the caps. Could it be the caps, Scott? Yeah. Great, they're bipolar caps as well. I remember what my stuff with bipolar caps is like at the moment. Probably not brilliant. See if we can pick the right one thing. Let's try this. That was the tiniest little spider climbing up the front, the front of the iPad. Tiny little fella. Looked at the size of a horse on the string. Bloody lost it now. Where are you? Does anybody know if Animation's put a new video up yet today? I keep actually trying to catch them live. I've only been able to watch them after the fact on the last two. do like her stuff. It's really good. It's the sort of stuff I need to listen to when I'm working on these bloody old pieces of crap. So don't worry, Carl, I've done that as well myself, to be honest. Between you, me and the gatepost. The classic one was it couldn't find, my nephew couldn't find his hamster. It turned out I locked him inside the CS80 that was just getting ready to go to Germany. So we got lucky there. Fortunately, he didn't eat any of the wiring. So we all have our moments, Carl, don't worry. Right, let's have a look and see if it's moved. There's a follow, that's why. No, still 5. So that is definitely 5. Now, I'll hold that in place a minute. Let's put the holder in place. There we go. Right, now. Pin 15 that side now. Pin 2. No. Very strange. I suppose it could be the 3360 itself, couldn't it? Is that waveform? Right, so there's that waveform. There's that side. There it is going in. I think it's between the filter and the VCA. Damn it. He bloody hates it. It's about pain in the ass. No. So unless it's this mixer, that's showing it as working. Yeah, it changed. Yep. There it is. So there is output. Mate. J63. It's right, isn't it? No, I don't know. Oh. I hate first day back. I really do. Spit blood. Oh, Robbie never came back. I don't know why I put this stupid 6 AM out. I fucking hate working with stupid 6s. They're immensely complicated for no reason. What's the most difficult way we could make this filter? Oh, I know. It's almost like some Japanese synth designer back at Roland.
You rang me, lad.
Ah, darling. It is, honestly, it's like some Japanese synth designer sort of went, how can I make this really, really fucking difficult for synth X? Let me see. You been alright?
Yeah. I've got to redo a video that I did for work.
Yeah.
That's kind of like a how to do a thing on our platform, because they've changed and upgraded a whole bunch of stuff, and I thought I'd only have to go in and change a small bit, but I've actually got to go and redo the whole flipping lot. And I'm trying to decide whether I completely do the whole video again from beginning to end, or whether I try and re-record the bits where things have changed and try and get the timing to fit in everything. It's just a pain.
Yeah, that's kind of like a pain in the ass.
And all it really is, it's just like some of the design on the pages has changed, but it's because it looks different. They want me to do it so that, you know, what the user sees in the video is what they see on the screen.
Okay.
And the main difference is there's just like a big blue bar at the top, and that's about it. So, so I'm thinking I'm not going to get that done before my next call at 3:30. So, fuck it. Oh dear me. Oh, watch the rest of that Beringer LM drum video.
Oh,
yeah, I think I might have to give it a go. I'll have a look. My editor at Gear News is getting his tomorrow.
Oh.
He got the first batch at Thomann, which sold out in minutes apparently.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, and I said, "Oh, can you have a word see if you can get me one sooner?" And he said, "No, we don't have that. We don't have that kind of clout."
Who would have thought there was such demand for a 40-year-old drum machine?
I know, right? But it's not just the fact that, you know, it's obviously, you know, it's based on the Lin, but it's also a sampling drum machine, so you can put all your own stuff in there as well.
Oh, okay.
Hits and loops and all sorts of things, and then process them accordingly using the low bitrate stuff. So it looks like quite a versatile thing, and it's got, you know, everything's got its own individual output, and yeah, it's very tempting.
Yeah. Well, you say tempting, you've already decided to buy it.
I'm pretty, yeah.
I can tell by the wetness of your pants from here.
Yeah, but when will I get it? That's the thing. I mean, the waiting list apparently, even just at Thomann, is incredibly long. So,
Wow.
It depends how soon they can ship them in from China.
This is going to be a Beringer success story, isn't it?
Wow. Have they had a failure?
Yeah. The vintage.
Oh, well, yeah. There is that.
My God.
Yes, that was a pile of garbage.
I notice they don't talk about it anymore as well.
No. In fact, it must still be on their website.
Or it might have surreptitiously been removed. For health and safety reasons. Is it still there?
Well, it's not the first thing that pops up on Google, I'll give you that. The first thing that pops up on Google is the Beringer vintage microphone.
Perhaps we moved all reference to it. No, it never happened. You imagined it.
No, the links still work.
Right.
So it's definitely still... Yeah, the pages are all still there, so... But it very much looks like they're not making a big deal out of it.
Yeah, it was slightly terrible.
Yeah. Oh, dear me.
Well, there you go.
Does it say software synths? No.
Oh yeah, you heard about this this shit that happened with Scott.
Oh yeah, the whole
Bit naughty though, isn't it?
Which bit?
Well, somebody finding his unlisted mobile phone.
Oh yeah.
And threatening text messages.
Yeah.
I think that's a step too far somehow.
Oh, absolutely. Look, I mean, I could absolutely do not condone anything like that. However,
Well,
if you're going to make a video about a subject, particularly a pretty contentious subject, you know, the subject being teenage engineering, you really ought to get your facts right at the start. rather than go in, get it all wrong, set completely the wrong impression, then get told by one of the parties concerned, i.e. Florian, that that's not quite how it all went down and this is what happened. Acknowledge that by giving it
a... told him that was the way it had gone to start with.
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
Scott watched a video or saw a comment that said, that basically implied that Florian had got a copyright strike on a video about the Teenage Engineering Medieval. Scott assumed that it was a demonstration video made by Florian in the style that Florian does, bad gear, where he'd used the samples within the medieval unit, and therefore wrongly assumed that Teenage Engineering had given him a copyright strike for making music with the samples that came inside the medieval.
Right.
That wasn't the case.
Okay.
The video that Florian did took the Teenage Engineering promo video, that weird one with the feet and everything. You remember that? We all loved it. It was bonkers.
Yeah.
He took that and he took snippets of Python's Holy Grail,
right,
and cut them up and just did a mashup video. So it retained the music from the Teenage Engineering video and about probably 30-40% of the video content intact, not manipulated in any way, just literally he'd gone in, sliced it up and thrown it and interspersed clips of Python's Holy Grail.
Right.
It was mildly amusing. It wasn't, it was you can still watch it. It's on the Internet Archive somewhere. And so that's what he got the copyright strike for. Not for using samples within the instrument, because it would be stupid if a manufacturer copyrighted the samples within an instrument that restricted you from using them in your own music. I don't know of any hardware manufacturer does that. They'll tell you you can't use these samples to create new samples that are identical to our samples and then pass them off as your own. You can't sample the CFX piano out of a montage and sell it as a Yamaha CFX piano, but for, something else.
Yeah.
But he assumed incorrectly, didn't do his research. And so then makes this video with a big title and a big, shocking sort of clickbaity thing that says, Teenage Engineering are slapping copyright strikes on people that use the samples within their machines, which wasn't the case. So then Florian left a comment under that video and said, actually, and he was very polite, he said, look, actually, that wasn't the case. What actually happened was I made a mashup video of their promo video and Python's Holy Grail, and I didn't, I used all of the music from the Teenage Engineering video and about half of the video content, and I didn't change it in any way other than slicing it up and mixing it up with some Python footage. That's and that's fair enough, because that promo video, I think actually Teenage Engineering, we might have shown one of their promo videos. It might have been that one,
right? Because
they are always quite interesting. And I think we got a copyright claim where they, instead of being a strike, they just say, hey, we found our content, or the bot says, YouTube says, we found our content in this video, therefore we're taking the money. And that's, I think I've contested every one, and it's come back and it said, oh yeah, fine, not a problem, because I put in there fair use, news, whatever, and within a few days it gets released and there's no problem. But Scott goes ahead and makes this video that gets outraged at something that didn't actually quite happen the way he says it happened. And had he done the research, he would have probably not even made that video, because, it's fair. Florian was like, okay, whatever. They've given me a copyright strike for this because I used their content pretty much unedited. And that was that. of course, then people. I mean, some people actually did post comments on Scott's video and said, "Actually, mate, look, Florian's just said, and it's not quite how you laid it down." And so
Yeah.
then
He corrected the video though, didn't it?
well, apparently I didn't know. I mean, I didn't watch the video after it had been edited. I remember watching it, early on. So it would be, well, I assume it was the unedited version. But you can't. The thing is with YouTube, you can't edit. Or can you actually? No, I think you can snip bits out because you can't upload. You can't re-upload a video on YouTube. You have to upload a new one and give it a new link. So maybe he did. You go into the YouTube studio and snip the bits out. I don't know. Right. But then he eventually pulled it down. But of course, this was sometime after he started getting the grief. Now you're always going to get a few keyboard warriors that might leave some snarky comments. Well, fair enough.
Yeah, that's one thing.
But yeah, to dox him and send other messages and go that sort of one step further is just wrong. And why the hell would anybody want to do that? I mean, it's crazy.
Because I see it started off a whole series of videos of people going, "Oh, the synth community is toxic," and all this sort of thing.
Well, it's not just the synth. I mean, the world is toxic when it comes to this sort of stuff. You only have to post something controversial on a social media page, and there'll be people that disagree with you, and some of them will disagree with you that much that they'll try and send you messages and threatening things, and it's just ridiculous. And I mean,
on whose behalf? Who is it that's sending threats and stuff like that to him? On whose behalf? Teenage engineering?
No, it's just individual people. They're just seeing an opportunity to be cunts, and that's what they're doing. And I'm sure teenage engineering probably mortified that what's happened has happened, and because their name's getting dragged through it. Whether you love them or hate them, it's not a good look. But I have every sympathy for Scott for receiving, or being on the end of that kind of vitriol. But
opened the door on himself.
You kind of set himself up for it by not doing the research, which is fine. All right, so maybe he did do some research and he misunderstood it, or he didn't do whatever. We don't know that side of the story. But the fact that he posted the video and then pretty rapidly it was pointed out that he kind of misinterpreted what had gone on, but he left it up for quite a time, and he even thumbed up or loved Florian's comment, so he acknowledged that the comment was there, and yet still the video was up. And then apparently he went and edited it. I never saw the edited version, but yeah, what he should have done is once it had happened and he realised that a mistake had been made and it pointed out to him that this was incorrect, he should have literally just taken the video down and either redone it and set it up as a new video and explained at the beginning that I originally made a video that complained about this, but actually that was wrong. But this, I'm still a bit concerned about the wording of the end user license agreement and all that kind of stuff. But then he eventually took the video down, and then a few days later posted this, "That's it, I quit." And it's almost like, the little child storming off the playground because he couldn't think of any other way to get out of that embarrassing situation. So fuck you all, I'm out. And I can understand being angry and upset, especially when you're getting those kinds of messages.
Well, yes, yeah.
So he's done nothing seriously wrong.
No.
And nothing to deserve the level of abuse that he has allegedly received. But at the same time, he's got to stand up and take it on the chin.
Well, yeah, I mean, he did.
That he made a mistake initially. Yeah. And to be honest, I mean, yes, the there's this thing about, you know, a copyright strike is a manual thing.
Yeah.
We don't know exactly what he got the copyright strike, what Florian got the copyright strike for precisely, whether it was the audio or the video. And I have seen people say, oh, YouTube's algorithm doesn't study the video. Yes, it does, because we fell foul of it. Do you remember when we had Mick McNeil on? I knew that there was no way that we'd get away with playing a Simple Minds clip with the audio. So I just muted it. So all it was just, you know, a 30-second clip of Simple Minds in concert that specifically had Mick in the shot playing, you know, Oberheims or whatever it was. And yet YouTube, actually ITV, put in a claim on that clip.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, they monitor the video as well. So they do monitor the video. So we don't know whether it was the audio or the video. But initially, it would have been a bot, you know, some sort of, you know, tool that's running in the background that would have said, flag this because we recognize that as our content. And it could have been Teenage Engineering's bot, or it could have been a bot on behalf of Teenage Engineering from a publisher. It could have been the person whose music they used in the video. We don't know who made that. So it could have been their publisher that picked it up. But then it does, you know, with a copyright strike, because it's a much more serious thing, it does get passed to a human being.
Yeah.
And as somebody who's probably inundated with all of these things on a day in, day out basis, they look at Florian's video and they see, well, 50% of the video here is ours, 100% of the music is ours. Bang, there's a copyright strike. They don't ask questions. They don't write to you and say, we've come across this video and do you? They're just like, boom, and then we'll deal with it. Yeah. So yeah, it's it was a bit of a stupid, unnecessary shitstorm, but a shitstorm nonetheless.
Yeah. Yeah, but one that could have actually been avoided.
It could have been, yeah. It could have been.
Bad part, really.
I think if anything should be learnt from this is anybody that makes videos and posts them on YouTube. Number one, make sure your research is sound, especially if it's kind of an attack. You know, if it's an outrage video. And if you're making videos with other people's content, you know, make sure you follow the rules. But
yeah,
I mean, if you look at that, I don't know if you saw the video in question and Scott's thumbnail, but it was, you know, it's like you got a picture of the medieval here, and he's going like this at it, and then big, you know, letters, you know, and Teenage Engineering copyright strike. You know, these are terms that are clearly intended to grab somebody's attention, aka
clickbaity.
Clickbait. Yeah. Now clickbait's clickbait. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're in the business of making videos and making a living from this, you've got to be able to grab people's attention, and that's technically clickbait. You know, you're looking to get somebody to go click on your video. Yeah. So it's the
like
easiest way.
Buy bait.
Exactly. Yeah. It's how it works. But you've kind of got to do it in a measured way that, yes, you want to get people's attention, but you don't want to. It shouldn't be misleading. Clickbait at its worst is when the thumbnail or the headline tells you one thing, but actually it's not.
Oh yeah, no.
You know, it's not the thing. So,
or the ones with the made-up AI pictures. And
yeah.
Where they're going about. Who were they going on about? Phil Collins or something. And they have this picture of him on a respirator in a wheelchair. And
oh yeah.
But it's an AI photo.
Yeah, there's one that does the rounds every few months with Simon Cowell, isn't there?
Oh yeah.
Simon Cowell dead in horrific accident.
Yeah.
Or something.
Oh.
Yeah. That's the sort of music you'd want, wouldn't you? Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's Marilyn or Lamont behind that, but yeah, as consumers, we need to, take responsibility. We need to watch. I mean, I watched Scott's video. I thought, when I first watched it before the fuss kicked off, I was like, I was a little not suspicious, but I was like, really? Did Florian get a strike for using the samples from within an instrument? Because I don't think not even teenage engineering would be.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, even without the Vasquez.
Yeah. I mean, he compared Yamaha's end user license agreement, or the specific section about the samples contained within the machine, and with that of the teenage engineering one. Although they're worded differently, they kind of say the same thing, in that you can't take the raw samples from any instrument. I mean, this has always been the case. You can't just take the raw samples of an instrument, extract them, either, by just playing them into a recorder and then just taking them, and then passing them off untreated, as your own. I mean, it's happened countless times, and people get caught for it. I mean, there was quite a famous one within the the Reason community some years ago. I can't remember the guy's name. He was from the Republic of Ireland, I think, and he brought out a string library, and he was selling it for not a huge amount, but it wasn't like $2.99 or something. It was a little bit more, and somebody, he was selling it through the Reason, or Propellerhead as it was at the time, their own store, because you can do that. So he was selling this refill pack through the Propellerhead store. Somebody bought it, and somebody went, hang on a minute, that sounds familiar, and they recognised it from a contact library by Native Instruments. I think it was a Native Instruments own contact library. Right. So suspicions raised. They went about and they took the audio from this guy's library and the contact library and analysed the waveforms side by side, and they were in every single detail identical. Dead match. I mean, unquestionably exactly the same. And so he brought it to the attention of the wider community, which then a whole bunch of other people said, well, let me double. So there's a lot of kind of peer review going on, and everybody that looked at it, it was obvious. You could see all the pictures and all the waveforms, and then the guy did a video and he said, right, here's see, it's exactly the same, no different at all. And this guy gets called out for it. He pleads innocence and says, no, that's absolutely not. But the thing was, he's one guy making sample packs for Reason.
Yeah.
How has he sampled an orchestra?
Yep.
Or a string section? Even just a string. Whereas, Contact or Native Instruments, they do that on a fairly regular basis.
It's not rocket science, is it?
No. So all these things were kind of stacking up against him, and eventually, he disappeared. It literally vanished. And when Propellerhead were informed of this, they immediately, I think, actually, if I remember rightly, I think Native Instruments might have contacted Propellerhead, and they pulled the thing straight away.
Yeah.
And the guy was never heard from again. It completely, ruined him, just because he thought he'd found a shortcut. I can take somebody else's work and just copy it and pass it off as my own.
Yeah.
So
people who use Propellerhead probably don't use Contact.
Well, it probably was. It probably was at the time when you weren't using Contact in Propellerhead. So yeah, there was probably that element to it.
You go, nobody will ever notice.
No, exactly. Yeah, Kosher just said he remembers that one. It was a really big thing. but it's it's happened, and it's sad, but
Yeah.
But no, I mean, yeah, I absolutely, if anyone has ever hurled abuse at Scott or anybody, in that degree for simply just getting some information wrong, that's abhorrent and should not be tolerated, and those assholes need to be hunted down. But at the same time, you can't ignore the fact that Scott was a little bit complacent, or quite a bit complacent in terms of his research. And the thing is, everybody makes mistakes, but it's how you deal with the mistake afterwards that kind of is the measure of you.
That's the key. Yeah.
And what he should have done was, hello, mate.
Bloody hell, it's a pub.
I know.
What's happened? Oh, what's been going on with no pubs?
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
Well, there's been lots of other things going on, isn't there?
Like what?
Well, yeah, but it's not a pub.
It's not a pub.
Yeah, I
Hello,
know.
hello, children.
How do?
Hello.
Hello. Did hear you talking about Scott. I mean, I
Yes.
don't really watch Scott's channel very often, but
I don't either. But
I watched his quit thing, and I hope he doesn't quit because he got it wrong. But
I was talking about him coming back Monday.
I hope so. I mean, I mean, obviously, I don't know what was said. I mean, there was something said on PSN in Facebook, Rob. Is that what you?
no, I can't remember. I think I first watched the video because it was just suggested to me on YouTube. I'm not
I
subscribed.
did watch it. Yeah, I did. I thought, bloody hell, teenage engineering doing that, and I thought, well, actually,
I fell for the clickbait. I thought, really?
yeah,
'Cause
I thought.
there was-
I wonder if we'll talk about this on Ramsey. We didn't. Thank
Yeah,
God,
yeah.
But,
And we probably won't even talk about it on PSN because I don't want to sort of throw fuel on that fire now that it's extinguished.
Let this die down.
exactly, it's gone. Yeah.
But I remember seeing the video and thinking, my first thought was, oh, well, this looks interesting. But from the perspective of, are you sure? Because it doesn't seem, it didn't seem right that.
Didn't ring right, did it?
Yeah. So when I watched the video, I thought, well, I don't watch Florian's stuff.
I occasionally watch. I watched about synths that I'm interested in to find out.
Yeah.
But I don't subscribe.
I'm not an ardent fan of the style. I'm sure he's a lovely guy, just not a fan of the style. When I met him at Super Booth, was it last year or the year before? And I just thought, I saw him in the distance. I thought, I wonder if he actually talks the way he talks on his video. Nah, that must be a put on. It's not.
No, he does. Yeah, I can imagine.
He's authentic. I'll give him that.
Yeah. Apparently, the books behind him are real as well. I've been told.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
He's.
I mean, he puts a lot of work into those videos.
I looked at his website as a result of all this, or his Patreon page, should I say? He's quite an educated chap as well, because he offers these kind of high tier levels, where for like £50-70 a month, but you'll have a call with him every week or every month, and he'll go through your business plans for you, and so all respect to the guy, he's got his head screwed on for sure, and he's a synth nerd, so but no,
but I mean, there's absolutely no reason for anybody to troll, because that's exactly what it is.
Oh, absolutely.
About something like as to be fair, insignificant, and it is insignificant. In there's people are dying in fires. That's significant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I hope anybody that we know in LA, I hope you're all right. I hope you're all right, because
I know Math and Tara, who live in Silver Lake, which is close now because Griffith Park and all of that is under threat, and they're not far from that, the whole Los Feliz area. Math posted a picture, or put a post up last night saying, we're going now because I don't want to have to be doing this at 3:00 in the morning when we do get the evacuation order. And then he posted a picture of the back of his car and all the synths coming in.
Well, you would, wouldn't you?
It's their livelihood. you know, it's
exactly,
their
yeah.
livelihood. I mean, I've
Get a van.
hung out. Well, I've hung out at their place, and they're fairly minimalist, you know. So hopefully they've got all the good stuff and the important stuff, you know, things that can't be replaced.
It is interesting actually, because when we had 3 months where we had basically a car full, whatever we had with us was just we had in the car. And obviously,
Yeah.
I took my computer and I took, you know, the instrument and a few synths, you know. But it is amazing what you can live without when you haven't got, you know. We were quite happy with the clothes that we had. You know, we had enough clothes for 3 months. You know, it was you can live. We don't need all this stuff.
No, we don't. No, but we have
It's
invested
quite nice
a
to have
huge
it.
amount of time and money into
Exactly,
it.
yeah.
I mean, I was saying to my missus earlier, I said, you know, I'm so glad that I mean, I love California and I love being there, but, you know, I don't have to live there, you know, 365 days a year. And
Yeah,
you know,
I've never been there. So,
my boss
but I'd like
lives-
to go.
My boss lives near Fremont, so it's up in the north, but they still get a lot of the fires there. And every year is the same. Oh, the fires have started, and you know there'll be times when she's out, when she's got to be ready to go. But I said to the missus, I'm so glad we live in a place where that at the moment isn't an issue.
I know.
Because
But who's to say in 5 or 10 years' time that what? I mean,
Exactly.
it might not be fires. It's more likely to be flooding. I
Yeah.
mean, it is flooding actually, because actually interesting. We've had so much rain this year, but Frome only flooded before we moved here.
right?
Because there was not where we are. We're actually quite high up because it's very hilly, obviously.
That's
And you walk down into town, but at the bottom of the town there's a river. And in the past it has obviously flooded. Like I say, right at the beginning of this time last year, you couldn't get to the Asda supermarket down there because it was just a lake.
Yeah.
So it's more likely to be stuff like that. But we are seeing it. We know flash floods where 20 inches of rain in an hour in some poor village somewhere, and
But as I said to the missus, I looked in here and I said, "What the fuck would I do?"
Yeah, what do you take? Yeah,
I mean, I've only got, we've got 2 cars, one of which is a small hatchback, one is a big one. We like get half a dozen.
and there's 4 of you.
Yeah, exactly. We've got to get people in, and so it would just be a case of like, well, if the fire's over there, like it is you've seen some of these videos, it's literally just there. You think, fuck it. The only thing you can't replace in this thing is you. Get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Get the cats in the baskets and get the fuck out.
I heard on the news that the firemen and women, they're not saving property; they're just saving lives. 'Cause
Exactly,
They can't stop it burning at the moment.
No, it's scary as fuck.
Yeah.
And it's scary because, I mean, yes, they get this every year, but it's generally
It's
kind of-
worse. It's
on the
always
outs-
worse.
It's
Every
now
year it's
really
worse.
coming in. I mean, to see Sunset Boulevard just like
Yeah.
a
I know.
smoking wreck, it was
I mean,
just
not being crass, but it looked like a Hollywood movie.
Yeah.
And it's just
yeah, it's
horrible.
I
mental.
realise
Yeah.
I just spent the last because of where it is. Just spent the last 2 minutes looking like I'm having a wank just off camera.
But I thought you
We
were.
didn't want to say anything. It was your private time.
Just doing the neck. You also been doing neck, Gordon?
Talking of hot American things,
Oh, you're talking about the quadricents? Because, yeah, those are pretty hot.
oh, he's so humble. He's so humble.
Well, I just got off the treadmill, so, yeah, I am a little hot.
Ah,
I've been out for my walk, because I'm doing my 62 miles. As you probably
oh yeah,
have said,
I did.
Yeah. So yeah,
Nicely done.
yeah, thank you. I mean, I've done every day for the last 5 days. Actually, having said that though, we've had a lot of snow last night,
Oh yeah.
and I thought, it'd be fine. I'll go out. It'd be, put my big boots on, and I'll go. There's a walk which has been literally flooded, just on the outskirts of Frome. And I thought, it'd be all right because it was frosty and it'd be nice. It'd be crunchy ice. No, it was a bloody lake. I've just walked through a lake.
Yeah, we didn't have any snow, even though the weather said that we should have some. We didn't have any. We had some. Was it last week? It started falling about sort of 10, 11 at night, and by 5 o'clock in the morning, it actually, no, my daughter went to work at 5. She said she walked through it, but by about 7 in the morning, all gone.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the way I like it.
A lot of it's gone today because it's been quite sunny. But I mean, yesterday I went to the office and at 2:00 we had a cup of tea and sat round, and people were saying, "Oh, it's snowing in an hour and it's going to be really heavy." So I said, "All right, okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go into town, go to the library, and I'm going to go home and work from home rather than do it here." So I go to the library. So I get to the library for about 2 to 3, and she went, "We're closing." And there's no snow at the moment. I said, "I know it's meant to snow, but you're meant to be open." "Oh yeah, it's too cold. We're off." It's like, what about all those people coming from after work to pick up their books? I've just got Nina Cherry's book.
Oh yeah, is it good?
I've only started the first chapter. It's really well written. I mean, and it's not ghosted. It's her. It's so far so good, really.
Yeah, she's brilliant. I love her.
She is. I saw her. I saw her in Leeds a few years ago. She was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Hang on. Is that a work message? Oh, here we go.
I'm going to turn this lights out.
I think I pulled a muscle.
If I had a bald head, I'd have a shine off that bloody light.
I don't know how I did it, but I kind of pulled a muscle, I think, just sort of underneath my shoulder blades. It must have twisted funny or something. And these things, honestly, as you get older, take forever.
I can wait. I can get out of bed and I've done something in the middle of the night and twisted. I had a muscle on my back or my lower back. My lower back's where most of my problems are.
That's where mine generally are, but this one's sort of much higher
further
up
here.
Yeah. And if I sit still, I'm okay. As soon as I sort of move, it's off. Because I'm dosed up on codeine and.
What I tend to do is try and work through. Well, not work through, but just take it easy for a couple of days. And if it's not getting better, then I usually take ibuprofen. Now, ibuprofen doesn't always agree with everybody, and I find I have to wean myself off them. So I'll take them for 3 or 4 days, take the prescribed dose, and then start to reduce it. And if it's not sorted by then, I'm up the dose again.
What I found works for me, I've got a herniated disc in my lower back. Right. And they offered me surgery, but it was like the percentages were just ridiculous. It was like there's a 98% chance we'll make it worse. Yeah. I'm like,
I had that with my eye actually.
Yeah, I can't. I'll live with it. So the doctor said, look, if it goes, because what happens is if it gets squished or what have you, my back goes into spasm. And then and it's doing that to protect the damaged area.
Exactly.
Which is incredibly painful. You can't move. So he said, what you got to do is you've got to break the cycle of pain. And so he said, you take 2 cocodamols at, so say 8 o'clock in the morning, and then 2 hours later you take a couple of ibuprofen, and then 2 hours after that you take another couple of cocodamols, and then you alternate. So the cocodamol which is codeine and paracetamol, helps with the pain. The ibuprofen helps with the swelling. Yes, the anti-inflammatories. So you're kind of doing pain and anti-inflammatory, and I'm like, can I do that? He said, no, it's absolutely fine because neither one of those things contain anything that the other one does. So you're just spacing. You're taking it every 4 hours like it says it should on the packet, but you're alternating. And I found that works really well also with when I've had a toothache, doing that as well. That really helps. So that's always been, that's kind of my pain regime, and it seems to be working at the moment. It's a lot better than it was, but it's still not perfect. But I think I'm due some codeine soon.
Have you seen Dope Sick?
Yes, I have.
I think it's incredible piece of work. I mean, we know it's a true story. For those that don't know, it's on Netflix.
It's brilliant.
True story about opiates and about the Sackler family.
Yeah, what was the drug? OxyContin. Yeah. But it's brilliant just for Michael Keaton because he's
isn't he superb?
Incredible.
Absolutely. I know he's an exec producer, and he's good, but he's got such a great role, and he's just brilliant. I think the phone book. I was in tears when. Well, we shouldn't say when. Because people might not have watched it. So when something happened, I was in tears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there was another drama not long after that was on Netflix about the same thing, but a completely different production, which I never watched. I thought, well, I know what happens.
Yeah, you've seen it. Yeah. I wouldn't mind reading the book at some point.
Yeah, it's very good.
You know, because I read the Theranos book that came out. John Carreyrou's book about Theranos and about Elizabeth Holmes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the blood thing, and that read like a like a thriller. It was incredible.
Yeah.
No. Dog sick.
Right, I need to go and have a work call with my colleague. And I also need to make a coffee. I got a message today. My coffee machine
Will you stop fucking talking about coffee?
Sorry.
Is he off coffee? Good man.
My hot beverage machine.
Yeah.
Coffee's not good for you. You shouldn't drink coffee. I haven't had coffee for.
That's why I don't.
Years.
Everything in moderation. Everything in moderation.
Actually, all the caffeine in that.
I know. But I've got it's one that's got a lever on. So you lift the lever up and you put the pod in and you close it down, and it started to give out short measures. And then it was do this thing with the arm as it was pumping the hot beverage into the hot beverage container. The arm would start going like this and then eventually ping up. So luckily it was under warranty. So I had it sent in and they said 5 working days. They picked it up last Saturday. And this morning I woke up and Jackie's brought me a cup of instant hot warm beverage, which... yeah. And I said, oh, this is crazy. They're supposed to have it back within 5 working days. And I got a message about an hour ago saying, your package is about to be collected, and then hopefully it's be back tomorrow. And I can start drinking my brown hot warm beverage. Jason,
get Jervis says coffee is great. I agree with you, Jason. Coffee is great, but it's no good for you. I stopped drinking coffee 12 or 13 years ago, mainly because I had irritable bowel syndrome, which really.
Well, see, I've got IBS, and maybe.
Actually, it does make it a lot worse.
Well, yeah. I've had a relatively until just before Christmas. I'd had a really long stretch of no problems at all, and then just before Christmas it started up again.
I know if I've had, because I always have our treat if we go out, Jen and I go out, is a decaf mocha, so that blend of coffee and chocolate. Yeah, but it has to be decaf, and I know when they've put the real stuff in, because 20 minutes later I start with the sort of growly feeling in my stomach and last a few hours. Yeah, so I'm clearly very sensitive to it, But I mean, I get caffeine. I have caffeine. The
thing is, I was brought up on coffee because it's a big thing in Italy, and my nonna for breakfast would make this thing called caffè latte, which it's not a latte. It's a cereal bowl with.
Great, actually.
Yeah, with a milky coffee inside of it, but a cereal bowl full of milky coffee, and then you get some fresh bread, fresh crusty loaf, and you break it into chunks, and you just put it into the coffee, and then you just eat the bread, and then you drink the rest of the coffee, whatever's left of it, if it hasn't been soaked up by the bread, and that's it. That was an Italian breakfast. So from like this tall, that's what I was kind of brought up, and it was lovely. Because it's milky, it was warm, it was milky, but it had the coffee in it, and it had the crusty bread, which was lovely because it just came out from the bakery, and Anyway, I'm going to shoot off because I'm going to make myself a warm, hot brown beverage. Sorry, and if you're still on when this call's finished, I might pop out.
Okay.
If you're lucky.
See you later, Messi.
See you later.
Jim's just saying that mocha is part caffeine.
Well, chocolate's got caffeine.
Yeah, I suppose it is. You can't hear me? What a git.
Huh?
I mean, I have my coffee filter on.
See what you did there. See you later.
Is it decaffeinated?
See you later, Prepared.
We can talk about tea then.
Yeah, there you go.
Ah,
I always, for years, I've always drunk tea, which obviously has plenty of caffeine in. But then, for the last 3 years, James got me onto what I call twig teas. So these sort of blended. I don't like spearmint tea or any of them sort of things, but green tea, blends of these sort of twig teas.
yeah, but the
quite
caffeine
nice.
in tea is much lower and
Yeah, I thought so.
slightly different.
But when I was at the uni, I'd be drinking probably 8 cups of tea in a day. So I was getting quite a lot of caffeine in those days.
Yeah. Yeah, this is why I'm just off the teas as well now.
I mean, it certainly helps to lower your caffeine intake.
Yeah.
I mean, I notice because I don't really drink alcohol that often. If I go for a curry, I'll have a beer, but it's infrequent really. And if I go out for a night out, I drink Diet Coke. Well, I know there's masses of caffeine in Diet Coke.
Yeah.
And I certainly feel it sometimes. I don't really have more than, it would be 2 pints in the whole evening, really, which is quite a lot, isn't it?
Well, I'm just glad that the headaches are easing up now.
Because caffeine headaches, yeah.
Oh Jesus, you wouldn't believe.
I'm assuming it is caffeine that's causing the headaches, Kent, and not other stuff that's going
it's
on.
almost tied in.
Yeah, probably.
Tied in, yeah.
Stopping because what I was going to do is I'll wind it down, and just to have one in the morning.
Yeah.
And it ended up being but I'll have one in the morning. I'll have one at 6 in the evening. That can't hurt. Then maybe if I have one about 3 as well, that'd be all right.
Yeah.
Have one at 9. And the next thing I know, I'm going, hang on a minute, I'm on a bloody coffee again.
Yeah.
So I've gone, stop. Just stop. Put all the coffee away.
Yeah.
There is now this gold blend decaf jar sitting on the side.
Pour it away. Hey, it's gold blend is Nescafe, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nestle products.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. But I know for a fact that in the cupboard there's 2 massive tubs of gold blend, full nut stiffy. The big cans,
Yeah.
But they'll just have to stay there.
Yeah, Fiona's just trying to mess with you, that's all.
Yeah.
It's like I had the electrician come round before Christmas, and he said, I said, do you want a tea or a coffee? And he went, can I have a coffee? I went, yeah, I think we've got some somewhere. And I found some instant. Actually, I said, I can't serve you this. He said, oh, I've got a jar in the car, in my van. I'll go and get me. If you make it. I said, yeah, I'll make it for you. But I said, I can't serve you this because it had gone hard. It was horrible.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, it's a shame we have those 2 massive. Well, they're sealed, so it'd be all right, I suppose, for a while. But I might have a copy as a treat, but it won't be for a while yet.
I have started buying the gold caffeine-free Coke. Do you get that, Justin, over there?
We do, not in as big quantities as this stuff.
Yeah,
the regular stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either that or I
have to
gloss over
search.
it and go straight for this.
I have to search for it. So I have to go to the supermarket.
Yeah.
But,
What can I say? I'm a Coke head.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, the thing is, you've got to be careful with the fizzy drink as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I try not to have a fizzy drinks every day. I mean, I could quite easily just,
Well, Dom lived off it, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. So I try and have one every 2 or 3 days, something like that. So regulate that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, now we're talking about sweeteners. Yeah, well, I have sweeteners as well. So and I know that sweeteners aren't good. Nothing's good for you, though, is it? Let's face it.
Well, no, nothing's good
no.
for you at all. think our bodies are designed to live on air and water.
Green Coke uses natural sweeteners. I don't think I've seen the green Coke.
I don't
We
think
can
I'll
account for
try
that.
it if it's green.
Yeah, if it's green, it'll be if it's
Question
green.
mark appears over the statement natural.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it says green, so it's going to be more expensive, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If stuff isn't already expensive as it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Natural sweeteners, I mean, we're talking what? Lemons, limes, well, not lemons,
Probably,
oranges,
yeah.
stuff like that. But
Fructose,
fructose,
natural sweeteners. Yeah.
I don't know.
Or in addition to caffeine, that Rev 2 Profit 5s can give you a headache too.
Yeah.
Actually, Duke 6 is pretty good at it.
Mm.
Actually, all of them are. You know? All shit.
I think the worst one would be the 8 voice.
Do you know I still haven't been paid for those 2 8 voices yet?
Really?
Mate, they need.
I mean, how long have you been waiting?
Oh, I got them done round about my birthday, didn't I?
Really?
Yeah, that was
About 4 or 5 weeks
a
ago.
month ago. Yeah. 4 or 5
Yeah.
weeks
Well,
ago.
you get Fiona to send him one of her reminders.
One of her heartfelt emails.
Yeah,
Yes.
like pay as you bastards.
I complimented her. Was it once? I think back in November or something like that. I complimented her on. I said, I read that email you sent. It's amazing how you could make text sarcastic. It sounded. This email just sounded so sarcastic. It really did. But black paid anyway. And then a guy going on at me. He must have phoned me about 4 times. He phoned me New Year's Eve.
Oh, hey, come on.
Yeah, to ask if his Jupiter 6 was done. And I said, well, look, I'll be honest with you, I can't fucking remember. I said, call me back in a few days and I'll check. I'll pull it out and check it and see if I have done it or not. He phones New Year's Day. I said, no, I haven't checked it yet because I'm still on holiday. Fuck off. And he called on, was it the Tuesday? And I said, yeah, I said, I actually pulled it out this morning. I tested it. Yeah, it is done. Oh, great. Can I come collect it? Yeah, that's normally the next step. Yeah, go for it. Fucking hell, you know?
Yeah.
It's still in the hole.
Of course it is.
Yeah? Not to change, still in the fucking hole. I've got a mind to go up there and pinch the filter out of it for this one. Because it looks like the filter I see on the voice is gone. But that's going to be fun finding one of them. Is it an IR 903? I think it is. Something like that. I can't remember now. IR 3109. That's the one. Oh, I think I've got a couple of Jupiter 8 voice boards knocking around. They've got the same filter on them. In fact, everything is the same. Which amazes me why the Jupiter 6 sound different from
the 8.
The 8. Same filters, same VCOs, same op amps, everything. It's bizarre. Except obviously the Jupiter 6 has the DBX noise reduction, which I still find weird. I think you just design a synth that runs quietly anyway. Why fix noise reduction?
Yeah.
Is Jim having a rant? What's Jim ranting about?
Oh?
Jim's having a rant. We like a rant.
What's he ranting about?
I don't know. Fruit juice is bad for you. Yeah, it's the sugar, isn't it, in fruit juice? I mean, I suppose natural sugars are okay to a point, but it's all the added sugar that they put in fruit juice, isn't it? Concentrated fruit juice.
Oh, some of them are like literally, sort of like just sugar.
Yeah.
With the picture of a fruit on the front of it.
Mm.
Some of them are ridiculous. We've got a pot of the Dundee marmalade. Dundee, I didn't think was widely known for its orange growth.
I've been to Dundee once. Never again.
Oh no.
It's a bit. I'm sorry if any of our friends live in Dundee, but it's a dump.
Yeah,
It's Dundee.
Dundee, I think it's affectionately called the U-Bend of the North.
Yeah, it was. I didn't have a good time in Dundee, I'll be honest.
We had a guy on SOR last night from around that way.
From Dundee.
Yeah. Lovely. It's got a lovely setup. You right, little girl?
Dumpty. Says Bert. Yeah, he's right. Dumpty, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think he came in because of the joke I'd made about Dundee. What was it? That's it. Female pheromones is identical to baboon pheromones. That's the last time I wear a blindfold at a sex party. They told me it was a girl from Dundee.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Oh dear. But it's like in that video clip that Matt put up. All I said was...
Is that on Facebook? Because I'm not...
Yeah, that was the... which one was that?
Are these the clips from the pub?
This was the
the ones that might have been...
Yeah. That one.
I've only seen one of them.
Oh.
I need to go... Is it on his channel? On Matt's channel?
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay. I think I've subscribed.
Yeah.
I did too. I saw a few of them. I still think the most memorable one is, oh, Jim, I bought your album. It's utterly crap. Alternate word for crap.
Yeah.
Because, I don't...
It's the timing as well.
Yeah, the timing and
Beautiful timing.
His delivery too. But...
Yeah. I miss loads of stuff on Facebook because I don't go there that often. I either go and watch. Occasionally, I'll see stuff about PSN, and then I'm only on there if I'm actually, spamming something that Sinners Music is doing, because that's all I use it for. Sorry, everybody.
So you didn't see my EP?
No,
Kent did.
But,
Yeah.
No, and I need to listen to it.
I appreciate that though.
But I'll tell you what I will do is I will play it on the next Audiophile radio show on February. It'll be February.
Yeah, let me know
So
what you
play
think
some
of
of
it.
it.
What was it at? Was it $7?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. $7?
Yeah.
No, I know how much work goes into this. Fuck this, 25 quid, mate.
You basically bought my vest top. That's it.
Yeah.
So
Appreciate
it. Sorted.
There's some Hydra on it. There's some ADV4 on it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Like the last track has got like little hints of ADV4 on it.
Nice.
It's like I could do that on the Hydra, but it's not the same sound.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's the nuances that count. Yeah. So right, so I've got a problem with 5 that I need to get some RAM for, so I have to order that tonight. I need a filter IC for the equipment filter. I have to order that tonight. Christ knows when that will turn up. Jupiter's 8. I'm waiting for the MIDI kit to come back from Kenton. John said he's going to drop it off when it's done. Whenever that's done. I really don't want to sand the mini rig case down. It's fucking cold outside.
God,
Yep.
aye.
Been there.
Oh yeah, there was that OB8, but I haven't found it.
It's up in the attic somewhere.
Yeah. No, it won't be in the attic. We've been there.
A couple of days ago, he says, "Oh, how's my OB8 going?" I'm going, "OB8? Oh, fucking OB8."
Oh.
I go, "Oh, yeah, 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 it's all right. I think I'm waiting for some parts on it." So I had a look round. I can't find an OB8. It must be around here somewhere.
It's not in the loo then.
No. All that's in the loo is Ty's OB12
Okay. The office
Yeah,
then.
Yeah.
with a couple of bits missing off it because we put it onto his other OB12.
Well, a Viscount OB12 or a Gibson OB12.
This is the Viscount.
Yeah, Viscount.
Yeah. It's interesting. I think it has 3 expression pedal sockets on the back. Or is it 2? I can't remember. It's a few, quite a few.
Yeah.
I've seen on most things anyway.
Oh, yeah, gosh. I mean,
But,
what does the Hydra have on it, 2?
2.
No,
the Hydra's got...
Hydra's got the 1.
Yeah, it's got the 1.
Just got the 1 expression, 1 sustain.
Well, I'm thinking the M8X has 2.
Yes.
Yeah, M8X has 2.
Yeah, the M8X has 2. So does the... Does the Seaboard have 2? No, I don't think it does. Well, with that keyboard, it bleeding doesn't need it, does it?
My Motif XS had 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I missed that keyboard.
No, I remember thinking, oh, that's quite a lot of expression pedals. So it must be 3 on the 12. Andy will know, won't he?
Oh, yeah.
I think Tom will know. Oh, he might not, because I don't know whether he uses expression pedals or not. Don't see his feet moving around very much.
Yeah.
Where I've made it
A thing.
yeah.
I only use if I'm playing keyboards live, then I would use an expression pedal.
Yeah.
Mainly for organs, to be fair.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
That's what I use them for.
Yeah, I just I like 1 for volume and then 1 to assign to whatever. If I can have 2. But if I can only have 1, then volume is fine for me. So I can just control what's going
I've got a really old Roland sustain pedal that goes with my expression pedal that I use is the stupidly expensive Korg one.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Yeah. But because I'm using a Korg
anything like
keyboard.
the expensive Yamaha optical one.
Oh, I remember that. It's not quite that, but it's bad enough. It's like 50, 60 quid or something like that for it, but it's basically a plastic expression pedal.
Yeah.
Those ones that are,
about 350 quid.
yeah, those ones that are the M Audio ones, which I bought 2 on your recommendation. They're great.
Yeah, they're lovely.
Absolutely great. Yeah.
Yeah,
But this Roland sustain pedal, it's really heavy, but it's got its own little folding mat. It's got a little rubber mat that goes underneath it, so it folds out. It's absolutely brilliant.
I've got
So
a chroma, the Rhodes chroma pedals. It's a big long plate with a rubber mat on it,
Yeah.
and then the 3 brass like piano pedals. And it plays in the back of the Rhodes chroma.
Yeah.
I've got one of them knocking around. So I think it's out in the garage. But it's got this weird plug system on it. It's like, I could put normal plugs in and then, but it's trying to find out which pedal's what. And I mean, there's, synths don't need a softener pedal, do they?
I had an M Audio one that lasted... I had an M Audio one that lasted like 3 months. And then the little plastic piece underneath the pedal broke off that, pulls a little string on the pot. Yeah. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do that again.
No, because I think it's the FH7.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. I don't know. But no, I've had no problems with the M Audio ones. But I must admit they are these later ones.
Yeah, they're not massively well built, are they? Because they are plastic, but for the price, that's why I bought two. Because I thought if I break one, Having said that, I can't find them because I've been able to find them since we moved.
I have
these Yamaha ones that these optical ones because they run on 15 volt.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so they run on 15 volt, and then it has a bulb, like little light bulb and a photoreceptor. And as you lift the pedal up, more light hits the photoreceptor type of thing. Then if you plug them into the sustain accidentally, because it's right next to the expression pedal socket on the back of an 80, you plug it into the sustain, turn the 80 on, and go bang! It burns all the track off the back of the PRA board. It's like, hey, I killed my 80.
I used to have it must have been from the 80s, this, maybe early 90s, but John Orbiscue's, a JHS expression pedal that was stereo.
Right.
And I don't know what the hell happened to it. Yeah. I know it kept sort of breaking and I kept fixing it, but I can't understand why it was stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds weird.
Yeah, it was, but it was pretty old, and I would have got it second hand.
Weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Stereo, or does it have a TRS?
Because Jim
cable?
Glue. Jim, there you are. Jim's an oracle because he was volume as well. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Good one, Jim.
Oh, hello. Here comes Fiona. That can't be good.
Brought you some tea. Brought you some coffee. Sorry.
You going to save up for the rest of the dress? That's just a. Why is that bit? Why is that bit missing?
You noticed that he flinched there. Ken had to actually flinch there.
Yes.
Yeah. It's spouse. This is what's called spousal abuse, I think.
I've got more cloths than I know what to do with now.
What's this heavy thing?
You leave that heavy thing where it is. Wherever the fucking it is. It's all right, Siri. She's panicking. What's up, darling?
What's that heavy thing? That's called a dog.
Yeah.
Huh? Are you now? Yeah. Where are you going?
Get you Angel Delight.
Oh, cool.
And
right.
beef stock cubes for tonight.
Get
You're gonna eat beef
chocolate and
cubes.
strawberry.
You'll get what you give, alright?
Yes, mother.
And I've decided how I'm gonna have my hair cut this evening.
You haven't.
Yep.
We're
gonna look like twins.
That's a thought, isn't it?
Except for I'm not having the bit at the top in the middle taken off.
Yeah.
No, I'm not having that bit.
You're not having your hair cut short, are you?
Yeah.
You look like a lesbian when you have it.
Precisely.
That's the point.
Ken, tell Fiona I like women with short hair.
Hey,
Well, there you go.
Hey,
Hey.
you're in there, girl.
And it'll look nice onto my top hat.
And he's ordering a skip next week, so you're in luck.
Matt,
Did she slam
save
the
this
door
one.
there?
There's another
we have
clip
such
from Matt's
a
channel.
unique and wonderful relationship, us two. Mate.
Yeah, one of us will have to send this to Matt
Yeah.
so that he can clip it out.
Oh, the moon's out. Not used to not having any cloud in the sky. It's weird. It was nice seeing the sun as well. Don't think I've seen that for about 3 weeks.
Oh, but we've had quite a bit of sun, but just it's not
down here.
It's not down there. Well, you're on outskirts of London, doesn't it? It's never sun doesn't shine in London.
It's dark.
No, the sun always shines on TV.
That's true.
No.
And if anybody gets that reference, gold star.
Yeah.
But the cloud wasn't moving.
Just sitting there.
Just like sitting there. Yeah.
Sit there for 2 or 3 days, and then it'll blow away, but it's just more cloud came in behind it.
Yeah.
It just went on like that for about 3 weeks. It's quite impressive actually, especially when you got 10 of the lights on it.
Bert wants a workshop tour, Ken. I mean, I've seen your workshop. It's impressive, but it's not that big.
It's tiny, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's about the size of this place.
We can't do camera reverse on this, can we? I don't think I can select the other camera.
You have to go into your settings.
That sounds
and
like
once
trouble.
you go into settings, go to
camera. I can mirror it. Do that. Ooh.
Well, you should be able to select the camera because there should be a drop-down menu. Yes.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, back camera. Ah.
Well, there you are.
Yeah, smart cookie. Okay. Right.
I've been doing StreamYard for a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, workshop tour. Let's have a look. See what we got here. We have a selection of shit. Junk. We have a MIDI controller keyboard for testing MIDI kits.
Native instruments.
Mark II. Yeah, Mark II complete control.
CD rack. I've got one of them in the garage.
Trains nothing but
one over to my right.
Down transformers, ICs, the toolbox from hell. Dun, dun, dun. What we got? And then we just got stuff. Hang on, let's turn the light. Might help. There we go. All right. What else we got? Turn this up a minute. It's dark. There we go. All right. Yeah. So various tins and things containing all sorts of shite and stuff, basically. Henry the Hoover, yay! More stuff. Mig
the Alpha Juno, yeah.
Porta power kit. Just more shite everywhere. Selection of ICs and bits and bobs. The crankshaft from a 1967 Triumph Herald that used to be my dad's. What else we got? Oh, the portable toolkit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got some
looks like a mini
outstanding work there, although none of these keyboards are out. And just more spares and parts.
But no OB8 then.
No, yeah. Anybody scream out if you see an OB8.
If you see it, it's there. Yeah.
Yeah, various tools for doing woodworking and what have you. Spare parts.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
More stock. Electronic stock. Sonic cleaner. Dead Mini. All the cans with all the paints and different stuff. That's pretty it. Not much. The dreaded roll of Tolex, obviously. An impatient animal.
Oh yeah.
Aww.
Oh bless her.
Come on, sweetie. I don't know why you went out because Mum went out, didn't you? Lily doesn't come in because she walks on power supplies when they're turned on. She's got no bloody idea. Twat dog. She's going to end up killing herself. Look, I'm happy. I'm such a happy dog. Oh,
aww.
Daddy, I love you. Oh. Come on, show off your collar. Show off your nice ProSynth Network collar.
Yeah, we gotta see.
That means you're not sitting there anytime soon then.
Oh dear. Oh, right. So, yeah. So basically, I'm going to have to order. Hell, that was my chin, woman. The camera over. What? Oh, straight in the front. Wake up! I had my mouth open. You got me. You sneaky monkey. You got me. Didn't you? Didn't you? You're good girl.
She's like, yep.
I don't know. Yeah, on a better day, I can have a look in the major storeroom. We'll have to do one round the garage one day. That, honest to God, it's like.
And the attic. The attic is just unbelievable.
Yeah, the stuff that's in there is just. It's like that Malta Monica is round the side here now, out in the weather. We have to give up on that one altogether. Which is a shame.
No, Roz, I've not seen Robert Wyatt's extensive collection of adjustable wrenches. Robert Wyatt used to live quite near me when I was in Yorkshire.
Yeah?
He lived over towards Hull, I think.
He lived near the Dip.
Where's the Dip?
I don't know, apparently there's a place in Yorkshire called the Dip.
I thought it was out towards... I remember he did local TV once. I'm sure it was somewhere near out towards Beverley way, that way.
Yeah, it's a bit of information that only I, and probably the only person on this planet, can give this information. But I know for a fact that we'll have a look out here. See, out in the garden here.
E2.
That emulator 2s do not weather very well.
Oh.
Yeah.
And nor do people the 6s. Or what's that? Oh, it's a two
OBA?
JP4s. Two JP4s. No joke. No.
Oh, don't leave the JP4s out there.
Oh yeah, no,
They're beyond help.
oh god, they were so beyond. Yeah, beyond. It's like, you know, where you have beyond economical repair.
Yeah, I remember that certain
They
phrase.
can't even see that. They're so far away from that.
All right.
Oh, I don't know. Where am I going to find a filter? I know it's going to have to be. It's going to have to be an eBay sale. I'll be buying it from some godforsaken corner of the planet. I don't know how long it will take to get here. Freaking hell. Where's that? Oh, I just had a thought. There is a
Apparently, Robert Wyatt lives in Lincolnshire, according to this, if this is true.
I believe there is a flight case in that shed out there.
As you said, you could put in a mini PC running Mercury 6.
Yeah, you might know this.
Yeah, but it's not the same.
Oh, come put this over here then. Now, there might be a filter knocking around. But... Right, hang on a minute. I'm going to have a look into check quick and see if that is an OVA in that flight case.
Anyway. Oh, this is riveting. Okay. Let's check here. So my CD rack is
It's an OBX.
right over there. Oh, it's an OBX?
Yeah, it's an OBX, not an OB8. Which begs the question, which fucking OBX is that?
Yeah, really.
Yeah. No idea. No idea. I have to get Fiona to go through the booking forms again, so she can find out what's what. I don't see any OB8 in there. Unless it is an OBX and he
Yeah, he's named it
forgot
correctly.
to tell you,
yeah, awesome.
That could be.
Mind you, it's a big difference. That's $3,000's worth, actually.
Yeah.
Really? While I was out there, why didn't you come in with me? Melon. Well, it kind of leaves me with very little to get on with then. I should tidy up this workshop, but I haven't got a spare couple of months.
Yeah.
We've got here. Oh. Magnetic strips for GS1s. Selena brass. Yeah, okay. Frogs. CS80 from Fifth. More frogs.
More frogs. Really?
Really.
There's a lot of Casio MT60s.
This is all Steve Piccaro's old library.
Oh, wow. Should message him and say, hey, I got your old...
Yeah. And I don't know where your PS1 is.
Yeah, really. Well, doesn't Mark Knopfler have it now?
Yeah, Mark has it now.
Yeah.
Loves it.
Yeah.
Absolutely loves it. Well, more to the point, doesn't have to use the magnetic strips, so he's really, really pleased with it. Yeah, it's another one of those Yamaha ideas where it's a really brilliant idea, but when
when it works.
goes, you're on your own. Mind you, it's like that with a lot of this stuff, to be honest.
I heard somewhere, can't remember where, recently, that modern stuff that's coming out now will not have the longevity that we're seeing.
Oh God, no.
You know.
Yeah, no.
So we can't expect it to last 30 years.
I mean, look at Korg's output using the Raspberry Pis. How long are those going to last?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I don't think they are.
No.
I mean, they're
But
great
I think
instruments.
The idea is now that, you know, longevity isn't wanted.
Well, it's certainly not from a manufacturer's point of view, because they want to sell you more synths. But it's not just synths, is it? It's everything. It's cars, everything. There's an element of that.
Yeah. And of course, then you got this whole right to repair thing.
Yes, yeah. Well, isn't that why Meccano went bust? Because Meccano, the company, went bust because it was indestructible, really. You know, it's just bits of metal and nuts and bolts.
Yeah.
And they could only sell so much of it.
Yeah.
You could argue that they maybe should have tried to diversify, you know.
Well, that would have been a good idea, because like one of those, I can't remember which stand-up comedian was talking about it. He was talking about Meccano, and he said I started to lose interest in it. He says when I was trying to make the Ferrari that was in the catalogue, and using the wheels from a 1930s gun carriage.
yeah.
But I don't know.
I don't think you'll regret buying the L6, Jim. I don't. I think it's great. Record your EMOMs, mate. Turn them into albums.
Yeah, that's a bit cute, actually. I don't know now. The Andromeda A6 is done. There's another Jupiter 6 in there. I don't know who's that one is either. But because it's in the shed and it's facing the wall, it means it's done.
Oh, is that the secret? Oh, it's facing the wall.
If it's facing the wall, it's done. Yeah.
Oh, right. That's all right then.
Because you don't want to knock any knobs off the front of it, moving another keyboard.
Yeah. You could use something like blue chalk and put a tick on it underneath it.
Yeah, I could, I suppose. Because we used to use the stickers, but of course.
I used to use little tags, little labels. Yeah.
No. With the labels, we had problems with that.
Oh no, we used to use tie labels, so we tie it around the cable. Because we were dealing mainly with amps and cassette players and all that sort of stuff. So or we stick it in the box, put the little label in the box.
Going and leaving that with, because we did that with because you get a lot of keyboards turn up and they've got AEC, so they've got no cables. And we tried tying them around, like slider caps. That was a bad move, very bad. Because there'd be no label and a missing slider cap. Yeah,
but sticky labels are a nightmare. I found that out because we put a sticky numbered label on every box and everything that when we moved, right? I can't get some of them off. I need to get some bloody that label remover stuff because it's not like they were all they were on for 3 months, but even so.
Yeah, and you can't really keep the label on them when like if it's a mini moog and you just done all the woodwork. You've re-lacquered all the front panel and everything. It looks like it's just come out of the factory. You can't really stick a fucking label on.
No.
Yeah, no.
Because it leaves a mark. So that's always been the problem with the restored stuff. So I think what I will do though is I'm going to get that PS3200 down here for tomorrow. Because I found a replacement pot for it. And I was so lucky to find that. Because the pots are not only a weird value, they've got that the centre shaft pulls out and pushes in, flicks in and out. Rare as rocking. Because the PS31, 3100 and the 3300 don't have them. Only the 3200 has the clicky ones. For the memories. And I suppose they're not using full size on this new 3300. I suppose it's going to be slightly smaller and slightly lighter than the original 31. 33. I think it's the same size. Because the 3300 needs 2 people to carry it.
Yeah, that's... Yeah,
it's not massively heavy, it's just fucking awkward.
It's big.
Yeah. And where the tops of the case are, where the handles are, you can't actually bend your arms there. Your arm doesn't bend there, so you can't really. It's sort of like this. You go, no, put it down.
Well, that was the thing when I had my RD1000. Weighed like 95 pounds, but I could pick it up, no problem.
Yeah.
But it was just awkward to carry, like the size of it. Like, unlike the M8X, where you have that curved, back, along the top of it where I can rest my palm.
Yeah.
And there's enough room for me to, get my hands underneath it and really kind of grab a hold of it.
Yeah, exactly.
The Roland didn't have that.
No.
No.
No, I used to find my Yamaha ES7.
Oh, yeah.
That was a weight. I'm not quite sure why it weighed that much.
Gosh, yeah. It could be the key bed assembly was pretty hefty. In addition to the metal, like all that metal.
Yeah, I mean, the key bed wasn't, that substantial. There was nothing really special.
Maybe not, but I think maybe it was enough.
Yeah, I think because it was 70 over.
Yeah, it was a 76er, right?
Yeah, and like I say, it had that aluminium top and steel base. So I suppose adds up. Yeah, big old lump.
Oh yeah.
I used to tow with my Poly 6 in an aluminium flight case.
Oh gosh.
Exactly. Oh, honestly, it was
Poly
so
6
heavy.
is heavy enough.
Yeah, exactly. And when I bought it from a music shop in centre of York. Didn't have a car at the time, so I literally walked home with it.
Yeah.
And it was, I kept stopping every few yards just to rest my arm and change hands,
Yeah, bit of a lump.
Oh, God, and some, yeah.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I've got my total gym in the other room, is so that I can still, in addition to the cardio that I love doing anyway, just to keep, a good level of strength training so that I can, move equipment and stuff.
Yeah.
And do it safely, without, hurting anything, or worse myself.
Yeah. I was actually surprised at how heavy that Polygroup 12 is.
Oh gosh, yeah. That's a beast.
Yeah.
That's quite a lump.
In fact, I turned the band down. They wanted me to play keyboards and they wanted me to use the Kronos. I'm not going around with a Kronos. I can just about get it in the car, in a flight case. I have a flight case for it, but it's a light crap Korg flight case, which is 300 quid and is already broken.
But look on the bright side, it wasn't in a weight.
Is it a 61?
73.
So it's got the weighted,
yeah,
weighted action. That's gonna add weight to that.
Yeah, exactly. But I went, nah, I'm not doing that.
I would have liked one if they'd have done a 73 but non-weighted.
Do you know? I wish I bought the 64 non-weighted.
61, yeah.
61 non-weighted because I've said before, we've had this conversation, haven't we, Justin? I don't like the action.
I hate the RH3. I'm sorry. It's
I get used to it when I play it. I do get used to it, but it's not fun to play.
No. I find it heavier than even the GHS action that's on my CK88.
Well, the daft thing is, their hammer piano action, the Korg.
Yeah, that's the RH3.
Is that the same one? No, it was is it the? I can't remember what the model number was now, but we used to sell them, and that felt better. Felt better. They weren't expensive. They were only like 300 quid, 400 quid, something like that.
So that's probably like an LS action or something.
Yeah, it wasn't. Let me look it up because it was first of all B1 and B2.
Yeah, I don't think that would have been. I don't think that would have been RH3.
Yeah,
but it was like when I used to restore loads and loads of Mark 1 Fender Rhodes.
Yeah.
And they're a lump and all that, but I love restoring them, retolexing and stuff like that. And then somebody brought in a Mark II, and I had a go on it.
Is that the one with the really heavy action? Really heavy action? Because I played one in the studio once.
Well, it was supposed to be a lighter action. It was supposed to make the machine lighter because it was condensed polystyrene keys.
Yeah.
That's very, very robust plastic. But the action was just so horrible.
Yeah.
It's been horrible to play it.
I remember recording this EP with this band and having to play this bloody thing, and it was just appalling. I couldn't play fast on it at all. It was, the action was so horrible.
Yeah, I found that with the Osmos.
I only spent 10 minutes on it at Gearfest this last year, and I thought the action was okay. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I didn't want one.
Did you go into chord territory at all?
No, I didn't. I just played
you go
it.
into chord territory, and it's like, oh, Christ.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is where you realise that you don't hit keys dead on straight. Which you have to do on the Osmos, otherwise you get the bend.
Yeah.
So it sounds like it's out of tune when you play it. It's like,
Yeah.
It was just driving.
I mean, you can do that on an instrument, but if you take quantize off, it's exactly what happens there.
Yeah.
Where somebody suggested to me, go, oh yeah, but you can turn down that wiggle. And then what's the fucking point?
What's the point? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, so that went.
I mean, I liked it better than I thought I would, but I wouldn't. You know, if I was buying an MPE controller, I'd still buy an instrument. If I'm honest,
Mind you,
I tried one. The bass player in one of the bands I'm in actually plays an iPad with a lot of like the slam instruments.
Yeah. That's exactly what I do.
From an instrument.
Yeah.
You have to get used to how small the pads are.
Yep, you do.
Yeah.
It takes a while, actually. Like anything, really, it takes a while. You know, I don't think it's very. I mean, I'm no good. I mean, I've seen people play like a normal piano with proper chords and that. I don't play a lot of chords on it. Mm-hmm. I use it as a lead instrument, and it's brilliant for that. So solo, you know, those swarm instruments, the solo saxes and all that sorts of violins. It's brilliant at that. You know?
Yeah. Well, that's just it. If you're not playing chords, you know, if you're doing single line stuff like, you know, a lead or a bass line, even if you maybe get into doing like, you know, dual lines, like, you know.
Oh, yeah. I tend to play something lower down, and so I might have a drone going on.
Yeah.
And then playing a lead line over the top of it. I'm playing partials to some extent, I suppose, but.
But not full on chords.
But not full on chords, no. And I have to, and I learned them. But, you know, I would always, to be fair, I always go back to a proper keyboard for that sort of stuff, because it always seems to sound better, you know.
Well, it's a little bit easier to, you know, it's a little bit easier too.
When after a few weeks of using the Osmos, I went, yeah, I get it, and I see what they're achieving here and everything else. But do you know what? My Roland does it better.
Well, I mean, Rolly's a skill level, isn't it? Because I mean,
yeah, but I've made the investment already.
Yeah, so. Exactly. You have, yeah. I mean, like with the instrument, I have too. You know, I mean, you know.
Yeah.
I couldn't get on with the Rolly when I had it. I had the Rise.
Yeah, that's the easy one to play.
And that's the easy one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I love the synth. The what's it called? Equator. Yeah. Thought it was great. That you know. Although I have to be honest with you, I don't want to take a laptop out and gig, because I'd have to do that if I was going to use Equator. Yeah. You know. Pity they don't do what.
The little blocks are actually easier to play.
I've not done anything. I'm not.
They're very forgiving, but.
Yeah, it's small, isn't it?
If you put two together, yeah, fine. You can do your. Yeah. You've got a nice big keyboard, but your glide doesn't go right the way across because there's a bloody break in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, yeah.
So if they add some addition, so that you could lay on the front of the keyboard, so you put two blocks together and you have.
Yeah.
But then they go, yeah, but we want to sell you a Rise.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Don't want to sell you two cheaper blocks. So, I don't know. But yeah, in terms of longevity, well, when you consider the prices of stuff today, you know, if you want longevity, those prices are going to go up.
Oh yeah, you're going to pay for it.
I can see. I mean, the way that Roger Lynn has built the instrument, I could see, because he can already replace the membrane and he's showing you can buy a separate. There's a I don't know if it's a better membrane, but there's a slightly different membrane that you can buy. Because Roger did a video on how to actually just dismantle it, and it's pretty straight. Anybody could do it, even me, and I don't like to open up stuff. I think that's got the longevity, if I'm honest. But there's this, there's a software element in there. Wherever you got a software element, there's always,
Yeah, James saying in the chat about the drum log's got a horrible UI. Agree, brother. It is. It's fucking awful.
Oh, the Korg. Yeah.
I know you bought it off me, Kent, so I appreciate that. I only spent 20 minutes on it at the Korg stand at Synthfest that year it came out.
Yeah.
So I don't have a huge amount of experience of it.
You know what? I was liking the sounds. I was liking.
I found it fairly easy to get my head round and mess around with it.
But there was one thing it was doing where I put it into sync, and after a couple of weeks I wanted to take it out of sync because I was wanting to do something else. And could I figure out how to get it out of sync?
That's some of the problems I'm having with the ambient zero is remembering how I'd set the MIDI up so that I could link it to other stuff, and I'm thinking how do I undo this? I
had to look up a YouTube video to find out how to change the bloody patch.
Well, and I have to say, it is a problem. Is that I'll get my head around it, but I'm having to spend some time with it, and I quite like it. I quite like the idea of it. I want to use it for an EMOM.
Yeah.
Or I was looking at possibly using it on this gig on the 1st, but I don't know yet.
Yeah.
I'll get to a week before and I'll think, no, I need to do something that I'm really comfortable with. So the organelle will be definitely included, involved. It always is. But you're right. You've got rid of yours? Are you getting rid of yours? Aren't you? Your ambient zero.
Yeah. No. Let's go for a walk.
Yeah. The menu diary thing is slightly irritating when it's not that intuitive. And I know it's got all the, press this button and you're looking at the little row of, what says underneath, and if you press this button, it's above. Okay, that's fair enough, but it's it's not the most intuitive of user interface, I would say.
Yeah. As much as I love the whole, one control per function type of thing, you do end up with a very, very large piece of equipment.
I'll not get rid of the sledge. Although the software on the sledge and the build quality is poor, I do like the one knob per function of it.
Yeah.
And actually, people say it's really good as a controller.
It's a mini moog, isn't it?
Sorry?
You look at the front panel, it's technically...
It's exactly this. Yeah, it is, exactly.
Yeah.
And people have said it's really good as a controller, as a MIDI controller. I've not really used it as that. Although it is MIDI'd up to the Model D.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's a lovely light keyboard. You can just...
It is. I did gig it twice, and it was scary because I just thought I'm going to break this because it's just a piece of crap plastic.
Yeah.
And because I'm part of the group of sledge users, and quite a lot of people have had problems with it, and Studio Logic have not been very forthcoming. And there's been no update for a very long time.
Well, the base of the sledge.
Yeah.
That's high density polystyrene. That's what those Mark II Fender keys are made from.
Ah, right.
Give you a rough idea of what that was going to produce.
Yeah. So I think it's great in the studio where it's just going to sit there.
Yeah,
but
it's fine.
I wouldn't. Mine
like
I say,
and it was fine up there, no problem. But like you say, if you've got to move that about out in the big wide world.
Oh God, it's just. I was surprised it didn't get, a corner dropped. It'd be a corner, something like that, and because you'll just drop it by accident and it'll just smash.
Or worse, it catches one of those knobs.
Oh yeah. They'll
just come straight off, mate. Not tough. I've had a few sledges here that have lost a knob in the corner. Yeah. Caught on a door frame or something,
I quite like some of their Studio Logic pianos because we used to sell it. They were hard to sell when we had the shop, nobody wanted them because nobody knew them, but they actually played quite nice.
Well, I got the SL.
Yeah, SL was good.
SL what?
88?
88.
Yeah, SL 88.
88, yeah.
Four-part colour display.
Yeah.
What a beautiful act. But, of course, it's sitting in the cupboard because there happens to be a Yamaha NIX there.
Yeah.
Has just as nice a keyboard, but I don't know. I still can't get over the fact that the M8X is available as a plug-in with the Synth.
Yeah.
What, do you mean that this could come out as a VST at some point? You know, a $5,000 plug-in.
Yeah, of course you're gonna have a computer powerful enough to run the thing. Gosh.
Yeah, the Mac Studio doesn't seem to have any trouble with it at all.
Yeah, that's interesting because like, it'll make my i9 12900K, which is like a 16-core processor.
Yeah.
It'll go to like 65-70% on a dual layer patch. Waiting for an update where they could, like, I don't know, take that number down a little bit. That would be nice.
Yeah.
I highly doubt it's going to happen.
Yeah, but they must have been, writing and compiling that software for quite some time.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's as good as it's ever going to get, if you know what I mean. Because Christ knows how long putting that NIX together. Obviously, they were running the software. Well, the software is what's in the Synth, isn't it, essentially?
Yeah, pretty much.
Just a slightly different format system. Oh, at least we think it is. Haven't opened mine up yet. Could open it up and there's a little Raspberry Pi sitting in the corner.
Yeah, for all we know. Could be just some lead weight to add to the...
Yeah, black and charred from overheating.
Yeah.
But, who knows, man. It's madness. I don't know. It's always going to be a trade-off one way or the other.
Pretty much.
If you want longevity, you're going to have to pay for it. If you want synthesizers as cheap as humanly possible, you're going to get fiddly, like plastic little bits and pieces.
Of course, yeah, exactly.
There's no compromise there. I mean, the price of wood these days, anyway.
Well, didn't China buy up lots of woods? They
Yeah, there's this black wood.
Is that the stuff that's not quite real wood?
No.
But,
no.
Oh, it is.
The real wood, but it only grows in one place on the side of a mountain or something, and people have to abseil down to cut the branches.
Oh God!
And they put it into Bentleys as the
right,
trim,
yeah,
dash.
yeah.
It puts about another.
Because it used to be like burr walnut, didn't it? And in those
Yeah.
sort of cars.
So you got this black wood that only grows in one place in this jungle somewhere on the side of a mountain, and you can have this, and it's very thin. Obviously, it's a veneer.
All right, it's just like a veneer, yeah.
And it's just this veneer that goes on, and it's 18 grains. Oh my God! How the other half live?
Exactly.
So I mean, even if you wanted to make a mini mode case, that's going to cost a K. Just a mini mode case now. Whereas back in the day, 45 quid. If that. So you could afford to have synthesizers in nice wooden cases.
Yeah.
Not now.
Yeah.
It's like that. So that 3200 up in the office. I mean, it's made from solid mahogany. Now, it's got a new case. The front panel's been re-silk screened, redone. I've restored the living crap out of it. It's like a brand new. Called 3200. And it's like, yeah, all right. So he wants to put it out for 120k. I don't know if anybody would buy it at that. But...
No. Well, I'm saying no, but there might be some Burke.
Yeah, but it's such
with more money. It's people with more money than sense, though, isn't it? I mean, that's
well, yeah, but I mean, because it's such a piece, it looks like, you know, the Korg just put the last screw in and just run it off the assembly line. You know, it's absolutely it's faultless. So it's the only one on the planet that looks like that. But like I said to him, I said, well, look, you've got the 33 coming out, so
yeah.
And they're talking about that being 10k, and people are like, wow, 10k for that? Yeah, do you want to see how much a real one costs? Although technically, it is a real one.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's made by Korg. Admittedly, the original one, you can't connect a laptop to the back of it.
Well, the one that they had at Synthfest, because I had a word with Luke about it, and it wasn't working. Obviously, it was the prototype or whatever it was, you know. Yeah. But that's the one. I don't know if I don't think it's the same one that they had in at Super Booth, because that one was working.
Or they fixed it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Or somebody broke it. That's the other thing that could have happened, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
But I can't. I honestly, if hand on heart, if somebody said to me, "What kind of sound does the Korg PS 3300 make?" I go, "Fuck if I know."
Yeah. Interesting.
I can't think of any particular sound that's discerning. You know, because there was a lot of people who thought, "Oh, you know, you listen to Equinox and Oxygen, you hear all these great sounds. And 9 times out of 10, it won't be the PS 3300 that did it. It'll be the RMI,
yeah,
or a BCS3, or you know, something else. You know, what the 3300 had going for it, you could play big chords on it.
That's interesting. I've just gone into the Korg dealer portal, put 3300 in, and there isn't. I will say this, chatties, it isn't there. But the first thing that came up was 3300 FS. Now there isn't one there. There's nothing on the dealer portal at all. But obviously somebody at some point has put that in, and it came up before I could finish typing it, and then you click on it and there's nothing there. So, and that's probably what they would call it. If they're going to bring one out, if they bring it out, it'll be an FS, because the 700 was the FS and the
the 2600
FS, wasn't it? So,
which begs the question: are they going to come out with a mini version?
Well, we always said that, but they didn't. They haven't done with the Cogs, the 700 FS.
They haven't done it with the 700.
No. But I genuinely think that the 700 didn't sell as well as they expected it to, because it was limited edition, wasn't it? And I think
limited edition. Price tag was a little high.
Price tag was way too high.
Oh yeah.
I
say that sarcastically when I say a little high.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I said that to him at the time when it came out. Yeah, no, they have all gone now, but they didn't, because before Christmas. Well, I'm saying before Christmas. It's probably September time. They still had stock, and I don't think they expected to have them. And they were doing a dealer deal. When I bought mine, what, a year ago? Yeah. I got it on a good deal. Really. And that's the only reason I bought it, because I could afford to buy it. I still haven't sold the other one, but I could afford to buy it and then sell the other one. And my 700.
Yeah.
You know.
Change their flight path. Yeah.
Yeah, Steve, the Cherry Audio plugin's great. There's also the full bucket one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's free, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
they have all 3 of them.
Donation.
Yeah.
I still got
they got all 3 of them.
I was going to get my drum machine stand out of the attic. You saw it, didn't you, Ian, when you were up there?
Yes.
The SR95 with a CR78 Velcro to the top of it.
Yeah, yeah. No, Andy, Kent hasn't broken anything.
Yeah,
he's in fixing mode today. He's breaking stuff tomorrow, isn't it, Kent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm also sitting here. I'm doing a vigil on Lily.
Oh God.
I was saying this morning. It was a box of chocolate bars on the coffee table, and it was like a white chocolate Lion bar, peanut butter, jumbo Kit Kat.
Yeah.
A Freddo, Curly Whirly, things like that, right? In this box. So it's about 8-9 bars in there. And I was upstairs in the studio, and Fiona went to the bog, and then she come down the stairs because Lily and Noah were having this rather aggressive fight. And she comes down into the front room, and the box is on the floor, and it is empty. But there's no wrappers anywhere.
Oh, not the chocolate and the wrapper.
Not a wrapper to be seen. And this one has crouched many times today, but nothing has happened.
Yeah. Oh, you wait for the explosion, mate.
They were keeping an eye on her, just in case. So Fiona phoned the vet. She goes, "Can we bring in a husky this evening? Maybe." He went, "Yeah, okay, we're standing by, just in case." Like I say, she's had a few attempts without nothing, but the eyes are bright, the nose is cold and wet. She's running around like a complete arsehole, playing.
You don't think Noah ate it then?
He's good, but he ain't that good. He wouldn't have let him. She wouldn't have let him, because I know it was Lily that would have taken it. So she's taken that box off onto the floor and helped herself. Noah's going, "I'll have some of this action."
Yeah.
Round, gone to have a go, and she's let him know that no, you can't have any of these, and that's where the fight's broke out.
Yeah.
But by then, by the looks of things, everything has been moved. But that means she swallowed a Curly Whirly whole.
Wow.
In its wrapper. Doesn't. I said to Fiona this morning, we'll look on the bright side, at least it will come out wrapped. Might even still be edible. Christ almighty, that dog though. Oh. But I've told her what we need to do is we need to keep Lily awake. She loves having a kip in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Kind of welcomed it. We go, we can relax now. But what it means is she's awake at night when we're not.
Yeah.
But no, keep her awake all day so she sleeps all night when we're asleep as well. Because Fiona left a casserole on top of the cooker. That wasn't there the following morning.
Jeez.
She'd got up onto the counter. Oh yeah. Your day finished yet?
No. That was an hour and 10 minute call. Mostly about nothing.
But meetings are like that, aren't they?
I know.
Did this phone call feel like an email?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Oh yeah. Know them well.
Never mind. I tell you what, these earpads that I've got for my my headphones with the cooling gel, they make a difference. My head doesn't get, or my ears don't get half as like sweaty or anything, and it's so much more comfortable to have on. So
well, give us the code for them, because I've got the DT770s.
And
but they've got the grey ones on, but it just makes my hair, it looks like an extension of my hair. It makes me look like I've got fucking Princess Leia buns on.
Lamb chops, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I love the fluffy grey ones. I thought, well, shall I buy some fluffy black ones? Because the thing is, not only do they get quite warm, but with the grey ones, if you get hot and sweaty, it doesn't matter how often you clean and rinse them through, they will start to turn a shade of green, because that's just what they do. I mean, it was ages before I realised that I could actually take them off and wash them, and then somebody said, "Oh, you soak them in a bit of water." And I've gone through
growing out of them.
Yeah, but the thing is, the genuine Bayer fluffy ones aren't exactly, well, I mean, they're not stupidly expensive, but these ones are they're like a third party, probably made in China somewhere.
Yeah.
But the bit that sits against your ear is like, I don't know how to describe it really. It's like fabric, but it's a very silky sort of thing.
Oh yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah.
And then the rest of it is, that kind of soft faux leather. Here's the thing: I never realised, when you change the pads on these, you'll see there's a tiny little notch. So the pad sits on the actual, I don't know what you call this bit here, the headphone bit, on the bit that sits up against your the speaker bit. there's a lip that goes around, and then your speaker pad sits over, so you kind of pull it over that lip, so to speak. But I was like however many days old when I changed these over. There's a tiny little notch, and all you got to do is twist it, and you feed the it's difficult to describe, but you feed that sleeve through the notch, and it goes. It's almost like it's being screwed on, and what it does is it just.
No, I understand. What you're saying. Yeah.
It's kind of difficult to describe, but So anyway, but no, they come. They've got a little foam in them, and then on top of the foam they've got this gel, which is it's a cooling gel. So when you put them on, they're actually quite nice and cool, but they never go above a certain sort of temperature. But you get a little turkey baster, or it looks like a mini turkey baster. I can't remember where I put it. It's about this long, and what in the instructions it says that you fill it up with some cold water, and then what you do is you take these off, and you drop a little bit of cold water in these little holes that go around the inside. Then you put them back, because the water soaks through, and it makes the cooling effect apparently last longer. But I haven't bothered with that, because water and this kind of stuff, I don't want to be spraying water over.
Yeah, it was like me jet washing mains cables this morning. I thought, that's so good.
Yeah, so
never jet wash a strip plug. Little safety tip there.
Yeah, and Rob, thanks for the info about your desk, because I am going to change my desk this year, mainly because I'm getting rid of both these desks, because it's L-shaped, and we decided that if we ever need another bedroom, we could get a single bed in here. Okay. It's warm enough, Yeah, yeah. So if Jane's sister, so the plan is that sometime this year is to actually get rid of these desks, have a desk so I can put a keyboard or a synth underneath, and that's favourite at the moment.
Yeah, it's a wonderful desk. I have to say, it's absolutely rock solid.
So have you got the keyboard underneath?
I've got the keyboard.
And it's on wheels, that bit, isn't it?
Yeah. I specifically, I was looking for something that could initially take my KX88, so it had to be wide, because that's quite a wide 88 by today's standards.
Yeah.
It also had to be able to take the fucking weight of it, and this came out on top, because the keyboard tray, because it's made from the same design of this cube, square tubed steel. I'm sure it's steel, and it's really chunky, and you could adjust the height as well. And what I found, unfortunately, was that with the KX88, you had to have it because it's quite a tall. Again, because it's an old controller, it's quite a tall controller. So when you have the rack units that sit in between the top tier and the main tier, they go down at an angle, of course. As many of them do. And so they then impede on how far you can push the tray back. So if you're I had to go through 2 or 3 different sort of iterations of putting this stuff in to make sure that the stuff that was on the bottom racks was the shallowest. But sometimes you can't avoid it, like the monitor amp is a full-on, so it's 19-inch, but it's all, it's a full-on depth thing, so that that kind of impedes a little bit. So what I then decided to do was to retire, so to speak, the KX88. Don't tell Brooksy, he'll be after it. And I just used the Astrolab. But again, the Astrolab itself is, with the knobs and everything, is quite tall. So it goes back enough so I can sit right up like this, and my knees just about touch it, so it's not uncomfortable or anything.
That's interesting, because I'd either use the Hydrasynth, or I quite fancy putting the Kronos under there.
Well, I'm hopefully getting a modern 88 note controller at some point fairly soon, and I'm going to put that and I'm going to move the Astrolab somewhere else. Because I had the Arturia, the latest Arturia Key Lab Mark III, the 61 note, and I actually quite like that. And because it's a modern one, it's quite shallow. There's not a lot of flab on it, so to speak. So, but yes.
What 88 you think you can get him?
Can't say.
I already know.
I think I can guess.
I have not.
We won't say anything.
What's it like? Because how heavy are your monitors? Because I'm thinking of putting my System 8 on top of it.
I don't know. They are quite chunky. Hang on.
Because mine are about 12 kilos each.
No, I don't think they're that much. They're
Do you advertising?
Oh, look at her. Daddy, rub my tummy, you bastard. There we go.
Come on, sit up. You've got to sit up for me.
Let's see if I can do this.
So I can go, oh, pretty.
No, I'm the one doing the advertising.
Yeah.
We'll
do a
do
good
that.
job, though.
Thank you.
Do that. And then do that. That should open that. And if I mute the audio.
Do you want your tummy look?
Why is... Jeez. Right, hang on.
Because what I would do is, when I've got my ARs sat on top of my System 8s, I'd actually put the ARs against the wall, which is where they're meant to be.
Right.
And then just have, I need somewhere to put my Avatones as well, but they can go anywhere, I suppose.
Enter studio. Right, here we go. Why is it doing that? Hang on. I'll turn the microphone. Oh no! If I turn the volume down on this, then there we go.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So they're my monitors.
Yeah. I remember they're quite chunky, but they're not.
They're chunky. They're not that heavy.
They're not 12 kilos.
No.
I remember them.
So, but yeah, this is what I was saying. So you depending on what you put in here, affects.
Yeah.
Kind of what goes on under there in terms of the space, because you can see where my launch pad is behind it. You can see the amplifier coming down.
Yeah.
So
that's it. That's an interesting point, because I haven't got much rack stuff anymore, but I've got a whole hi-fi system under here. With I'm using a 70 watt Tascam amp, TIAC amp it is actually. So I'd still want to continue to use that, but I'm thinking of getting rid of the rest of the stuff because I just don't use it. I only bought it when I was, digitising, stuff for people.
Yeah.
I'd probably get good money for a bloody mini disc recorder and a DAT recorder and all that stuff.
The one thing I wish it did have, which is, so that's with the tray pulled out. So the tray comes out, and it's nice because you just sit in my chair so my legs can go under it quite tightly. But it's like if I've got a couple of pedals.
Yeah.
And they're obviously wired in, but they're not connected to the thing. So I have to kind of keep pushing them out of the way and pulling them. Right. It'd be nice if there was a way to attach the pedals.
Yeah. Little shelf, like a little,
Yeah.
Something like that. But other than that, it's you can see how sort of thick.
Yeah,
It's very. I mean, it's sturdy as fuck. It really is.
Thanks for doing that, because actually I have two monitors, which is probably slightly wider than your curved monitor.
Yeah.
But I still think I'd be able to get my System 8s on there with my monitors.
So I was looking at one point. So I was thinking about it over Christmas. I was thinking about getting a new telly because Jackie bought some DVDs or Blu-ray, should I say, for Christmas, and they are 4K UHDs, and my TV is a 4K TV, but it hasn't got proper HDR. It's got some sort of approximate because it's quite an early one.
Yeah.
And so I was
doing
watching
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was watching The Godfather, and there's a lot of scenes in there where they're inside, Marlon Brando's office, and there's lots of browns and people wearing black suits, and I'm sat there going, "Oh, I can barely pick those out." And then I realised what it was is that these are all done in HDR, and the HDR on my telly is not official HDR because it was kind of pre. So it has this thing called, I can't remember what it's called, but something contrast or something. It's just not quite the same. So I said to Jackie, I said, "Why do we buy a new TV? It's got HDR." And she'd go, "Oh, I don't understand all this. You do what you want," sort of thing. But my main concern was, what do I do? Because it's a perfectly good TV.
Yeah.
And then I thought, I could put it there.
Yeah.
Because that's quite a way back.
Yeah.
So it's not too bad. But then I could drop the camera down to a much lower level, to a much more sort of face level. But then what would I do with this? Well, I was say this chunking great angel of the north, but it's not quite. It's not like Kent's, which actually would take the whole width of that bloody thing.
Yeah.
If you've seen it. Yeah. So
I've seen it. Yeah.
So I did think about doing that, but making sure I don't have. I think the wall will take it. It's not stupid heavy.
I mean, I'd like to change my telly, but I have this feeling that I don't want to. If it breaks, then I'm happy to change it. But while it goes for everything to some extent. While it's still working, we do watch quite a bit of telly, but don't have a surround sound system anymore. I mean, there is an aerial to the property, but it's nowhere near where we have the telly, so we're just using Chromecast.
Yeah.
Which works perfectly all right, And then for DVDs, I'm using the PS4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's perfectly good.
Which is perfectly all right. Jim wants to know what my, what do you call them is, my DAT player, DAT recorder. Let me have a look, it's under it somewhere. It's a bloody hell, the damn thing's on.
Kent, I was thinking of breaking this out for the next SOR jam.
Oh yeah.
Strap it on as a guitar.
There you go.
It's a Sony. I can't tell what model it is.
That fucking great emulator taking up so much. I've got to take that back to Peter. That's his one.
Oh yeah.
And of course that sits in the bloody. Honestly, and that chair. I mean, I don't want to get rid of it because there's nothing wrong with the chair. Other than the fact that the plastic faux leather coating started peeling off.
ZE700, Jim.
There you go. But yeah, I need some more. Need space.
So let me turn that off.
I need to. I'm supposed to be hiring out a storage unit.
Oh, I see. Okay. Ready?
Make sure it's dry.
Yeah. Well, this. I was looking
Is
at
it
a
a
bunch
proper
of them.
storage unit? Like
It's within the building. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah.
it's a company called Squab. I think they're called.
I don't know. There's one in because when we first moved, I took a storage unit in the centre of town, but it was in a building where you could, I had to go on a lift up to where the unit was, but and it was just to store stuff that we were bringing from London actually.
Yeah.
Before we actually moved in.
What you thought then?
No, I
Thought Mum was making the DIN.
because I've got these drum kits coming in. I can't take them in until I've got some space. So it's just like, well, let's just take all the stuff that's in the garage, which includes 4 fairlights and various other bits, and make some room.
You're going to be able to play in the garage then, are you?
And then put the drum kits up in the garage and play in there. But which my son was very keen, so keen that he even offered to contribute to the cost of the storage unit, so he could get in there and play drums again. But it's just it's time at the moment. It's trying to get the time to do it. But yeah, that's got to happen soon. And I've got a bloody emulator 1 that's that needs to go back to Mr. Spong. As much as I know he loves
that
what he wants. Yeah, I know.
For it. He's not going to sell it anytime soon.
No, so that needs to go.
You want stupid money for that.
Yeah, put the bikes up on the walls or something. I don't know.
I've got one of those bike racks, but it takes 2 bikes. It folds, and it's got like a little shelf for your hats and stuff. I've never used it actually, but I haven't got a wall to put it up in the garage because I've got to put loads of racking in there now.
Right, yeah.
You know.
Well, I've got some metal shelving in there, which the previous occupier or the landlord left in there, so that's handy to put stuff on. But at the moment, it's just full of boxes. I've got an old laser printer in there, a black and white laser printer that I got from my old job. It must be, I don't know how old, but nobody. I tried to give it away.
Have you not got a free cycle in where you are?
Possibly, I haven't really.
Because I mean, we brought obviously a load of stuff that we knew we weren't going to need. Some of it I've been selling, to be fair, on eBay. But we had a TV, no remote control, worked perfectly well. I used it as I used to use it in my study because obviously I had a studio and a study in the last house. I used to use it to play with a PS4 on it, so I knew it worked perfectly all right. No, it hasn't got a TV tuner in it, so it's basically just a TV monitor, really.
Right, yeah.
And I thought, well, it's difficult to sell anywhere because I haven't got a remote for it and all of that, and it's difficult to send anywhere. Somebody'd have to come and collect it. Anyway, I thought, all right, I'll give it on free cycle. And I thought, I'm hoping somebody, first person that says this woman turned up in a van, and clearly what she was doing was just going around collecting stuff. Now, I suspect that she didn't need it, and I really wanted to go to somebody who needed a telly.
Yeah.
But she just came around and, I couldn't say no.
No.
But, I gave it away. Really.
We just took 2 of mother-in-law's, well, both of mother-in-law's telly shows. Actually, her good one, I think we gave to, I think her son, my brother-in-law had it. But she had a 40-inch Panasonic, I think it was a Panasonic or something, and a 24-inch that she used to have in the kitchen. Can't give them away.
No, you can't. No.
So
that's why I'm quite happy to wait for mine breaks because it's
took it to
right.
The local. Is it Age UK? They've got a big superstore just down the road.
They're not likely to take it because they take it because we've tried giving electrical stuff to charity, and they can be a bit funny about it because of it having a sticker about
Yeah, I think they got their own, because it's a big place. I think they've got their own pat tester, and they do
pat testing. That's the word I was.
They do all of that. So
back again.
it was a shame really, because they were both perfectly decent TVs. But,
it is quite amazing because what people give away on Free Cycle.
Yeah.
I mean, here it's just. But it was the same in Yorkshire, to be honest. It was just.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, because you get an email every couple of days, really, with a list of stuff, and I'm thinking, bloody hell, you could sell that,
Yeah. Things you can't. That's the thing. It's just, yeah, people want the stuff. And
I just sold a video recorder, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, literally, it's sat in the garage. I mean, I said it was sat in the garage, but anyway, it's gone for 25 quid.
I've got a Mitsubishi M1000, I think. I think it's still in there, or maybe I trashed it. I can't remember. But that was the top of the line Super VHS.
Is that the one that's going to say Super VHS? I mean, there was a time when I used to use a Super VHS for audio recording.
Yeah, I used to do that exactly that with mine. Yeah.
Well, that was ADAT machine was VHS, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, ADAT used the Super VHS grade tape. Yeah. But yeah, I used to master to a Super VHS.
I did too.
Many years ago. But no, I had that, and then mother-in-law brought some cheap videotapes and put one in there, and it just got churned up, and then just once I got the cassette out of the machine, something I'm not really au fait with all that. Yeah, so it just
screwed up the belts and everything,
messed it all up. And I had every intention. I thought, I'll take it to someone, get it fixed, because I've got boxes and boxes of pre-records, as well as some stuff that I'd recorded myself, like holidays and stuff. And in the end, they sat there for so long, and I went through all of my videotapes, and the only ones I kept were the ones that I didn't have on any other format, or they were very special box sets or limited stuff. So I was throwing away.
I threw loads of mine away as well.
Oh man,
boxes,
it broke my heart.
Yeah, it did me too. Because charity shops don't want them.
Exactly. So at the recycling centre here, they've got a container, a shipping container, that is for charity.
Yeah.
So, and I've got this box of. I had the Indiana Jones VHS box set. I had at least 3 Star Wars box sets, because every time they issued a new, like the THX remaster or something. So I had 3 or 4 of those. I had all sort of Back to the Future and all that kind of stuff, with all the bonus footage on a separate cassette. And I took them all out, and as I'm walking to the charity thing, I hear this bloke say, what you got in there? And I'm like, oh, it's just video cassettes. Oh no, they don't want to make. They don't want those. They go in the non-recyclables. And I'm like, and as I'm doing that, I'm tossing them in. I can see like my history.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Yeah.
And the bloke comes up to me. He says, "So what you got there then?" I said, "Well, I've got this, I've got this." He says, "Yeah, fuck it." He starts throwing them in as well. Oh. And I know that there'll be someone out there who would have paid handsome money just to have, even if they hadn't got a VHS player, just to have, because they were the Indiana Jones box set came in a box that looked like a treasure chest sort of thing, and you sort of slid the lid off, and all the tapes are inside, and all the images on the spines of the cassette made a bigger image, when you had them all next to each other. Yeah, all that kind of stuff. And I'm sure I deliberately don't search for them on eBay, because I know that if I do, I'll see them being sold for hundreds of pounds, and I'm I'm actually waiting to replace the Indiana Jones. I've got all of them on. I've got a DVD box set, but I'm waiting for them to release the final box set with the last Indiana Jones in, and I'm waiting for that as a big sort of 4K Blu-ray thing. I almost bought the Star Wars 4K Blu-ray complete. It's like 27 discs. And then I looked at the price. I thought, no.
You're kidding. Somebody here is saying the Lost Boys VHS videotape. How much do you guess?
I don't know, 150.
$5,000.
Fuck.
I mean, that's just nuts. That's bollocks. It's new and sealed, mind you.
Oh, it is new and sealed. Yeah, but it still doesn't justify it.
No. I think that's starting to laugh, surely.
Yikes.
Yeah.
That's mental. No, I shan't rest until they release the original theatrical editions of Star Wars on a digital format.
Oh yeah.
Before they messed anything up.
Yeah, I went to see. You know when they did all three, didn't they? First three.
Mm.
I went to it, and oh god, my bottom
yeah.
was so numb.
Yeah.
After sitting there for all that time watching first three Star Wars movies, you know.
Yeah, I did that when Return of the Jedi came out in 83 was it? I think they did Star Wars, Empire, Jedi all in one sit. Well, yeah, you had intervals, but yeah, it was a day job. But the fans have been crying out for decades. They've been crying out for the original theatrical cuts of Star Wars to come out, on a modern digital format, be it DVD or Blu-ray. Because every time George Lucas has a shit, he goes, "Oh, maybe I can have something." But apparently George was never up for it, and then eventually, before Disney bought it, they released and they billed it as the original theatrical editions on DVD. So I was like, straight down the shops, bought those.
Yeah.
And they were pan and scans of the Laserdisc versions.
I remember the Laserdisc versions.
Because apparently the Laserdisc versions were the original sort of cut.
Yeah.
So they were awful. They were just it was just.
To be fair, the quality of Laserdisc, because we used to sell. I had a hi-fi shop in those days, and we used to use Laserdisc to demonstrate, and it was better than tape, but it wasn't brilliant. It wasn't,
I've got a few Laserdiscs in the cupboard, but I ain't got a player anymore. So.
Yeah, factory sealed Titanic, 1998.
What? Just a single cassette?
It's the cassette.
Double.
Yeah.
Is it the double?
Single cassette, nothing
Really?
special.
Go
Oh
on.
no, sorry, 2 tape set.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what it came out as.
Yeah,
Go on.
just under $2,000.
I told
Do you know what I've got in the garage? I've got the super limited edition Titanic box set with the VHS tape,
Fuck's
the
sake. I mean, how many
script.
times do you have to fucking tell him?
a cell from the from the reel. I kept that along with some of the other limited rare things.
I've got. That's what people are asking for them. Are they going to get it? Is the question.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. But
yeah. At the end of the day,
I don't think I've got any. I think I've got a couple of. I'm no player now. No, because I've just sold it. But I did convert all of our home movies before. I did that a couple of years ago.
Do you remember back in the day when 8mm, Super 8 was a thing?
Yeah.
Yep.
They used to release bridged versions of films on Super 8, so you could buy Star Wars officially on Super 8, but it was about 8 minutes long.
Yeah.
It was
exactly. Yeah,
edited.
it is. Yeah, because my father was into filming Super 8, and in fact, sometime this year, my intention is to actually get something that I can convert them to digital, because you can buy those machines that do it, and I'll do that because my brother-in-law's got loads of stuff. My sister-in-law's got loads of her stuff that it'll do. I think they not only will it do 8 standard 8 and Super 8, but it also do other formats as well. And so I've got all these sort of Super 8 films that I. But you're right, they aren't very long.
No, they were completely edited down just so you could get them, as much of the story onto a short length format.
Yeah, I've got Star Wars. It's about 12 minutes.
Yeah, so I was just saying, it's ridiculous.
I still got our Umiga projector upstairs.
Oh God, somebody's selling a Betamax cassette recorder. £1,000. Good luck with that.
Yeah, that'll fly right off the shelf.
Yeah, it will, won't it?
Lunch.
Super Betamax. It's a hi-fi one. Super stereo.
I remember
Betamax.
my best mate at school, his dad. I don't know why he was always like he always bought the thing that everybody else wasn't buying.
Yeah.
So when he bought his video recorder, he bought a Betamax. And like even my mate was like, "Dad, why did you buy that?" I
sold them,
because you can't get the films on them.
No.
But Roger would turn around and say, "Well, it's a much better quality," and he wasn't wrong.
He wasn't wrong because there's more tape around the head. That's how he did it. I remember because I was selling them at the time.
Yeah. So
and the video 2000 as well.
Yeah. But you couldn't go to a video store and rent the movie on Betamax.
No.
Which is how VHS won.
Yeah.
And then when he bought Brian a computer for Christmas, it must have been about 80. Oh, when did I move there? Probably around 83, 84. Brian wanted a ZX Spectrum. Brian got an Oric 1.
Oh, I remember the Oric 1. I sold them. Yeah.
Do you know who else was involved with that? You must know Paul Kaufman from IK Multimedia.
I do.
Yeah, he was involved in that.
Was he really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I sold them. Do you remember the New Brain computer?
Rings a bell.
Same sort of time. A really small little computer company. They were good actually.
Yeah.
I bought the Atari 400 because I couldn't afford the 800. It's got staff discount. Apple II was out at the time as well.
Yeah.
We used to just at the end of the day working at Lasky's, we used to play computer games on the Apple II.
Yeah.
It's just all
Paul Holmes just said Dragon 32. We used
Dragon 32. Remember that as well.
We made one of our classmates almost cry because his dad bought a Dragon 32, and at the time they had this terrible reputation of overheating.
Yeah.
And melting down the middle, and we were like, "Oh, your dad's bought a pile of Welsh shit." It's horrible. Because most of us, I think, I had a Commodore 64.
I liked the Commodore 64 actually.
That was
good keyboard on it.
Yeah.
Proper keyboard.
And then I upgraded it to a Commodore 128.
Yeah, remember them too.
And then I sold the 128, which was silly because the thing is, I bought the 128, which had 3 modes to it. It had the Commodore 64 mode, the Commodore 128 mode, and it also had a CPM mode, so you could run, stuff that I did on the RM380. You could run that on there as well. And I never used anything other than the Commodore 64 mode, so I might as well have just kept my bloody Commodore 64. But it looked cool. It looked like an Amiga before an Amiga came out.
It's not that long ago that I saw my Atari 400 and got good money for it. I think I got 500 quid with the cassette
tape
drive and some books and some cassettes with it as well, and some cartridge games. You flip it up and put
because you had a cartridge.
Yeah, so there was Defender, the sort of classic games you expected at the time. Defender and one or two other games.
You know Ollie, BG Ollie.
Yes,
he sent me a Commodore 64 a couple of years ago. Just the thing. There's no power supply or tape deck or anything. So I need to get some bits, but. That'd be quite fun to sit there and play with that. Although you can buy these modern versions.
Yeah.
I miss those sort of. I used to play strip poker on the Commodore 64. Can you imagine getting excited over
on your own?
Well, yeah. And it was the most disappointing thing because only was it 8-bit graphics, which were bloody awful, but the graphics were even worse than you'd expect. But it was my first proper sequencer, electro sound on the Commodore 64. It had no MIDI capabilities. You had to buy extra bits for that. But I miss that. I mean, I saw an Atari Stacy up for sale for not a lot of money.
I'd left basically by them. I remember them, but
it's like a portable ST, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I sort of half thought about getting one of those.
Gathering.
Ah. This is how you speak husky.
He does it in the morning. He comes in and moans at me in the morning in the kitchen. He stands in the doorway of the kitchen, right, and just goes. I'm just going, really? Did you find
Star
the wheel?
Raiders. Yes, I had that as well.
Yeah.
Star Raiders, Neil. Yeah.
So I've got
Really
my
enjoyed
backpack
that.
on. Sitting on my back, yeah. Aren't you?
Bless his eyes.
I remember staying up to 3 o'clock in the morning programming in BASIC. Bloody hell. That was,
I know, yeah.
God.
Yeah.
I did a whole science project on my Commodore 64 where I programmed it to show a hydroelectric power station. You had the power station here, and the flow of water was these arrows kind of going and then back into this thing. It took me fucking ages, and I still didn't get a decent grade for it. No. I had to bring my computer into school to show it.
Yeah.
The computer room at school. We what's it? This must have been 1982. No. Was it 1982 or 1983? Might be no, it was 1983. It had it was a regular classroom, but it had like a second bit with a glass wall, and you went into there, and inside there was the Research Machines 380Z, which looks like a bit like a Fairlight, but a bit smaller, but with 5.25 inch floppies. And there was something else in them, but I can't remember what. And then in the classroom itself, there was a Commodore PET. Do you remember?
I remember the PET, yeah.
Commodore PET. There was a VIC-20.
Oh, God, yes, the VIC-20.
And there was another one, but I can't remember what. But I remember walking into that classroom, in '83, thinking, my God, look at this. They've got 4 computers.
Yeah, I know.
Like, you walk in there now, you walk into the music room of that school now, where around the edges of the class used to be your glockenspiels and all those horrible instruments that they made you play. And I went in there when my son was there, and it's just like IMAX.
Yeah.
All the way around. All with Novation controllers running Logic and Ableton. I'm like,
yeah.
These kids, they have no idea.
Yeah, really.
No idea.
And you tell them about it and they don't believe you.
I know.
Aye.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
I think I only worked at Lasky's for about a year or 18, well, no longer than 18 months, certainly, because band signed their first record deal.
Right.
Because I remember I had the demo of the album. We'd recorded the album, and it was about to come out. And I put my demo tape in the front of the shop and played it out into the streets on Coney Street in York. And this girl came past and went, "You're playing that? Who's that?" I said, "It's Nerve Centre." She went, oh, how come you've got that? It's not out yet. I said, "Yeah, I'm the keyboard player." Oh, wire? Yeah.
I used to make my workmates suffer because I used to take my demo tapes in. We had a Rediffusion system in the shop. So before we opened, I'd put that on and I'd stick it on and I'd just wait for somebody to go, "The fuck's this?" Which is generally the response. This? I'm not hearing my cheesy pop hits. "Oh, this is me. This you? Yeah, this is me." "Oh, you swap it over?"
Yeah,
like, okay,
so it's
thanks.
not impressive anymore, isn't it?
Yeah. I spent days on that. Oh dear. What's the time? I can't. No point doing any bloody work now.
It's time for a cup of tea, I think. I might go make a cup of tea. Anybody want one?
Yeah. So what do you reckon? Should I get the LM drum then?
Yeah.
Which one? The Beringer thing?
The Lin clone, yeah.
Have you seen Roger's comment? Roger's thing on it?
Oh, yeah.
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 Didn't seem like he was really happy about it.
I'm not surprised.
Well,
bless him. I don't,
No, I mean, to be fair, and we have to be fair as much as we can. Beringer did send him one.
Yeah, they did.
But they made no offer of royalty,
financial. Because
it was like, here you go. Because obviously they're fishing for a comment.
They are, and because you talked about the colour of it, didn't he? And sort of, and I don't know that he can he copyright the colour of something?
Don't think
the only way if the LM was still around and you copy that colour, then you've got a case because you're basically stealing
trade dress.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's not available.
He's done what they. Well, I say he. We always refer to it as it's not like Uli Beringer sits down at a desk and goes, "We should do it like this." We should do it. So somebody sat down and said, "Right, okay, look, the Lindrum had the faders over here and the buttons over there, so we'll swap those around."
Yeah.
So the faders look the same. Even the pan controls are vertical sliders. So the faders look the same, but they're on the other side, and the pads are on the other side. But you've got all this extra stuff going on.
Yeah,
plus the digital screen and and the wave shaper, whatever they call it, the wave something or other. There's an analog filter on there as well. There's effects. It can sample, so you can put samples in or sample it directly into it. It's all. They've done enough to make it different enough.
Yeah.
That even if there was a case, it would be very difficult.
It wouldn't be. I mean, and he's not, as he said, he's not into litigation.
No.
Because if he was, he'd have done the thing with, before.
He said as much when he had a go at Jack O'Donnell for stopping his royalty checks. But to be fair, the NPCs by the time Jack O'Donnell took over, the NPCs had changed significantly.
Yeah.
And I spoke to someone who worked at Akai at the time, and they said Roger didn't have a leg to stand on. Right. He was actually getting these royalty checks when he wasn't really necessarily entitled to them, but they were still up until Jack O'Donnell took over. And then, of course, Jack's going to come in there because he wants to make a going concern of it. And, what can I say? I was sending this guy how much? Stuff that. So.
And I quite understand Roger not wanting to actually put his name to anything that Beringer are doing because he's doing his own drum
or
machine,
anything that anyone,
he's doing other things. So,
he had this thing with Ali James. When Ali James first released his thing, it wasn't called V-Prom, it was called V-Lin. And apparently Roger was quite quick off the mark to say, excuse me, that's my name. You can't do that. So now Ali has to put this thing at the bottom. He's called it V-Prom, which is kind of pretty descriptive because you can, virtually change the EPROMs in the machine. But there's a disclaimer at the bottom of the site, and you'll notice that GeForce have a similar sort of disclaimer at the bottom for their new Icon drum. But I thought him sort of lumping GeForce in to that was
I know what you mean.
Which
I was surprised at that actually.
Well,
if I'm honest.
I was too.
I can't say anything, but let's just say that it wasn't entirely accurate what was written.
Okay.
Which is a shame. But there you go. No, I'm seriously thinking.
But his point about the retro thing, he doesn't quite understand the retro, and I sort of get it to some extent. There is a real movement about having retro everything to some extent.
Well, there is. I think Jim Hayward said this the other day that the synthesizer industry is heavily reliant on nostalgia.
Yeah, too much.
But then, so is most stuff. I mean, you look at any kind of marketplace, and there'll be an area in that marketplace. Here's a really weird comparison, but I think it fits. My toaster has started tripping my RCD in the house, so every time somebody uses it, boom, all the plugs go. So we're looking at new toasters, and I'm looking through these toasters, and there's so many toasters with that retro 50s kind of look, that sort of Bakelite and stainless steel look. And the vast majority of them, there's very few that are very modern and sleek, and so.
No, you've got it's true.
I think nostalgia plays a heavy part in this. But then also you look at other companies like, all right, so Arturia, you can say, well, their V collection is all heavily nostalgia influenced, but their hardware, on the other hand, is the opposite set. It's very new and different and groundbreaking. Yeah. Pushing the envelope.
I see what you did there.
Yeah,
all three of them.
So there is nostalgia plays a heavy part in this stuff, and
I mean, my question to you is: do you need an LM drum?
Do I need it? Probably not, because I've got the V-Prom plugin, which to me is the best one because it hasn't just got the sounds. you can also swap all the ROMs out. So if you can find the ROMs online for DMX or whatever, you can just swap
DMX
those
LM1.
so you've got all of those
9000, all
sounds.
that
Yeah,
stuff.
so you've got all of those sounds there. And it also replicates the function. So it has that tiny delay before, the snare drum.
Yeah.
It has that kind of feel to it. He's done an incredible job. Version 3 is supposed to be coming out in a couple of weeks' time, so I'm really looking forward to that. But a drum machine, in my opinion, has to be something you hit with your hands.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to play it. I've grown up with drum machines playing the drum machine, whereas I was saying to Kent earlier on, I was doing some sort of just like light-hearted comparisons between the Icon drum and the V-Prom, and I'm doing it all on my Astrolab, just on the kit or the launch pad. Yeah. But of course, the launch pad is just 64 squares with no names on them, so you have to kind of remember where each one is. Whereas you pick up something like
that, or an RX-17,
and then everything
whatever.
It's
where everything
playable.
is. Yeah,
and maybe it is because I'm a drummer. I don't know, but I just like to have it. So when I saw the LM, actually, I have to admit, when they first threw the idea out there, what was it, 3-4 years ago?
Yeah,
I was like, oh, this might be the one that kind of breaks me.
Well, I was just made a point about the TR-8S and Lin samples, and I've got the Lin samples in my TR-8S. It does, it's great.
Oh yeah, I mean, a Lin sounds like a Lin.
It does, So that's why I wouldn't be interested, because I've already got those.
The TR-8, and
you can't play it. You can only play one pad, which is
you can do that, but it doesn't have the little quirks like the way the samples work. The sample, the closed hi-hat sample and the open hi-hat sample will be two different samples, whereas on the Lin drum, and they've done exactly the same on the LM, is the hi-hat sample, closed and open, is exactly the same, but the closed hi-hat sample just takes a slice, a random position slice, so you get that feel. So it was just little things like that, and the timing of the snare drum being ever so slightly off, even though Roger says he was pretty sure he got it timed tight. It's been shown that if you line it up, it is just ever so slightly off. So little things like that, and it's just the tactility of being able to play. And the Lin drum has got it's got all the pads, and then you've got that mixer, which I think is absolutely essential with a good drum machine, to have an audio mixer built in. And then you can also sample. It's got variable bitrate DACs on every channel for every voice. I find it difficult. It's conflicting because of my opinion of Beringer over the years, but I think they've actually done a rather good job on this.
Yeah.
So, but the other thing is, I am an absolute slag for.
We know this.
For specifically, I'm an absolute slag for the Lin drum sound.
Yeah.
The Lin drum feel.
Yeah.
It's for me, like, all of my favourite records. From Prince to everything. The Lin drum is just like Human League. All those amazing sounds came out of that. One of those two machines, either the LM1 or the Lin.
You can hear me,
or the 9000.
Yeah.
That's if somebody could do a 9000, that would be amazing, because that's superb. I still want to buy one of Bruce Forat's.
The 4-at
Super
9000.
Yeah. That'd be rather nice.
Hey, look who's here.
Hola.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Hello. It's not the same, is it?
Hello. Hi.
What? What's not the same?
When I say hi, hello, it's not the same as Marilyn saying hi, hello. People don't lose their shit, you see.
Are you saying my wife's voice is sexy?
Not to your face, no.
No. So indirectly then. Okay.
Bend
I get
over.
it.
I'm going, Kent, did you know Marilyn's voice? Oh, dear. I'm getting hoarse here.
Robbie has a crush. Yes, but Robbie has many crushes.
I have many crushes, yeah.
Yeah.
He also has a horse.
I don't know
Animal,
how his wife
vegetable,
puts,
and mineral.
Yeah, I don't know how his wife puts up with it.
He's a free roamer.
She's my biggest crush.
God, she is.
Well,
yeah, I had to say that.
Apparently, I crush her, in bed.
Oh no, don't don't go there.
Oh, I shan't. Oh, like a critter grape. Sorry, that's one for the old.
Surprised you haven't
Old
started snoring yet.
Was that Stuart? Who was his name?
Oh God,
He did Crackerjack, didn't he?
Stuart. It was Stuart, wasn't it?
It was, but there's another comedian today who's got the same name, but it's not the same guy.
It's not Duncan. It wasn't Duncan. What's his face though? Was it?
Duncan Novell. No,
Duncan Novell was.
He died a few weeks ago, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah, he's dead.
TikTok has just switched itself on. What's that all about?
Stu Francis.
Stuart
Francis. Yeah, that's
crush
it.
a grape.
Yeah.
Is that him?
Was that
Yep,
Steve
that's the
Elbows
one.
that said that? Or was that you, Kent?
Was it? No, it just came into my head.
But there is another comedian today. He's got like really messy hair, and he's all a bit sort of like his whole shtick is a bit sort of crazy, and he's called Stuart Francis. Because I remember seeing him build on Mock the Week, I think. And I thought, bloody hell, they've dug him up, and there was this completely other guy.
You think of Joe Pasquale or something?
That's what? Sorry,
Joe
You think of Joe
Pasquale.
Pasquale?
what about him?
Are you thinking of Joe Pasquale?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Well, not often. Only when I have a quick one.
No, I just thought he had a squeaky voice.
It's a squeaky voice thing, isn't it?
I got some little get on your nerves, get on your nerves, get on your nerves. Because the one.
Because you do realise that our American cousins here have no idea what we're talking
no
about.
idea.
We're absolutely,
What the fuck are they talking about?
yeah.
And that's how it should be.
I say that every time I watch the fucking pub.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's exactly how it should be.
Well,
Yeah.
get you all geared up for when you come over.
Yeah.
You'll know what people are talking about.
Yeah, if you sit and listen, you learn a lot.
In so many ways.
Like where the drugs are stashed.
Yeah.
If you're lucky.
Well, there
Somebody
was a,
just-
there,
They're
there
under
was a
those two
point in my-
JP4s.
There was a point in my life where I would have loved to know that information, but
Yeah,
I'm not,
exactly.
I'm not there anymore. So I can give a fuck all about where drugs are.
I don't know if this is new to me or new to everyone. There's a company called Error Instruments.
Yeah.
They've just
Know about
released
them.
the cassette player for Eurorack. It's called the Loopman 2. It's kind of like a Mellotron, but it's a Euro. So you bolt this thing and the tape sits on the front, and you
Yeah.
can play.
That's
That's quite.
yeah.
It looks quite interesting.
The company's called what?
Error Instruments.
Well, that don't bode well, does it?
No, well, it's Eurorack after all.
Yeah, well.
Wait, when's your Eurorack turn up, Rob? Didn't you win it? Have you won it yet?
No,
In
somebody else
else's life. That's
won it. Actually, you know who won it? Vince Papillo from EMIAP.
Oh, wow.
The junior,
Yeah.
Well, I say junior. He's huge, big guy. He won it.
Cool.
I can't believe that bloody bloke in Germany didn't get that mini mug until bleeding. Was it
Wow.
the day before Christmas Eve?
Yeah. Well, happy Christmas.
Dave, that's Europe for you.
I could have tied it to Noah
Yeah.
and sent him on his way.
Well,
He would have got there quicker.
True.
I mean, I'm not sending anything to Europe at the moment because it's just forget it.
Yeah.
I'm happy to send to America.
was
I'm
that
sending some
food
stuff to
bowl
America.
move?
But
Did
Europe,
you
forget
feel-
it until they sort this crap out. You know.
Well, I think I'm going to be buying if I do buy that LM.
Just in for 10 minutes? Bloody 5.5 hours in. Come on. Make an effort.
Hang on, I've got to go and check the freezer. My wife wants to.
Yeah, good point, Wagyu. Not Europe, EU.
Got to check the
European
freezer.
Union.
Well, is it still there? You're going to sit that side of my neck. Okay, so if I move my head down here, it's more comfortable.
What's your favorite Willy Wonka character? Is it Johnny Depp? Is it?
I don't care. Sorry.
Really?
Yeah, really. I have no interest in Willy Wonka at all.
Favourite Willy Wonka character?
The most recent one, my
I've not seen it.
My brother tells me I need to watch it because of the music is amazing on it.
Who did the music? Because it's somebody good, isn't it?
It is
music, yeah.
And the musical was phenomenal. And he said if I didn't watch it, I would not be doing anything any justice. So I'm gonna have to sit down and watch it. I'm not a big musical fan other than the movie Cry Baby, but he swears by this new Willy Wonka.
Can't beat the original.
Yeah.
Is it
I was never into that either.
Gene
Autry or Gene
Wilder. Yeah, and I like Gene Wilder, but
He was just so. I mean, I love Gene Wilder. Again, he's like Michael Keaton. He could read the phone book, and I'd be transfixed. But
he's the only American in it, isn't he?
In
the original.
Yeah.
Neil Hannon,
Johnny Depp
composed the
played
music.
Yeah, the Johnny Depp one's okay, but it's not. Again, it's not Gene
It's
Wilder.
missing a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, it's not Gene. I like Gene too.
I like a good musical. Big fan of this Greatest Showman.
I'm very particular.
Songs are good. It's got to
Like
have good songs.
Sound of Music,
Sound of Music's brilliant.
all day of the week,
Absolutely.
all day, every day.
Yeah. The new
South Pacific, up your ass.
It's funny the family wanted to watch South Pacific at Christmas. I thought, I don't really fancy that, if I'm honest. I really liked the new West Side Story because I always liked the original West Side Story.
Yeah, the original.
I heard about the new West Side Story. I heard that was good.
The film's great, and they've added a couple of songs. It actually makes more sense. But the songs, I mean, it's great. It is really, really good.
Sweeney Todd with Johnny Depp and Helena Bonham Carter. Now that is epic.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be as good if it was the musical version of The Sweeney.
Da, da, da.
Hit the boxes.
I'd watch that.
I mean, everybody says Wicked's really good. I've never heard a song from Wicked, so
No, me either.
you know,
Yeah, I haven't either.
But the Wizard of Oz, the original Wizard of Oz, again,
yeah, it's
1939,
okay.
yep.
I like
We
the
watched
one
Moana.
with Tina Turner and Michael Jackson. What was that?
Oh, The Wiz.
Yeah, The Wiz.
That was Diana Ross.
Or Diana Ross.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
I remember that wasn't very good.
Well, it wasn't critically.
What's your favourite musical?
Yeah,
I mean, I enjoyed it.
I do remember it. It's,
Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Oh, yeah, the Rocky Horror.
oh, the Rocky Horror is
That's
superb.
That's good.
I mean,
Are
the
you
best
one
thing
of
about
those
Rocky
people
Horror
that
is going to a
think
going to a
dressed up
cinema
dancing and everything?
and watching it with people dressed up.
See,
That's one of the best. That's one of the best nights out I've ever had.
Yeah.
You went to the. How many times you go to the theatre then?
I've seen Rocky Horror at least 7 times.
Who did she normally dress up as?
The matinee. In
Yeah, who did you
Hampstead.
dress up as?
Corset.
Yeah, who?
Stockings.
Corset and stockings.
Costume and stockings.
You must have looked like a
Sweet
stolen bag of
transvestite.
spuds.
Yeah.
I was thinner then. Fuck you.
You were thin then. Weren't you?
Steady
Yeah,
on.
there was one time we went. I
What,
went with, like,
and
2 gay mates.
Kent's on the death wish, isn't
He
he?
is, isn't he? Yeah, he's
Went
pushing.
for the-
Look,
The early show. Then we went to the pub next door, and everyone in the pub did the whole show again.
I wish I'd known you that would have fucked you then. Have you still got the corset?
yeah,
Matt
Uncle
Evans is
Chrome,
watching this.
the new Joker film, is tanked big time. I mean, I never saw the first
Leather.
Joker film, but a musical, the Joker, you know.
I still haven't seen it.
No, I'm not going to see it. I didn't see the first one. I wasn't really. I'm not
First one
into.
was quite
I'm not
good.
into the Marvel, DC thing anymore. I'm way past that now.
Wagyu, I know you watched Little Shop of Horror
Oh, actually, Little Shop of Horrors is superb.
with
Yeah.
Rick Moranis.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And actually, I've seen it on the stage, and it's just brilliant on the stage with a live band.
I had not seen that on stage. I wish.
Yeah, honestly, it's great. Yeah, just a little local theatre production. Back in the, I'll tell you, who we had it in a, Rob. Remember Gary Holden from
Yes.
He was in the Vida Zempet, but he was in the heavy metal kids in the 70s.
Yeah.
He was playing the lead in
right.
Little Shop of Horrors. Yeah,
I was in two musicals at school.
I was in Joseph.
I was in HMS Pinafore as Dick Deadeye. I was 11 years old, and I was later on. I was in, which is bizarre for an atheist. I was in Godspell.
You were in what? So start
Godspell.
Again. Godspell. God, I remember Godspell. We've got the original soundtrack.
I was Jeffrey.
That's one of Jane's favourite musicals. I have to say it was never one of mine. But
look, it's your mate there, look.
Noah.
Hello, Noah.
Your mate.
Yeah.
You'd never guess it was dinner time, would you?
No.
I had to play. One of my friends out of high school was directing. One of my friends out of high school was directing Cabaret, like a local theater company.
Cabaret's great.
He asked me to play in the pit band, and actually, I was the band.
You were? Oh wow!
I had to basically. It was only myself and another piano player, and the piano player did all the piano stuff. I basically just kind of had to do everything else.
Yeah.
So orchestra, percussion, accordion, all that stuff. So. You'd imagine how much crap I had to bring to pull all that off.
I think when I was 13, I played in the band for a school production of, was it Tom Sawyer? It was either called Tom Sawyer or Huckleberry Finn. It was one of the two.
The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, it would have been.
Could have been, yeah. Something. It was a musical. Yeah. And I remember when we went in for like first practice, the music teacher was just handing out the sheet music, and he comes to me and hands me the drum notation. And I'm like, what's that? I've never seen drum notation in my life.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this thing and going,
something's happening.
It's things what look like notes, but they're X's.
They're X's, yeah.
So he had to give you a crash course in reading drum notation, and in the end, there was two of us drummers there. Jeremy, the other guy, he could read it because he was being professionally taught. I wasn't. So I said, "Tell you what, let's rehearse. You play it." I thought, okay, yeah, that's it. And then I was okay because I could play by ear. But
yeah. The Little Shop of Horrors as a musical is superb.
Yeah, it's very good.
Ellen Green, isn't it? Ellen Green is just wonderful with that voice.
Yeah. Speaking of school, I got to go and teach a couple of music classes.
Okay,
cool.
matey.
All right.
Good to see you.
Take it easy.
Yeah, Justin.
Oh, by the way, symptoms of reality. A few pubs ago, you asked me how many of these tank tops I owned.
Yeah.
192.
192. And do you always have to wear shorts too? What's the deal with that? 'Cause
Yes.
my son is autistic and he's very high on the spectrum.
Yep.
He doesn't like anyone hugging him, but he can wear clothes just fine. But he's kind of mentally stuck into always wanting to learn the schematics and the nomenclature of animatronics.
So so for me, music was my interest growing up, and it still kind of is. But I've kind of gone into some other paths too, like exercise, especially like in the past 20 years, has been a therapy for me. Especially when my mind gets like really built up with stuff.
Right.
So I highly recommend exercise to anybody on the spectrum. I mean, and you just have to find something that you like doing. That's all.
Right.
But yeah, I'm more comfortable in shorts because I feel like I can move easier. Dress pants I can wear because the fabric is kind of light. I just don't like being layered up, which is kind of ironic because I live here in New England and it's cold.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
All right. And on that note,
Later, matey.
we'll see
See you
everybody.
later.
Take it easy.
All right. Later.
Oh dear. Have you seen in the Facebook group, in our Facebook group, these posts from the Synthesizer Museum Berlin?
No.
You don't really do Facebook that much, do you?
No, I'm going to look. Though.
They've been posting in the group sort of like once a month or something with a picture of a synth and then a bunch of text describing it. but it seems to be like AI generated.
Really?
And I don't know whether it's because they're German. I think they're writing the original in German, and I think maybe the translation is what's making people think it's AI. But some people are getting very hot under the collar about it, and I know the guys at Synthesizer Museum in Berlin, and they're genuine. They have a thing, and then somebody just reported their post. I'm like, oh, really?
I've just seen it. Yeah, it's up there.
You know, California's on fire, for fuck's sake. Why are you bothering with this shit?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were saying earlier.
How is it going over there, by the way?
My daughter lives in Altadena, and they were evacuated last night. But it was scary for the first 6 hours because I was calling her and calling her mother, and no one would answer for 6 hours. And we heard the fire had jumped 15 to 20 miles in 1 hour. And I'm like, I'm fucking freaking out. I'm like, why is she not answering her phone?
Yeah.
And I think the bit of relief I had was that the phone would ring and go to voicemail, so it wasn't like the phone was damaged or the battery was dead. And then we got a call 6 hours after. My mom had been trying, I've been trying. I called my son that lives out there, and he was trying, and we finally got a phone call from her and her mother, and I was just so relieved because I was like,
I bet.
you know, fuck, I don't give a fuck if your house burned down. You are the only thing that's important right now, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's not good. My uncle lives in Burbank, and his birthday was yesterday, and we were talking to him. He's 2 days still without power, and they're like at least 15 miles away from any major fire, so that's not good. Cell phone towers are being melted down, and schools are shut, and he said the air quality is shit.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Then another fire broke out in Hollywood near Sunset, and so that one
Sunset doesn't exist anymore, really, does it?
Right? Yeah. So
It's crazy.
yeah, it's wild.
I heard from my friends Math and his wife Tara, who live in Silver Lake, and they basically decided to evacuate like early because it was coming towards them. There was about 3.5 miles of the Sunset Fire, it's been called, near Griffith Park and all of that. And they put. I'm just trying to upload this. So they've since said that that they're safe. House looks fine, no current danger, so that looks good. But they're out of harm's way. But I'm just going to try and upload this picture here because it was. I love them to bits. This was great.
Yeah, rabbits, right? Like they're focusing in on like celebrities and the rich, and you know, no one's really paying attention to the have-nots.
So
and
this is what
that's the problem, isn't it? No,
this was their evacuation. Get the synthesizers into the car.
Yeah.
I'd be doing the same thing. Shit.
Nobody wants to see anybody's house burnt down, but the fact is that celebrities have got at least 2 houses, if not more. And you're right, it's the ordinary people that are really struggling.
Yeah. Well,
the BBC have got
BBC, the girl they've got out there interviewed this guy, and he's with, I don't know whether his wife, he says, oh, we'll just start again. I'm 91 years old. 91, but we'll start again.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's
the attitude, though, right? Like, that's what happens in most of our lives. We never really escape it. We are on solid ground at one point, and then that ground crumbles away, and you have to leapfrog and keep leapfrogging until you're in the fucking box.
Yep. Manny is, at the moment, he's okay. He's not too close, but of course that could all change.
Yeah, he's near my uncle, actually. Yeah. He's in Woodland Mills, so.
That's it,
Yeah, I know all those places well. We were born and raised in that area, and it's just been a very dry, thirsty part of the state. You know, Southern California is not good as far as water. And then when they do receive it, they receive so much at once. The vegetation thrives for 6 months, and it dries up, and then it's ready to be
fuel for the fire. Fuel for the fire. Move to Asbestos Hills.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Right,
I guess
I'm going to get some tea.
Yeah, I think I'll have to go in a bit as well.
So
it doesn't help with most of the house. I don't know what it's like anywhere else, but a lot of the property out there is heavily wood based, isn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of wood construction. Whereas over here, it's when you have a massive a house fire. Most of the framework of the building, most of the framework. There's that, but most of the framework of the building is still there. But
exactly, it's brick.
Some of the pictures that we've seen over here, where it's just literally is raised to the ground. It's the exact definition of.
It never made sense.
So what's the frame? What's the framework? Metal frame or metal
Brick.
studs?
Brick.
Oh, brick.
Brick and block.
Brick. Okay.
Yeah.
Concrete block in some cases.
Yes, breeze blocks. Breeze blocks are in that, and then on the outer wall you have house bricks.
Yeah.
Your floors certainly, the above ground floor level would be wood.
And the roof.
Mostly, and the roof, the roof timbers. But
like my nan's house, limestone.
Yeah. I lived in an ex-RAF property, so that it used to be attached to Norwich Airport when it was a military base. Those things are built. I mean, literally, you're built to withstand a nuclear blast. They're so couldn't bang anything into the walls. It was just solid rock.
Yeah.
Bet you tried.
Oh yeah. Used to try and bang the missus into them.
Hey, right, on that note, see you later, guys.
Bloody hell.
Bye.
I'm here all week trying the fish.
Right.
Yeah. Ta-da.
What a wanker.
Wanker.
I don't know.
Yeah, so basically you guys just build big fucking ovens, so when it catches on fire, it cooks everything internally.
Well, it's a different climate here, isn't it? We're a cooler climate, and so therefore we build our houses to retain heat. It's a bitch for like 2 days in the summer when we get a bit of heat, but for the rest of the time, so I can walk around this house. I generally do with just t-shirt and shorts on, and I only have the thermostat at around 16 or 17 degrees, and so it's they're very cozy, but say when it gets very hot, it's just like sweltering because we don't have domestic air conditioning. It's not you can have it. It's not a common thing.
Yeah.
But given the way climate change is going, I think it would be that might be the trade to get into in the next few years in the UK. Domestic AC.
To think that humans aren't having an effect on our climate is bonkers to me. I don't get why people don't. Why is that so hard to believe?
I know. It's ridiculous.
Because it's inconvenient. It's not that they don't believe; it's that they don't want to believe.
And it's not just humans; it's like everything. Like, if it produces methane, we're gonna fuck some things up.
Yeah,
it's what humans do. But we want to take this shit to Mars.
I do a lot
now?
of that. I do a lot of that.
Me too. I ruin my atmosphere in the house every day.
I got dogs for that.
Yeah, you got plenty.
Yeah, they do it for me. Especially that big lump over there. Hey, Charlie. Hey.
Why don't they have no fart noises on here? But no fart noises on my stream deck.
You got to add them.
Yeah.
Do the real ones too. I want to know
I had
it
them
came
on mine,
from you.
didn't I?
Sorry, what?
I had them on mine.
You did. You did.
Apparently, Matt has cut that one out, that section out into a separate video.
I've not seen the other one that he did recently.
What, the Halloween one?
Gluten, something to do with gluten.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've not seen that one yet. Well,
what's the sneak peek on tomorrow's show, Robbie?
We've got the wonderful Dina Perlman on the show, daughter of the great Alan R. Perlman, who of ARP synthesizers.
Doing her dance of the Seven Veils.
Yes.
Famed for.
The famed starts with the seven. No, she's so she runs a foundation called the Alan R. Perlman Foundation, that is to protect and preserve and promote her father's legacy, because of course he created some of the most amazing synthesizers. And this year is a big promotion or big fundraising push. So she's coming on to to basically, not beg for cash, but demand that you hand over something to help the foundation go, because they are very cash strapped, and they're doing these things like so they've got a residency they've done in conjunction with a studio, so people can apply, and then a board of people will go through their applications and give this an individual a week's residency in a proper recording studio with original ARP synthesizers and stuff, and they get hotel expenses paid, everything. It's like a mini scholarship type thing.
Yeah.
So she's doing stuff like that, but then she's also got instruments that she needs to buy or preserve. She's just got her first 2500, although it's only a small part of a full system. She's got something, so that's good.
Right.
Yes, Dean's coming. She's lovely. She's a drummer. Her husband... she's a bass player. Her husband, Rupert, is a fantastic drummer. She's also a graphic artist and, multi-talented lady. So
that's a hell of a marriage. Bottom end.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Rupert's an incredibly cool guy.
Are they English, or that name says English?
No, Rupert... his full name is Ruperto.
Wow.
I want to say he's Cuban or
not.
No. There's or is it Puerto Rico? No, I don't know. Something like that. I think Dina is. Her parents are Jewish. Her mother actually came through Italy during the war. Her father was, he was in the army. He got a, what do they call it? When you finish, is it distinguished, honourable discharge or whatever? He did his full length of service during the war. But yeah, she's of Jewish heritage, and so Ruperto, I think, is from one of those kind of islands around America. But yeah, a lovely couple. So that's next week, and then the week after that, I don't think we've got anything special. But hopefully, we're going to start seeing things being announced for NAMM. Of course, if NAMM goes ahead, because that's up in the air. Because the fires were moving towards Anaheim, so
but I don't think it'll.
Hopefully, it won't.
Yeah,
but it might not sort of affect the venue, but it could affect getting to the venue, I suppose.
Right.
But
yeah, a lot of the highways are shut down.
Yeah,
I imagine they will have it shut down pretty good here once the winds die down. At least they didn't get the Santa Ana winds, because that would blow it straight southeast in towards Anaheim and Santa Ana. Yeah.
But I know that I got an email today saying they've extended the badge application process for NAMM because of this. Because people aren't able to do their thing. So,
So you said I can go and apply for a press pass. Was that right or no?
You can go to the NAMM website and register, and then you have to, as long as you provide evidence that you are, if you just say that I have a YouTube channel that focuses on synthesizers and making music and blah blah blah, as long as you fill out all the details, you should be able to get a pass. There are, I can't remember how many of the days are public where you can just buy a ticket, but you have to buy a ticket, which might not be cheap. But I have an annual pass, but I've never been.
Yeah.
Because I thought I was going to go one year, and so I applied and I got my pass, and every year they send me my pass, and every year I sort of quite embarrassed that I don't actually go. One year I will definitely go, just so just to tick that box.
Right.
But for me, it's far too broad an event, because it's not just synthesizers, it's everything. It's a proper business trade fair, to be honest.
Right.
Whereas Super Booth is more of a festival.
Yeah, I don't think I'll go this year.
Super Booth is, you've got to, if you can come over to Berlin for Super Booth, it's just incredible.
I know, and I love watching it on YouTube. I think that's what we're saving for now. We're putting all of our pennies and buttons away, and then once I get this farrier business off the ground properly, which tomorrow we meet a very young vet fresh out of school who wants to meet us and work with us because she knows I know a lot, and I'm buying my own x-ray machine here, and so we'll meet her tomorrow. That's going to be a great thing for the business, but we've been putting a lot of money away for some type of vacation because once the wife gets back into the movie world, there's no such thing as a vacation. And when you're a payroll accountant that works for big films, they don't really give a fuck about you either. Just get the money out, make sure everything is balanced. You tired? Luckily, she has a boss that she works with who loves the employees and is pro-employees, and he looks after their well-being, But if you land a job with no soul individuals, it could be no time off, 0 time off, work every day, 16, 17 hours sometimes she does. But yeah, I think our next trip would probably be out overseas.
Cool.
We just want to hit the right spot. If we're going to go for 2 weeks, I don't want to spend 2 weeks in some fucking box. I want to be out early, in late. Not enough to run us ragged, but I mean, fuck, we're going to spend a lot of money going out that way. I kind of want to see as much as I can in 2 weeks. And I don't know how much you can see in 2 weeks in the UK.
I think you could see quite a bit. Depends on where you base yourself.
Right, and that's the most important thing, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I mean, most people would say, well, base yourself in London, because if you do that, you can jump on a train to pretty much any part of the country if you fancy relying on our shoddy rail network. But even if you rent a car, London again would be a great, because you can just, it's got a big orbital motorway around, the greater part of London. And once you get off of that, you can go in pretty much any direction, up a M1 or A1 to go up the north, or to the Midlands, or to the northwest, northeast. You can go up the M11 to come up to where I am.
So it's essential to rent a car then versus like trying to find, like, I know you guys have Ubers and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
right? Yeah.
Well, we have Ubers in most of the major, urban areas, but
to
not
get out
all
where
of
you
them.
guys are,
you'd have to. You would either have to rent a car,
right? Okay.
or use the rail network. And the rail network's is pretty big. It's mostly okay. But it can be quite expensive on the trains, especially if you're traveling. So if you want to travel somewhere for the day, so you want to leave early in the morning and come home late at night, your early morning ticket is going to be quite expensive, because they charge more up until about 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, because that's the busiest time, when everybody goes to work. So they charge the most. So if you rented a car, or a vehicle, you could drive. And of course, nowadays with satellite navigation, it's easy. You just. I think Manny rented a car. Did he rent a car when he came to see you? He was in his own?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So Manny rented.
It would just be a learning curve of renting a car, learning to drive on complete literal opposite sides of everything.
Easy.
Yeah, it's easy.
I drive on the continent a lot in my right-hand drive car. So I drive on the right in my right-hand drive car. It's a piece of cake. Your brain, well, I say my brain, as soon as I'm on that other side of the road, my brain just flips from left to right, and I just find it really easy. Apart from that one time a few months ago when I pulled out of this junction and just pulled out onto the left-hand lane, and Jackie's going, "There's a car coming towards us." Sorry. There was just that one little slip.
See, that's my worry. It's just like I'm accustomed to driving on the right side of the road.
Yeah.
It's or the left side, depending on how you look at it, I guess.
I think it's easier because when I drive in America, I've always got a rental. So by sitting on the left-hand side of the car, again, it just flips my brain because I'm using my right hand for the gear shift and the handbrake. Whereas, over here I'm using the left. And so as soon as I'm sort of using different, my brain says, okay, you're on that side of the road. But that's just me. I mean, I'm just weird. So.
Rabbit, is there a need for farriers in the UK?
Of course
so in the UK, farriers they have a bit of an edge over a lot of the farriers in the U.S. And the reason being is their knowledge is far vast in certain ways, so they are able to produce farriers at a much greater rate and with more education than the U.S. Now, with that being said, the U.S. tends to whip the UK's ass in farrier competitions a lot, and we always whip the Canadians' ass. But the whole thing with farriers, and it comes from ancient Rome, and a lot of the knowledge is based from Rome and into the UK, and we send a lot of the U.S. farriers to the UK to learn how to properly shoe a horse. Now, the only reason why they have an advantage, not an advantage, more knowledge than a lot of the farriers in the U.S. is because of the climate in the UK. It's very damp. It's very cold. The UK uses horses as a tool still, so you have a lot of big warm bloods. You have a lot of draft horses with huge feet and or huge hooves, and they use them for plowing. But with that said, there's a lot of complications in the UK with horses simply because of that environment, the mud, the rain, and what mud and rain does to a horse's hoof is a very problematic thing. I can get very into detail about it, but essentially what happens is the horses in the UK, because it's so moist out there, their hooves go through drastic contractions and expansions, meaning when water is accumulated in the hoof is like a sponge. Essentially, the hoof is solidified hair, horse hair, that grows down, and it's able to support the horse's weight in 1 ton per square inch on a trot. Now, you think about that force. If that hoof gets soft and it absorbs a lot of water, it creates an unstable structure that's supposed to carry the weight and carry 1 ton per square inch. When it gets soft and it can no longer support the weight, the hoof starts to separate from the sole. And once the hoof starts to separate from the sole, a farrier has to be able to quickly figure out in what we call how to re-zip the horse's hoof back to the sole. So then comes the farrier's knowledge. Now, if you can master this knowledge, which a lot of farriers in the UK are amazing because they've mastered this knowledge. And this is where therapeutic shoeing and blacksmithing comes in for the horse. the horse has to essentially not be without shoes for quite some time. So if the horse didn't have shoes, it's going to acquire these symptoms because mud acts as a sloughing agent. Sloughing means debreeding and taking away an amount of hoof that's too fast and the horse can grow. So what happens is a good farrier would recognize this. He would either buy a shoe or hand make a shoe from scratch to fit the horse at a custom level. Then he will heat that shoe up to 2,300 degrees at an orange heat. Take the shoe and shape it to the hoof. You have to draw it up. You have to draw up an imagination of what the hoof's supposed to look like. Then you burn that hoof with that hot shoe. And what that does is it melts that hair. It gets deep enough to balance the hoof, and it seals it up from any more debris or manure or mud from feeding up that capsule. Much like if you look at your fingernail and your fingertip and imagine shoving mud in between the fingernail and the fingertip. That's what's going on with horses. It's just going to make it sore, painful, but all of that debris is going to keep traveling up your fingernail. So what the farrier has to do is he has to find a way to prevent more debris from feeding up that capsule. And what happens more times than not in the UK is these horses start to develop abscesses. And it's not because of concussion, it's because of granular, meaning debris is going up the capsule and causing these fistulous pockets. And then literally 1 grain, this is going to blow your mind. This is how sensitive a horse is. 1 grain of sand, the smallest grain you can imagine, if that travels up a horse's capsule and it starts to fester, it'll kill a horse. And then you have people who try to recess the hoof wall just to find a grain of sand. So if you do not have a proper farrier and his knowledge base isn't vast and wide, your 2,000, 4,000, 100,000, $3 million horse will be dead in months. And if it's a particular bloodline and this horse is a stud and you're looking to get babies from this horse, you know, you're also fucked out of money because bloodlines don't last forever. And once a bloodline is established and it's a good bloodline, the bloodlines dissipate as the years go. And so, yeah, like when I lived in Washington, it was perfect area to mimic the UK. And I picked up so much knowledge in Washington. But when I was out there was a lot of UK farriers coming to Washington and going, oh my God, this is worse than the UK. Like, how are they keeping these feet together? And so you just start sharing the knowledge. And then we just developed an American Farriers Association to where now farriers from the UK, out of their own pocket, they pay U.S. farriers to come to the UK and learn. And we do the same in return. We have farriers that live in the desert who are looking at horses that do a complete different thing. So out of our own pocket, we'll pay for farriers from the UK to come down to the U.S. deserts and go, if you think that's something, look at this. And so we just keep sharing knowledge. There's always going to be a need for farriers, and sadly enough, that number is dwindling at an alarming rate. Normally, with the knowledge I have and the amount of tools my brother and I have, we would be looking to train someone right now. Someone should be getting on our truck, or someone literally should be banging on our doors going, hey, you guys are master farriers in lameness. Can I sit in the truck? And then we would be ecstatic, like, yeah. But you have to know, to sit in our truck is literally, you're going to sit in there for 5 years.
Gotta run.
Okay. You're going to sit in there for 5 years before you're even able to touch the horse. You're going to watch us for 5 years. Then we're going to ship you off to school. Then you're going to come back from school. And then that's when we allow you to even figure out what you're doing, why you're doing it, and how. By the time it's all said and done, you've got 10 years in apprenticeship. You're barely touching the horse. You spend most of your time on the anvil. You have to know how to make a certain shoe. You have to know what you're doing. You have to stand behind your work. Then I have to hand you a 500-page syllabus on how to shoe a horse and ligaments and tendons and the physiology and the anatomy of the horse. Then you have to spend another, 3 years in making sure you know how to read x-rays and you know how to do a diagnosis and a prognosis. And then you have to stand behind your work. Then you have to battle against veterinarians who think they know better than you. And then you have to make sure your clients understand what your goals are. Then you have to understand that it takes 1 complete year for a hoof to grow out from the hairline to the ground. And you have to be accountable for all of that. And then, it's just an ongoing thing. And you bleed, you hurt, you sweat. It's a physically demanding job. It's rewarding. It pays great if you spend the time. But I just don't see the youth anymore wanting to do anything like that because it just takes time. It's not a job where you can say, I want this money that you make and I want it now. But I don't want to have to learn anything about it. I want it now. I just see how much you make, and when you get them out there and you sit them and you sit them down and you say, hey, look, this is what I do. They look at it and they go, fuck no, I'm not doing this. It's too hard. It's too much work. I'm going to look for something else. And that's why the farrier business in every state, I could find work. And then once they know I'm a lameness guy, I'll find work and I'll be busy. And then I can't take any more horses. But that's dying out, and I don't think it'd be around for much longer. I think in 20 years, people are gonna, if you have a horse still, you're gonna have to figure it out yourself. And it's not gonna be fun. It's not gonna be right, and it's probably gonna be so expensive to have a real farrier come to your home. It won't be worth having a horse or horses. So I hope I answered that in the shortest form possible.
Yeah, bloody hell. Well, it's the same with what I do. There's nobody new coming into it.
And that's scary, right?
Yeah, it's just, in this country, there's probably about 6 guys that do what I do on a commercial basis. All of them old and grey. After that.
Right. No one's beating down Kent's door going, hey, at the age of 22, I want to learn to do what you're doing. I will come here every day.
It's actually kind of the same thing. Mm-hmm. I've had people say, look, I really would like to work with synthesizers and all this sort of thing. Go, okay, right. And they come down. I had a young guy here, Tony, his name was, and he was down for the week. And by the end of the week, he's going, no, he says, this really isn't for me. He goes, I thought these things just repaired themselves and that was it. No, if there's one thing they don't do is fucking repair themselves.
Right.
And you go, yeah, you have to hang around waiting for parts to come in from some godforsaken place on the other side of the planet. And yeah, all of that. You can spend 2 hours working on a keyboard, but 4 hours hunting down the part for it.
Right.
So, as a rule, you don't normally charge for hunting for the part. You charge for doing the job.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, and by the end of the week, he wasn't so keen anymore. So,
what's depressing is with you that a person who's put himself into the position of people sending you their hardware from all over is, I would hate to see that knowledge disappear with you. You know, like there has to be someone out there in your neck of the woods that is like, man, I really want to do this, but I don't know how to get started. You know, I don't know where to look. Because they're out there. I believe these people are out there. They just are not exposed to it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain degree of I mean, you could take like an electronics course, for instance, and once you've done your electronics course, you've got a degree even. Then you're presented with these machines, and nearly everything that you've been learning at college is meaningless because of the you know, they're not teaching old electronics; they're only teaching new, and it's just not the same thing.
Right.
And so you can have somebody who's completely qualified and they're just floundering. You know, trying to work out how the hell you know, to get a voice working on a Rev 3 Prophet 5, and it's like, oh, this doesn't make sense, you know. So if you go back to the even older stuff, going back to the early 70s, late 60s stuff, I mean, you have to have skills in being able to hunt down parts, build up a catalogue of people around the world that you know that still have little dusty drawers with all these little bits laying in them still, you know, that nobody ever asks for until I email them, sort of thing. And that takes time and experience to build up that database. And new people coming into the business don't have this, and you know they will be immediately floundering with the first machine that comes in the door. And so, because the world's moving on, that's the reason that it's difficult for these people. And because the world's moving on, it's like they say, there's less farriers around than there used to be.
Right.
And you know, you know, a lot of I know there was a lot of farmers here who still used, you know, shy horses to do ploughing because they wanted to do it the original way and everything. But in the end, have been drawn in by, you know, that brilliant Volvo tractor that they saw at one of the farming fairs and go, that's for me. If that has any trouble with its hooves, you just put new hooves on it.
Right.
You know. So as the world moves on, certain things become, you know, obsolete, and these kind of trades will be obsolete.
So as a farrier, we owned horses and we rode horses for a long time in very dangerous environments and very safe environments. And we understood the way the horse moved and how a horse thinks, you know, and that makes us great farriers too. So here's my question to you. Do you have to know how to play a synthesizer to work on it?
No, but it helps. It helps a lot, in fact. Because if you follow a set of schematics and a calibration procedure, and you go, right, you know, you don't play, and you go, right, that's that synth done. But there could be something just not right about the sound, where you've got to go a little beyond what's written down in the original manuals. Because the original manuals were written 40, 50 years ago. The electronics has drifted, shall we say, for want of a better word. and there may be something in the output where you go, that's not quite right, regardless of what this book says. That doesn't sound right, and you make little adjustments, especially on minis, on mini mugs. You can calibrate that to the letter, and then play it and go, nah, that's not quite right, and you have to make additional adjustments yourself until you hear the mini producing the sound that it's known for, that the customer wants.
Okay, but how do you know if it's so old, Kent, how do you know what the proper sound is? Surely you haven't heard every piece of hardware out there.
No, but you get to know them when you get Moog after Moog after Moog. I mean, I've done hundreds and hundreds of mini Moogs. I mean, hundreds of them. And you get to know that sound. And you've got reference going back to recordings.
Okay.
Even. Yeah. So if you know how to use and play a synth, you can set up a sound on a mini and play it, and you can hear whether it sounds the same as what it did from some Tangerine Dream recording from 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And there'll be things where you go, that filter's not quite, it doesn't close quite right, and it doesn't quite open quite right, and you make the adjustments beyond what the manual's telling you to get the sound, you know. And you get some customers that are incredibly finicky about what the machine sounds like when they get it back. And so if it ain't right, they let you know.
So it's.
But if you're not used, if you don't know how to play and you don't really know how to engage with the instrument properly, you can't make the adjustments because you don't really know what it is that needs to be adjusted. You can only go by what's written down in a book.
So it's based on sound, it's based on visual feedback, and it's based on numbers.
Yeah. I mean, the only reason that I can listen to a recording of a CS80, any CS80, and I tell you whether it's calibrated properly or not.
Mm-hmm.
Even from a recording from 40 years ago, because they weren't always calibrated correctly, but out of the 800 that they made, I've restored just over 600 of them. So I've nearly worked on every CS80 that was ever built anyway. But it just means that at the drop of a hat I can hear a synth and I will tell you what's wrong with it, what board it is, and probably what component it is that's going.
Right.
Just by hearing it. So it helps to know how to set up and play an instrument. So instead of a less experienced tech gets a CS80, they will open it up and they'll be going around it with voltmeters and oscilloscope, looking for something that doesn't seem right. Whereas I can just turn one on and play it for about a minute and go, yep, I know what's wrong. Then open it up and go and fix the part.
Yeah.
So that helps greatly. But that's something you have to learn over time. It's not something, it can be taught in a way, but it's still down to the individual to put in the time.
Right. And
a lot of people today are not prepared to put the time in. It's not their fault. It's the society they've grown up in.
Yeah, because it kind of reminds me, and you let me know if you experienced this. It reminds me of sometimes I'll get a lame horse in, and the owner's frantic, and they go, "We don't know what's wrong with them. We just don't, And so my wife and I in Washington, we would go, okay, we'll investigate, and we just investigate and we investigate, and it's a lot of things aren't adding up, and then I get into this mode in my mind where I tell the wife, we're chasing the ghost, and she goes, what do you mean? I go, we're chasing the ghost. Let's just go back all the way back to the beginning with this client. What is the one thing this horse isn't doing? And she'll think about it, and I'll think about it, and we go, she's not writing it. And I go, yeah, like we're chasing a ghost for a problem that's not there, but the client seems to think it's there. So why don't we just do this? And so Marilyn would say, hey, ride your horse every day for 2 months. Report back to us before we touch anything and let us know. The client will go 2 months, riding the horse every day. She goes back and says, weirdest thing, there's no issue.
Yeah.
So have you ever chased a ghost and you were like, it's not here, just play your fucking thing, it's in your head?
Yeah, I've had that a lot. Or they're saying that something's not right because of a perception that they've generated. Where, for instance, I remember I restored a TR-808. The bloke tried it out when he came round, loved it, happy, pays his money, off he goes. About 3-4 days later, I get a call from him saying, can I bring the TR-808 back? There's something wrong with it. I'll go, why, what's wrong with it? He said, the crash symbol lasts too long. It's got too long a release on it. Okay. Oh, okay, we'll bring it back. So he brings it back. I listen to it. And no, there's nothing wrong with this crash symbol at all.
Yeah.
Right? Put the scope on it, you do all the bits and pieces that it needs to do. No, it's absolutely fine. Turns out he was comparing it to his mate's one. And they were timing the length of the instruments with his one. So they were just doing a one-on-one comparison with his 808.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to explain to him that, I said, well, look, the calibration of the length of time that the crash symbol lasts for is a trimmer. And said, and it's set to where it's supposed to be in the book. I said, your mate's one, when was that calibrated? And he goes, well, I don't know anything about it. I mean, okay. I said, there's a good possibility yours is right and his isn't. But he's convinced you that yours is wrong and his is right.
Mm-hmm.
So I showed him the scope output anyway, and he went, oh, okay. But then he come back, I think it was about a week later, he came back with it and asked me if I would just shorten the time so it was the same as his mate's. I said, okay, where's your mate's one? He goes, well, he's got it. I said, well, I'm going to have to hear his one to set yours the same as his. And of course, that was going to be a bit of a problem. So he went, oh, no, don't worry about it, leave it. You know, it's just... But his one was right. But he wanted his to be wrong because that way it will match his mate's one that was wrong.
Do you charge people for this investigative
Most of the
work?
time, no.
Okay.
Most of the time, just happy to see their skinny asses going out the door.
Mm-hmm.
But so, because that's not where you really make the money anyway. When it comes to making the money, it's doing the big restoration jobs. And
yeah, that's a bit of a finicky thing, is when to charge people and how to charge people, you know? Like my money is in injuries. My money is in lameness. But at the same time, it's like I also want to learn on that client's horse, you know? So do you charge them for continuing education on a problem while trying to examine it, you know? Because at that point, once I start the truck up, the meter's going. Once I leave my home, the meter is ticking. Now, I know it's slightly different for you because you have a in-home shop, but if these clients were bringing the horses to me, I could say, okay, I'm just going to, investigate and evaluate this horse for free for you because you've clearly started your truck, loaded this horse, and you got him here. So it's not going to cost me anything to come out my house, go in the shop and look and see, okay, this is what's wrong.
yeah.
But then my meter starts as soon as I go, this is how we fix it.
Yeah.
You know? But when I'm driving, and most farriers, they drive to you because the horses are comfortable on their property, so we drive to you.
Yeah.
So it's almost like there's some points where I go, man, do I want to charge a client to drive out there, open the truck up, put my chaps on, get my knife sharpened, pick up this hoof, and start to burn calories, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm learning too, you know. You know, so it's very finicky as to when does the meter start. So the wife always says the moment the key gets turned on, that's when the clock starts.
Yeah.
You know, and it's hard to disagree with her because some things we want to do for free, and some things in essence we do it for free.
Yeah.
But what should cause you a $150 stop, sometimes she'll say, you know what, we'll do this for $50 because we've got something out of this too, and so we'll, you know.
Yeah.
So I think being fair about it is
well,
also.
I have to do a more holistic form because, for instance, if a guy brings a keyboard to me and it's got a particular problem, the ones I hate is the one where, say you got, for instance, a Jupiter 8. It goes, oh right, you turn it on, nothing happens, no lights. How much do you think it's going to cost? I went, well, I don't know, because we don't know what's wrong with it. I said, leave it with me. I'll see what's wrong with it and I'll get back to you. So I literally have to fix it to find out what's wrong with it. Or get it booting up in some form or fashion. And then go through it, see what it's going to need, and then give them a block price. And just say, right, it's going to be $350. And that's it. And then I get it done, and they come and collect it. They give me the $350, and off they go. If I can do it as quickly and cheaply as possible within the scope of the machine being here, that's down to me. So if I get lucky and I get it all done in an hour and a half, doesn't matter. It's still $350 because the guy just had to pay $350 to get that machine back working, and as long as he's getting that machine back working, so no hidden costs kind of thing, you know. So I give a price, and over the years you get a feel for how long it's going to take and what's going to be involved. If you find something like, there's something really valuable has popped in it, I just phone them up and say, well, look, this has gone and this is going to cost X pounds over and above. And I go, do you want to go for it? And you go, yeah, okay. I go, right, fine. And then that's just added on.
Yeah,
so,
but you have to, you have to fix it. And then what if you run into that situation, okay, I fixed it, but am I going to get paid now because it's going to be more than what this person's expectations was? So do I unfix the issue? Are there components you put in there you could take out, or once you're in there and you solder something, it's pretty much it?
Yeah, well, this is it. So if you think that you're going to have to put some sort of rare, expensive chip in, I'll phone them up and tell them, look, we're going to have to get one of these. One of these is gone. They're this much, and that's on top. We didn't even know this was gone. It's not even part of the original faults, kind of thing. And go, right, it's going to cost this. Just put it on to that original quoted price. The ones that are the worst are I can quote one, an OBX. It was in a right old state. and we were going through it together. It was firing up, but he wasn't happy. He was very, very ill. And I said, I reckon it's going to cost about 400. And he went, all right, cool. All right. Yeah, go for it. And I started working on it. I bought some parts for it that I knew it was going to need. I knew it was going to need EPROMs. I knew it was going to need new RAM. And then worked on it. And I worked on it for about 6 weeks. And I still couldn't get this fucking thing to work properly. And I kept working on it and kept working on it because it becomes a matter of personal pride. Now, I'm going to get this fucking thing to work. And I spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on it. So if I'd been charging by the hour, the guy needed to pay me somewhere in the region of about 4.5K. But when it was done, I gave it back to him. It was 400 quid.
So you
because
lost.
It's not his fault. I couldn't get it to work. It's my job to find the fault or faults and get it to work.
Right. It's
not his responsibility to pay me because I can't find it. He's paid me because I'm supposed to know what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? So those are the jobs I hate because that is always going to be a loss. And Madam here will moan at me. Won't you, dear?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I think you should charge by time.
no, you can't do that. You can't charge by time.
Yeah, because she takes so fucking long. See you later.
See you later. Roast potato.
Yeah, that's. I mean, God.
Yeah, so you can't do it that way. You know, you can't really do it by time, regardless of how much time. But there again, it swings and roundabouts. Another time, it looks like it's going to take about 6 hours work. You get lucky, and the fucking thing's done in 45 minutes.
Right.
Result. But it's still not really cheating on the guy because you quoted him to do the job. You've done the job. You've just done it very quickly.
Yeah, my wife says we should charge by the hour. And, okay, I could think of a good pro as to why she says that without her being here. Is a lot of clients like to sit and talk and pick my brain on things that doesn't relate to the issue with the horse at hand. And
right.
I'm spending time talking to them, and I have another client to get to after this. And if you're holding me up with, now I don't want to call them unnecessary questions, Kent, because when someone asks me questions about a horse, I love to fucking go in and nerd out on horses. Yeah. And the wife knows this to be a problem with me, right? So she goes, we need to start, because I know you love horses so much and you love to talk about it and you love to nerd out about breakover and bony alignments, and
yeah,
you're getting yourself into this hole and you're always late to your clients. And I go, well, I can't rush the time I'm under a horse. And she goes, I know that, but when I go out with you, I see what your issue is. Yeah. It's the conversations that continuously happen. And I go, well, what do you want me to do about it? And she goes, we need to charge by the hour, because if the client knows they're being charged by the hour, they're going to do everything it takes to get you done with the horse and on to the next one, or off to your next stop. Yeah. And then I go, well, what do we charge an hour? And she goes, from here off, we're going to charge $110 an hour. And I go, okay. And she goes, the prices are not going to jump on them, I promise you, because they're going to know that now you're charging by the hour. And sure enough, dude, I get to a client who's normally like a 2.5 hour stop, right? It's a half shoe and 2 trims. And it normally took me about 2.5 hours, maybe 3, if she's really running her mouth. As soon as Marilyn told that client we're now charging by the hour, I was gone from that fucking stop in 1 hour and 50 minutes.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy shit, all that time was talking. I can't. She goes, yes. And all of that time is money you can be getting paid. And then now look, you're early to your next stops. And your day is over with early, and you're not coming home in pain, and you're not having these long days. And I go, okay, I get it. But there's another part of me that just says, set the price for what it is, no matter what. Because when you're in the business like this, clients like to talk to you, dude. Like, they tell you everything about their lives. They tell you about what they think their husband's doing, what they think their friends are doing with this horse. The whole, and then you become this weird psychologist for people, because in my mind, I'm working on this horse, and one part of me is like, please shut the fuck up. But the other part of me is like, oh, this person is going through something. So what I'm going to do is go into autopilot and just listen. Like, not 100% be there in the conversations. Like, I got to get my job done, but just listen. And you know what's funny is when I'm done with the job for that client and I'm packing my tools away, a lot of them go, thank you for just listening to me and not having anything to say.
Yeah.
And then it hits you. It's like, oh, okay, so this job is... You have to be a jack of all trades. You have to wear many hats. You have to know how to shoot a horse, how to talk to people, how to listen. And, oh, yeah, by the way, you're going to be a fucking psychiatrist at the end of the day, too.
Yeah. I get it, too. It gets very, I mean, if the customer comes in and they'll start, talking about, their dog and, whatever, it's got an ailment or something like that. Fine. I must admit, I found that maybe through experience, but I can talk with somebody and work and carry on working.
Right.
And it's like when I do the workshop pubs like this one. I've diagnosed 2 keyboards today, stripped down a mini, and talking. Yeah. So it's always good. It's always good anyway.
Yeah.
But
I mean, imagine you stripping this down in front of the actual client who wants to stay for hours on end just to watch the process, because I don't know, maybe they're enthralled by it, 90% chance the conversation is going to turn to that person's life and some issues they're going through, Yeah.
I must admit, though, I'm not very keen on having the owner present when I'm working on the machine.
Oh, really?
When you're repairing the synth, you got to really manhandle it, and you can, out of the corner of your eye, you can see them tensing when you're moving it around and taking bits out of it and stuff like that. And they go, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" And I go, "Look, you'd probably be better off not seeing this."
Yeah, James, I'm a farrier. My brother's sitting over there. He's a farrier too.
Yeah. It would be like, sitting in on a loved one's open heart surgery. My God, you've got to cut them. You wouldn't really want to watch it.
Right.
You just want to see them coming out sorted afterwards. Speaking of which, isn't Wookie having his operation today?
He is, and he should be out. Hopefully he's out.
Oh, man.
I mean, a triple bypass is no fucking
Well, he's going to
joke.
be no state to let us know how he is he?
Right.
So we got that kind of waiting.
It's funny you say that because my wife would say, she would say, okay, my husband's going to do a laminatic check on your horse to see if your horse is alive and active in his hoof. Meaning, is the blood still flowing at the tip of the bone? Because if the blood is not flowing, then I'm only going to be shoeing this horse, one way, not for full balance. And she goes, what does that mean? And my wife would say, okay, so he's going to get in here and he's going to try to make the tip of this horse's hoof bleed. It's not a pretty sight. Do you want to be around for this? Because it's going to look like the horse is in pain. But she's like, I assure you the horse will not be in pain because we think this horse is laminitic. And the client goes, yeah, I want to stick around. And this is I had to get this fucking horse where this motherfucker is alive and well in his front end of his hoof. And I get in there and blood is just trickling, right? And she's like, oh my God, so what does that mean? I go, well, it's not dead like I thought it was. Your horse is alive and well, which is a good thing. That's what a laminatic check is to see if it's going to sweat or if it's not going to sweat. And we were both like, oh, this horse is sweating. So, I go ahead and dress it out and, I do what I do. I do what I do for it.
It's quite common to bleed a horse, isn't it?
Right. And so intentionally or unintentionally is the thing. Because if you have a horse that has a false soul, like a long time ago, my brother had a horse that had a false soul and he's going and he's nipping on it. And he took 1 or 2 knives, strikes on the soul. And this horse just started to bleed and bleed and bleed. And it was false presentation. Okay, so that's unintentional.
Yeah.
And things like that happen. It's just how you map the foot. And every horse is different. But then there's intentional where I'm trying to get a horse to bleed so I can understand how I'm going to shoe the horse for the rest of its life or for the rest of its time under my care, So if the horse's hoof bleeds all the way around, that means I have to balance the hoof all the way around. I have to shoot a horse all the way around, But if it doesn't bleed up front and it just bleeds in the heel and the only thing that is growing on the horse is heel, that means that's where the blood is now only flowing in that hoof. So I just have to balance the heel. Yeah. So I mean, it could look gruesome, but everything's done with a purpose. And
yeah, exactly.
It's the sketchiest fucking thing, though, Kent. Because if you diagnose it and you fix it, everybody's like you're the best. But if you diagnose it and you go, I kind of messed up on this, and then people go, oh, well, I don't know why I used you in the first place. They don't want to give you the mistake. They think you're not human. You're supposed to be the best.
Yeah, no, get it as well. The modular comes back and it's gorgeous. Yes, I'm the greatest thing since sliced bread. They get the modular back and it's got some sort of bloody issue on it. Dog shit.
Right.
And it's like, wow, it cost me a lot of money to bring that down to you. Blah, blah. So, I mean, it doesn't happen very often. Almost never. I've had it where, the classic one was, what's the name of that band? I can't remember the name of the band. Anyway, the band was quite contemporary at the time. They obviously come into a bit of money. They bought an 80. I'd restored it. The courier came and collected it and took it to their studio. And they've obviously plugged it in and started playing it. And then I get this phone call, not from a member of the band, whereas I'd always been dealing with the member of band, I was dealing with their, I suppose you call them their tour manager, who started effing and blinding at me about how this CS80 wasn't working properly. And go, well, tell me what's wrong. What's it doing? He says, it doesn't make any sounds whatsoever. We turned it on. There's lights on the front panel for the buttons. We're pushing buttons, not hearing a thing. I went, okay. Well, have you tried everything? They go, yeah, we tried everything. All right. Well, look, I don't know what to say. It was working here fine. Yeah, it may be fucking working there, mate. It's not working now, and all this sort of thing. I said, well, get it back to me, and I'll get it sorted for you. No, it wasn't the Coldplay one. No, the Coldplay one was a horrible buzz on the audio. Tiny went and sorted that out. He walked into the studio and went, right, we'll just take this 201 tape echo off the power supply of the CS80. Oh, look, the hummer's gone, you fucking idiots. No, and so anyway, so the 80 comes back. I take it down into the workshop. I set it all up, turn it on. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. What the fuck? Working. I phoned the guy up. I said, yep, I've just plugged it in. See, it's my turn now. I've just plugged it in and it's fucking working. What are you going on about? No, it wasn't working. I'm going, look, back. Can you hear that? That's your 80. Well, it wasn't working here. I went, well, it's working, mate. I'm sorry, I can't fix it if it ain't broken. All right, we'll get the truck back down again. Truck comes down, it's 80, off they go. Get a phone call almost immediately. It's not making any noise. Okay, now, what have you done? Well, nothing. No, what have you done? What have you plugged it into? Oh, it's plugged into the main desk in the sound room. Right. Does that cable work on any other keyboard? You hear it. Plug it into something else. Place the keyboard. Yeah, he says I can hear it. Okay, right. Plug it back in the 80 then. You go, right. I said it's turned on, yeah? Yep. Select brass 1 and 2. Yep. Volume turned up on the front panel. Yep. Okay. Right, play it. No, nothing. All right. But this time I go, I said, have you got an expression pedal plugged into it? What's that look like? Pedal on the floor. Yeah. Right, walk on that. Wow. Oh, it's working now. You fucking asshole.
Oh, they killed their.
You know?
They bypassed it.
And Fiona's going, I'm sending them a bill. She goes, I'm sending them from a bill for you checking that 80 again when there was nothing wrong with it and they were being arseholes.
Yeah.
It didn't have an expression pedal with it. They plugged one in their end that they had from an old YC45 organ. And they go, oh, look at us, we've got an expression pedal with it. Didn't tell me they'd done that. And didn't tell me they didn't know how to fucking use it either.
Right.
You know? So, you can't win.
Yeah.
You can't win. So, you treat every keyboard as an individual thing and just hope that your customer isn't a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Because you called me because you heard I'm fixing things. You didn't call me because you heard, oh, by the way, he makes a lot of mistakes. You know what I mean? It's like you got me to your property because you heard I'm fixing things.
Yeah.
Like, why are you perfect in your work environment? Do you have this canning ability to just not make mistakes when you're working or in life general? It's like, I just don't get certain people they don't allow for mistakes. They don't allow for you to go, ooh, I learned something here on this horse, you know?
I had this guy, Reynolds. Yeah. He phones me up one day, and he's up at Air Studios in town, and and they're doing some sort of album or something or other. Anyway, he says, "Oh look, we got a problem with our mini Moog. Can you look at it for us?" I go, "Yeah, I should be able to look at that for you, no problem." He goes, "Oh right, because he said, yeah, it's got got something funny wrong with it. It had smoke coming out of the back and all this sort of thing." You go, "Oh, okay." So you go, "So you think you'd be able to repair it?" I mean, well, yeah, I think so. We'll find out what's wrong with it first. And he goes, "Oh, okay." I said, "So, did you find us in the on the web page or anything like that? Because we were trying to find out how many people were actually using the web page." And he said, "No, I was recommended. You were recommended to me." I said, "Oh, anybody we know?" And he goes, "Yeah, Hans Zimmer." And I went, in my head, I'm going, right, Hans Zimmer recommends me to you.
Right.
And you're asking me if I'm going to be able to prepare it or not.
Right.
You kind of answered your own question.
It's
really.
a fucking insult is what it is.
Hans isn't going to go around going, "Oh yeah, try this guy. I'm sure you'll be all right."
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny, like where your mind goes to when you know you're working on someone's of higher statues equipment, right? The same with horses. My mentor didn't let me know we were working on Kevin Costner's horse or one of his like 20 horses, right? But this horse happened to be a horse that was his favorite that he has in Montana. You know,
nice.
He didn't tell me one fucking word, Kent, until it was all said and done. And when we were done, he made sure I did the job right for an apprentice, and I made sure I was, I knew we were. This horse was boarded in San Diego, and I knew, like, we were on some property where you could lick the fucking barn floor and not come up with a fucking disease.
Yeah.
And when this horse was done, I was like, man, like did a good job on this one. He was like, yeah, you did a really good job. You didn't cut corners. And we packed up the truck, and as we were headed down to go get some tacos, because it was a Tuesday, he goes, "You know whose horse that was, right?" And I said, "I don't know, but it was somebody important, because look at the fucking facility we were on, And he goes, yeah, that one was Kevin Costner's horse."
Wow.
And then there's a couple of race horses that are here that you've been working on, and you had no idea. And I was like, man, why didn't you tell me? He was like, well, shit, two things would have happened. You would have freaked out and started second guessing yourself.
Yeah. Rather not know.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I would have freaked out, second guessed myself, or I would have just not have touched the horse and said, you do this. I am not being responsible for this.
Yeah.
And that's the two things he didn't want to happen, because at the end of the day, he's like, you didn't cut corners, and you got the fucking job done.
Well, it's like when I started this,
you're good.
And I put an advert in the back of Sound on Sound magazine, which cost a fucking fortune. Phone rings. This is the very, very first job. And it was a girl with a DX7 wanted a battery change. I go, cool, let's do it. So, not a problem. That's gone well. The second call is Hans Zimmer with a massive Roland System 700 modular. That was the second call. And I knew who he was, because I'd been a massive film score fan for forever. So I knew who he was, and I was like, fucking hell. And I must admit, I did overly faff and second guess on that modular like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
And confidence went, bye. If you're looking for me, I went that way. kind of thing. Because I'm going, fucking hell, oh, if we get this wrong. And of course, nothing will make something go wrong more than sitting there panicking, going, oh, I better not fuck this up. Yeah, that's how you fuck things up.
Yeah. We had two. We had when we were in Washington. My wife knows the music artist. I still don't know. Maybe Wag Google will know. It was the guitar player. I didn't know until we started working on the horses. It was two big, huge drafts. Who needed my help desperately. But I start working on them, and those horses belong to, and the guy comes out of the house, and I felt bad for not knowing who he was, Kent. But it's the guitar player to the group who does that song, "Bad to the Bone," da na 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 na.
Oh right,
bad, right?
Yeah.
And I know the song, but I don't know fucking people. I'm a country boy who's under horses 9 times out of 10, playing shit music. And he comes out and he goes, "Man, thanks for what you did for my horses. We tried for years to find somebody just to take the toes off of these animals, and you're really good at what you do." And I was like, "Oh, thanks. Yeah, no worries." And then I handed him the invoice, and I go, "Here's the invoice, and this is what it is." And I started to clean up and pack my shit up. And he's sitting here fucking looking at me, and I'm like, oh, maybe he doesn't like the fucking bill, because I charge a pretty penny for draft horses. They're big and they're fucking heavy, and I'm telling the wife, fuck, did we how much did you charge him? I didn't look at the invoice. And she goes, "Well, just the normal what we do for drafts." And I'm like, okay, why is the guy fucking staring at us? And then he fucking walks up and he goes, "So you don't want an autograph or anything?" And I'm like, huh?
What?
You're like what? Sign my fucking invoice? And he goes, "Oh, you really don't know who I am." And I go, "I have the fucking slightest clue. I'm sorry." And Kent, it's been a staple of my brother and I's life don't you realize you have Kent Spong in your comment section? I don't know who the fuck Kent Spong is.
I don't know who the fuck he is.
Right? And the guy starts to go, "I'm such and such, the guitar player to this." And I go, "Okay." And he goes, "Oh, you don't know, you don't listen to a lot of music, do you?" I go, "Nah, I just don't know. I'm sorry. And if you are someone famous, sure, I'd like an autograph. I'm just trying to make the mood, just trying to lighten the mood, And he goes, "Well, have you ever heard that song, Bad to the Bone?" And I go, "Yeah, Bad to the Bone." He goes, "Yeah, I'm the guitar player for that band." And I'm like, "Oh, fuck, I'm sorry." I was like, "I am sorry, man, but fuck." So we ended up getting a picture and an autograph, and I thought it was the most amazing thing. And he paid me all these compliments, and my dumb ass didn't even know who he was.
No, I've had that as well. Yeah, not knowing who somebody was and stuff like this. We had because I had a guy here. He come to buy one of my controllers, one of my touch digital controllers, and they'd been on sale for about about 4 or 5 days, and I wasn't expecting much to happen, but it was shifting. The guy comes to the door, and he goes, "Oh, I'll come and pick up this controller." I said, "Oh, right, okay." And I had them all boxed up in the front room, and he collected the box and everything. It helped him load it up in the car. It's a controller. It takes 2 people to carry it when it's in a box. What the fuck was I thinking? Could have made that smaller.
Right.
But anyway. And he said, yeah, he goes, "I got put onto you by Dave Spears." I went, "Oh, okay, cool. He said, "Keep an eye out for it then." I went, "Yeah, okay." Okay. So after a couple of days anyway, and I remember it, and I phone up Dave. And I said, Dave, mate, I said, had a guy come here, buy a controller. And he said to me about keep an eye out for it. I said, thanks anyway for putting him on to me.
Right.
He goes, so, yeah, because he said, yeah, keep an eye out for it. I go, what the fucking hell? What does he want me to do? And he goes, so you know who that was? No. Who is it? He said, oh, that's Jeff Wayne's stage manager. They're going to use it in the War of the Worlds musical. You know the stage show of War of the Worlds?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be using my controller to work in Posca 2, which was taking the place of what the Odyssey would have been back in the day when the album was done, right? And I went, oh, fucking hell. And yeah, I saw it on one of the DVDs. You get a glimpse of it. I go, hey, got my controller on TV. But the thing is, you tell people about that, and about if you tell 10 people, 2 people will go, yeah, that was a brilliant double album. That was, I remember listening to that. And the other 8 people will go, what the fucking what? You know, lots of people do not know of that album's existence.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's pretty big here. I don't know about in the States or anything like that. But
yeah, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, there you go. So it's the musical version of War of the Worlds, right? It's fucking stonking rock double album. It really is.
But you know, for the 2 years I've been diving into this, now I've always played an instrument, guitar or harmonica, but you know, for the 2 years being in synthesizers and sitting and just keep my mouth shut and listen to Robbie on PSN, because you find out a lot of history from Robbie, you know, and I sit and listen to you.
I'm old.
Right?
He's
and
a walking log.
Right. And I sit and listen to you. But you know where I find the more information, not just from you, I find it more in chat. Yeah. I find it more in the comment. Like, I once watched Wagyu and Biscuit have a conversation a while ago. Ew.
You imagine
and it was a while ago. It was during the hardware jams, and they were picking apart some Yamaha or something, and Wagyu's going back in to the early 2000s with this something he had owned, and I'm learning about all of these different synthesizers and what makes them great and why people choose one synth over another, because in my young mind, when I bought these, I go, oh, they all can do the same thing if you're looking to do a patch from scratch, you know, because that's what I like doing, is building my own patches. And I go, they all can do the same thing. It's just some of them sound slightly different. So I was just like, I don't see the big ooh-ah with any of this shit, you know. And it isn't until you start going on people's channels and they're like, people are really into this shit. Yeah. And you just start to learn, you know? I had no idea what a fucking CS80 was until I came until I came here.
Even Wags didn't know about that album until 2006. Even the great Bagugu had never heard of the War of the Worlds album.
See, and there's people still... I mean, I guess that's proof. I guess you can't really obtain all the information there is, right?
Of course you can't. It's like I saw this little video about a guy going on about this album that was a 45 on one side and a 33 on the other, and there was 2 mixes on one side of the record. So you had the acoustic introduction to the track, and then the other groove was the electric introduction to the groove. So I call up Robbie and go, yeah, Robbie, you collect rocket. Have you ever heard of this album? He goes, yeah, I've got it, haven't I?
Jack White, Lazaretto.
Yeah. Jack Road, yeah.
One side plays from the inside out.
Yeah.
The other side plays from the outside in, but has a multi-groove intro to the first track. So it's completely, random.
So you get 2 different songs.
There's a hologram etched into the run-out groove.
The little angel thing that spins around.
And even the centerpiece, the center label of the record, is playable at 78. It's
Really?
multifunction. Yeah, it's bonkers. I'll go and get it.
What do you mean? What do you mean played at 78, Robbie? What does that mean?
So you play it at 78
Revolution.
RPM.
Okay.
So you've got 45, 33, 78. There used to be 16 in there. Do you remember 16s?
Yeah, I'd heard of it. I've never seen a 16.
Yeah, I've got a couple. But yeah, so 78 RPM used to generally be gramophone records, back, the old shellacks. But yeah, you can play. I'm sure it's the center is playable because it's the groove has been pressed into the vinyl, and then they've pressed the paper into the groove, but you can still pick up the actual groove.
The track on it.
Yeah.
You know what? I think I've got My Boy Lollipop.
Let me just get that. Hang on.
So what's the common for a regular album? Like, what's the common speed?
33 normally.
Okay.
Well, was it 33 and a third to be precise? And then the old, like I said, the old shellac ones were 78 revs. And then singles were 45 revs.
I had no idea. That's wild. So you could speed record players up to the
vinyl.
Selectors.
You had selectors, so you had 33, 45, 78.
No shit.
And it was and the drive belt would go onto a different pulley.
Oh,
that would make the turntable turn at a different speed.
I kind of remember seeing that on my mom's old
there you go.
turntable. Now that that's what the numbers meant.
It's weird because you see, me and Robbie grew up with this. This is sort of like, dude, And it's funny how quick things just go from the general psyche. Things move on.
Yeah, but Matt Evans, you have to realize we grew up poor and we weren't privy to a whole lot about music at all. Like, no one taught us anything. The things we were being taught was how to be in a gang, how to hold a gun, how to sell drugs, and how to live on the streets and survive the streets. That was in our upbringing until it wasn't. And then when it wasn't, my brother and I were on an ambulance trying to save lives. So we got extreme polars and we got no education on anything music. And here I am in my late 40s. It's almost embarrassing in many ways to be 46 years old and not have any idea that there were certain speeds on a vinyl player. And I learned so much more in my 45, 46 than I ever have, and a little bit of it is embarrassing. And,
no, you shouldn't be embarrassed about it because, there are things that, even me and Robbie don't know that went on in our time. We all do. Everybody. You can't know everything, The thing is that if you are learning things as you go along.
Oh, I know that, Matt. Don't worry about that, Matt. I know that. You're good.
It's good, man. Don't worry.
Yeah.
So this is Lazaretto. I mean, it's difficult to kind of show you, but that's the regular side, so you can see it's kind of nice and shiny. But when
that's the usual side.
On the other side, you can
see side,
it's more matte than anything because it's grooved from the inside out. So it actually plays instead of on the normal side of the record, you see you've got that lead in on there. Well, on here there isn't one. It goes right to the end. The end, and then the needle stops there. It doesn't jump off. It stops there. Wow. But you can't really see it, but can you see on the run out, what was normally the run out area, there's lots of little fine.
Yeah.
So when that spins at 33 and a third, and you shine a light at it from an angle, you get a little hologram of an angel.
Of an angel rotating.
Yeah.
Just in one place.
How do you know? Okay, dumb question. How do you know where to start the song on the album? Like,
well, on the A side, you just start it. You just drop the needle, and away you go.
Finds the groove.
Yeah, and then
so you just go to the most outer. You go to the most outer groove, then, right?
Well, no, it's on when you're playing the side that's pressed, that plays from out to in, the regular way. You just place your needle on that blank bit, and the groove picks it up and then just takes it in. But if, on the other side, you just place it at the end, so nearer the center, and because it's pressed backwards, so when you spin it normally, the record plays from the inside to the outside.
Oh, that's trippy.
But this is because Jack White, I mean, I love him. I think he's fantastic. But he also, not only is he a brilliant musician, but he's got his own record label, Third Man Records.
Yeah.
So and he's very committed to vinyl as a format, but also to clever use of vinyl.
Isn't he trying to bring it back, like in a weird way or something?
Well, it's back already. I mean,
it counts for big time, isn't it?
For more sales than CDs. So, but with this one, he said, I wanted to sort of show all the cool things that you can do with a record, and just make it a cool, thing, as well as the music being, the most important part. So. Yeah, he said to his team, he said, look, can you make a record that does this on one side, that on the other side, this and that? And he say he owns a pressing plant, so he can do all of this without a record label saying, oh no, it's going to cost too much to do that. He can afford to do it. He just does it.
Oh, Biscuit said you could see the gaps in between on the actual record. I didn't see when you were holding up the actual gaps. So
yeah, each track is pressed.
Yeah,
with a small gap. Well, I think some of them
I need to get me a I could find some inexpensive ones, some record players and
don't go for the cheap stuff.
Okay,
because there's a lot of stuff out there. The brands like Crosley and many other, GPO is another one. There's lots of really cheap things out there where they don't have a good stylus, they don't have a good head shell, they don't have a good tone arm, they don't have proper counterbalancing, and the stylus will literally carve a new groove into your record, which you don't want.
So does it have to do all vinyls? I'm trying to go out. I haven't heard this since I was like maybe 5 years old. But do they all sound poppy and crackly? Is that the ideal of how they need to sound?
No. A record that crackles and pops is probably a little dirty. Has probably got static charge on the surface,
or very very old.
Or very old, yeah. So whilst it isn't the cleanest and purest sound, it's not it's not like a CD where there's absolute silence between the tracks. There is going to be some surface noise, but most of if you get a decent record player with a decent stylus and a decent amplification system, then you barely notice it. I mean, on old, I've got loads of old vinyl that I've played to death over the years, and you stick that on, and you can hear that it's a little dusty and a little warm. But I have a record cleaner, and you can put your discs in with a cleaning fluid, and you just spin them around. There's some soft brushes inside, so it gets into all the grooves and gets all the dirt off, and then you let it dry, and then you just give it a nice wipe with an anti-static cloth. And if you make sure that your records are stored properly, they'll play nicely. I mean, I've got stuff in there that I was buying in the early 70s, and some of it sounds amazing. I've got a first US pressing of Fleetwood Mac's Rumours, and this was pressed back in when there was oil supply issues. And of course, vinyl requires oil to be manufactured, and so they to save on the costs, they would make the records thinner, and so the thinner the record, the more sort of like wobbly it is, the more prone to the grooves don't sit as deep as they would on, say, a 180 gram or something. That they'd be pressed at 70 to 80 grams. I mean, it was pretty thin stuff. But my God, it sounds incredible.
What's the properties of it? What's the properties of a record? And here's the other question:
polyvinyl acetate.
Okay. And don't people seek out sound effects for like popping and cracking on like what an album or what a record?
Yeah, you can get plugins that add the vinyl sound. That
Right, yeah.
But that's just a
But it's
trend.
an affectation of it.
Yeah, it's
so it's like acting. It's overdone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As to what it really is like.
There is a thing. I mean, if you sample a groove from a record and it's like an old 45, and you sample that loop in,
a lot of hip hop artists do that.
It just sounds nice.
Yeah.
I mean, there's this famous quote from I don't know if you've ever heard of the DJ John Peel.
No.
So he was an English DJ, sadly no longer with us. And he was the way that most of us back in the day used to discover music, because we didn't have the internet. He would play anything. Mm-hmm. I mean, literally anything. He would play it on his show, which was generally late at night. So most of us were like listening under the covers in case our parents found out. And he was asked about, and I'm pretty sure it was him that said this, that he said, somebody asked him why he loves playing records, because they're full of surface noise, and he just turned around and says, "Life is full of surface noise."
Yeah.
And it kind of makes you think, because I don't know. I mean, back in the day, we didn't care that there was crackles and pops on because that's all we had. Mm-hmm. So when CDs came along, we were like,
Keith's got Tometer on vinyl.
Yeah, me too.
My brother
got some Red Label Tometer.
I got some Red Label. I got Bermuda Triangle Red Label.
Yeah, I think my Snowflakes Are Dancing and
beautiful.
Firebird.
What a beautiful album that is. Oh, I love Firebird as well.
The one thing I remember a lot growing up was owning tapes, and I got my first boombox, and I used to love certain songs that came on the radio, and I would take a blank tape.
Yeah.
And I would record it from the radio, and I'd wear it out. But as I go back, back in the day, and I replay those songs, I'd hear these drags and this dilapidation of the sound, and I just remember loving a portion of that when it was sounding like that. It gave it this weird vibe to it, and as I got older, I never thought much about it. And when Unit E got me going with all of these synths, he had a question he asked me, and he said, now that we have the things you want to do for what you want to do, have you put much thought into effects? And I go, well, no, all the synths you got me, they have, great reverb. And he goes, well, no, your sub 37 doesn't have effects. And I go, what do you mean? It has an envelope, and and it has a drive on it. And he goes, yeah, but that's sound design. And he goes, do me a favor, just investigate Strymon effects pedals, because they're clean and they have an instrument and they have a line option. And I go, okay. And one day I stumbled upon a guy using a Strymon Volante with a Moog Sub 37. And he wasn't sound designing. He was just demoing the Volante. And I'm listening to it, and I'm hearing him go through all of these different settings, and I go, wait, that reminds me when I was a kid and I had these tapes, and the sound would sound so dilapidated, but so breathtaking. And I told Unit E, I said, hey man, I was looking at this Strymon Volante. I really want this for the Sub 37. And he goes, well, okay, before you spend $500, you have to convince me why you want this. And I explained it to him, and he goes, it's a great idea as to why now you would use that. And that's what he meant by effects pedals. And I go, okay, so it's $500. You know, you pull a trigger on a Strymon pedal, which I have a few of them. You better damn sure know what you're going to use it on and how you're going to use it, right? And so Christmas was around the corner. I didn't think I was going to get the pedal. And Unit E was talking to the wife, and they knew I really wanted this pedal. I wanted it over the Strymon Night Sky, and which I got down the road. But when it came in the mail, I said, oh, my God, thank you for the Christmas present. And I hurried up, and I hooked it up to the Sub 37 and was going through some presets. And the amount of options I had, like, take in mind, I've only been doing this 2 fucking years. And I was so amazed at how somebody can take what I remembered in my childhood and put it in this fucking box.
Yeah.
And you can get this effect on these presets that makes it sound dilapidated and like a studio tape playing. And I was just like, how deep does this synth world go? Like, what
Very
have
deep.
you know? Like, what have they done?
No.
And then I just started to figure out, oh my God, all the movies I've been watching, all the TV shows I've loved, they're using synthesizers. You know, imagine at the age of 44 or 45, waking up to that for the first time in your life when everybody else knew it. It was almost like you were in this time machine and you weren't privy to certain things, you know? It's just amazing.
And a joy.
And a joy of
Yeah.
discovery. Like, I just keep discovering. Now, I know most of you guys already know, but when I'm discovering things you already know, it is just mind-blowing.
But there's stuff that we, you know, all the people we interact with, you know, we've all got lots of experience and done this stuff for years. Every single encounter I have leads to me learning something new from someone, a new way of doing something, a new way of thinking about something. It never stops, and that's the real joy. It doesn't matter whether you started yesterday or you're going to start in 20 years' time or you started 50 years ago. Mm-hmm. You always find those moments where you just find something new, and that's what's brilliant about this.
Right. Yeah.
It's a good thing.
It is. It is. I just think, you know...
What do the white notes do?
You know, like, what do the black notes do? And why do the black notes make you feel more sad than the white notes?
Hang on. No, you're right. But it's fun. It's good.
It is.
It is good.
Sitting here watching you guys it's like it's just a learning experience all in itself.
Watching you guys has been just yeah. You've been doing some really, really good stuff, and quite some of the ambient things you've been doing. I've just been looking at it going, yeah, that works, you know.
Right.
Hello,
Kent, you've changed. You've got your collar on.
Here's the power of effects. You hear this, yeah?
Yeah.
So that's the fabled sort of Yamaha DX7 electric piano, yeah?
Yeah.
Which I think sounds lovely on its own.
Mm-hmm.
But what people did back in the day was they turned on the chorus and they turned on a bit of either reverb or delay, or maybe a little bit of both. And then all of a sudden, there's that. There's that kind of classic R&B 80s.
Right, yeah.
Clitoris patch.
Clitoris patch. Exactly.
patch.
Every cunt's got one.
What are you? Dun, 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 dun. Don't you know that one?
No, my wife tells me I don't. No.
That's why it's called the clitoris patch.
Well, fucking, you're not doing it right, Andrew.
I never have knowingly, so yeah. Yeah. So, bass guitar.
Mm-hmm.
A bass guitar.
I don't know if he can hear you. You know, my brother was.
We all wish for that.
Yeah. My brother was so. I don't want to say against playing with me on all of this because he's like, it just don't make sense. I need to be with a live band like that. What you're doing is techno digital music, and a bass player needs to be with a live band. But you know, that's how we were raised, and that's letting people into our minds, and we don't fully understand what music is at this point, you know, like, or what it does, or where you should be, or what.
And that's the best place to start. I personally, you know, I've got all this stuff, and I've been all round the houses, from live music through to sequence, through to, you know, VSTs, back to playing live. And the best times I ever have, and the most creative I feel, is when I'm working with other musicians, playing their instruments, bass, drums, guitar, vocal, whatever, just doing the whole live thing with this, all of this together. It's glorious, you know.
Right. Yeah, we were always getting told, and you know, we grew up with bands, you know, in the 90s, and anytime anybody had like a drum machine or some sort of synthesizer or a box, he would get fucking ridiculed. Like, you're not a real musician. Yeah. That's not real music, and you're gonna fuck over the real musicians doing that. We heard that our entire lives growing up, you know? And it was a thing where it was a staple. It's like, oh, if you're not doing something with your mouth or your fingers, you're not playing a real instrument.
That's what my wife always says, yeah.
That's what she said, yeah. But it's a real thing. It's a real thing, and it's still a real thing here in the U.S. and certain musicians. It's a real thing here.
It's everywhere, you know. If you're playing an electronic instrument, if you've got a synthesizer, you're not a real musician. And it's been, you know, I've been around for a while. So when synths first came out, the Musicians Union over here said it's going to kill real music, and they tried to ban it. And then sampling came out, and they did the same thing. And you know, it goes through cycles. But what's actually happened is real musicians, up until recently, real musicians and orchestras and all the things they thought were under threat have blossomed. Right. Because music has become so much more accessible, and in so many different ways. People who've never heard classical or never got into jazz are hearing it in some of the beats that they're hearing. You know, people have sampled, they're going, oh, hang on a minute, I get that. And it opens up other areas. So there's more that's been, you know, throughout the last 20 years, 30 years, there's been an increase in the number of orchestral players compared to what it was back then.
But I think people would fight you on that, Andrew. I think people would say, oh, well, people like Kent or Hans Zimmer can be in their studio, and they could take my job for a movie just with some library patches and their synthesizer. So
yeah, but they don't.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Some do.
Hans uses real orchestras.
Yeah.
But he also uses a lot of synthesizers
and a lot of VSTs, right? Like I've seen them working in the studio. So
and a lot of real
proper orchestra will be in there because that's what works. It really,
and
really
real players, you know, playing lots of different instruments from all over the world. He'll bring those in because that, you know, Hans is smart, as are a number of other people. And what he's worked out is, if you get someone that knows their instrument well, record them with their instrument because they know how it works and they know the sounds it makes, and they'll know how to sit on it, you know, to do that thing, to get a groove for whatever that means. And they do. And that sits very comfortably with all of this stuff. He's got, you know, it's a bit like Peter Gabriel. Everyone thinks, I think, a lot of people think that it's just synths and whatever else. He does so much. He works so hard recording so many musicians to
it's
get
like
the
when he was
sounds he
doing
gets.
Pirates of the Caribbean, he made the cello kind of the lead instrument in a lot of the tracks within the film. And the fact that he had one of the best cellists on the planet, who also happened to be super hot, brilliant body, and liked wearing leather skirts.
No, it wasn't me.
No, it wasn't you.
Oh, okay.
What's her name? Was it Lisa Chow or something like that? and she performs brilliantly, and she looks good. So when they're doing the world tour of all the Hans Zimmer music, she's up front, prancing about or everything. It's a real proper stage show because of it.
Yeah, Andrew, if you were put on a stand to defend electronic music composers, what would be your stand-up argument?
I wouldn't, because it's composers. Whether it's electronic music or otherwise, it's all composers. We're all composing. It really doesn't. That differentiation feels alien to me. Okay. It feels totally alien. People that make music make it for one reason, okay, and it's because they can't envisage not doing anything else. One of my sort of seminal experiences is when I've travelled around Europe is finding people making music on the shittiest guitars or stringed instruments with only 3 strings and a really crappy drum that doesn't quite work, playing some sort of beat. But they don't know how not to make music, so they do, and the community joins in, and it's an experience. That's what music is. It's people who cannot not make music. So whether it's an electronic composer or an orchestral composer, and I know lots of all of those, neither of them, most orchestral composers don't really look down upon people who do stuff electronically. They're just staggered at what people are doing. They're more interested in the output. They don't care.
Right.
They're still creative and there will always be some people will say no, that's bad. But if I was on the stand, I wouldn't defend electronic musicians as composers.
So you're choosing not to see categories. You're just looking at it as composers are composers.
Musicians are musicians, composers are composers. Making music, it doesn't matter. If you didn't have all that gear around you, I suspect that now that you've done what you've done, if all you had was a really crappy ukulele and a bongo that was out of tune, you'd still find a way to make music. You would have to. You couldn't not.
Right. You're exactly right. Yeah, because I was playing the harmonica and the guitar before all of this.
Oh, you're the one. Oh, God. It's him.
Yeah. It's Bob Dylan's mate.
I told you. So, I don't think people get stuck on this is the best, that's the best, this is the only. There is no only way. All of these things are unbelievably osmotic. They flow through to each other. Some of the best music in the world is where the different technologies from over the years and different styles have blended together to just deliver really impactful music, really impactful experiences. We all know.
So the same thing could be said for. You're probably going to have the same thing for AI, then, correct?
No.
Really? But it took a human to input the information. Is that not a form of expression? When Uncle Chrome uses VCVs, okay, it's digital. It's on a computer screen.
But the process isn't the same, is it? There's no artistic process involved.
I mean, the thing about AI shouldn't really be a threat. It should be. It'll turn out to be a tool that we'll use a bit. Here's an example. I was listening to something the other day, and it said about audiobooks, right? And about how talented actors read audiobooks, and we're now starting to see AI reading audiobooks, and it's apparently, not that I've heard it, it's appalling, because it hasn't got the intonation, it hasn't got all of the dynamics of a real person doing
the emotions,
that. Right. Yeah, the emotions, all of that stuff that an actor brings to reading a book. And AI, I mean, probably in 20 years' time, it's getting better every day, isn't it?
Can I just address that, because that's a really a lot of people say that about AI. Yeah, so and particularly narration voiceovers. AI tools are getting much better at this, and in fact, a lot of the emotion, the intonation is there now. But that's not the issue. The issue is, look at that. I've done my thing with my camera.
Well done.
I've done my thing with
Dramatic moment.
The issue is the person reading that novel.
Mm-hmm.
They're not just reading the words; they're bringing their lived experience
Exactly.
to that novel, and so they're evoking it and emoting it, and giving their take on it emotionally through their lived experience. All you're getting from AI is some pre-programmed commands that say, "Go, yes, it is the thing," rather than "Yeah, that's the thing." And the person going, "Yeah, that's the thing," is remembering something which they can relate to. So when they're telling a story, it's a different thing. So AI is interesting. You said, isn't the person inputting the text creative? Yes, they're being creative in how they manipulate that text, but what they're not being creative with is the ability to be able to repeat that the next time. And I sit on a group of video editors, 30,000 of them, advising some of the biggest companies in the world, biggest video software companies in the world. And I sit with a group of, 30, 40, 50 of the top editors and studio managers working from Hollywood to the BBC, all over the place. Every single one of them has said that video editing, for video and post-production, despite everyone thinking that generated video is going to take over, it's nowhere close, and none of us are using it, not because we hate it, not because we hate the idea of it, but because it simply doesn't work.
Right.
It's not. You can't repeat it. You can't. The quality isn't there, and more importantly, the cost. The cost of actually running servers on the cloud to process all this information and turn it out. It's a huge and dense amount of information. It's massively expensive. So not only does it not work yet, but it costs a lot. So there's been a lot of, I think an awful lot of what's going on with AI has been a lot of companies who make AI putting out hype and showing some demos that the rest of the world has gone, wow, fucking hell. The truth is, it ain't there yet. It will get there, but there is still going to be that issue with none of the AI is going to have the lived experience of a real person who can interpret it and put it out.
And the same for music, isn't it?
So, and I'm going to be careful because I'm not nor here nor there on any of this, but these are just thought-provoking questions. Are any of you afraid that the day will come where you've had a long day at work and you walk in your home and you say whatever the AI name is, right? Maxwell, play me something of this, and that. I'm having this type of mood today. You sit down and all of a sudden it's doing as you commanded. Is that music? Is that where it's going to ultimately head to? Like, I don't see it as a. You can
see that in shops and supermarkets.
Right, I don't see it as a fear-based thing, but is that what it's ultimately going to come to?
Certainly in shops, supermarkets, and factories, and all of Yes, I can see that happening there. I think when you get home, you want to listen to your favourite artist, or
something
we
that you've
do.
had a
We
connection
do though
with.
because we're older.
I don't think. No, I disagree. I mean, my kids are in their early 30s. They listen to to their favourite artists.
Yeah, but with all due respect, they're in their 30s. They're not
young.
Kids. You're not kids, are they?
No.
Spotify, is already creating AI music with AI artists.
I know.
And as Lamont said, you'll be able to just go into Spotify and voice command it or whatever, and just say, play me some music that'll make me happy, and it will just be a bunch of AI music tuned on.
Isn't it?
That's music.
Isn't there this guy who's got? He's in America. Isn't this American guy who did this? He's up for fraud, I think, because he built a load of AI artists in Spotify.
He's being prosecuted for doing what Spotify are doing legally.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Yeah.
Well, that's another interesting area of this whole AI thing. So whilst there's two parts to this, Lamont. One is would you go home and do that? Am I frightened of that? No, because most of the music I want to calm and comfort. If I'm in that kind of a mood where I need a hug, or I need, lifting up or whatever, I'll have tracks that have memories associated with them that I know that I want to hear because they do it for me, because it directly wires into my brain and recalls memories that I have, right? That's one of the things. The second thing is what Ian just said about someone being sued. The part of AI that is only just beginning to occur to the AI companies, but it's occurred to all of the global corporates, all the broadcasters, all of those people, is at some point lawsuits are going to start happening where you have to be able to show that that AI was not based on something else.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Yeah.
So the likeliness is what you're talking about.
Yeah. If you can't prove that it hasn't been nicked from something else, if you've got a huge library of data that you can pull it from, if you can't prove it didn't come from any of those, then you can't use it because these companies can't use it and these broadcasters can't use it, because if they do and they get found out for using something which sounds like something else and they get sued, they will get sued. They're not going to expose themselves to that risk. It's that whole legal side of AI and copyright is going to be massive. Massive. And it's going to be a real drag on it.
Right. Because in my mind, if I'm going to do that, and in my imagination, if I'm coming home and I want, if I want AI to do anything, I want to say, hey, AI, play me Miles Davis. I'm having one of those days.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what it does now, isn't it?
Exactly that. I want AI to make my life easier, so I want to say, make sure that the heating's on and it's at this temperature. Make sure the lights are on. I'll deal with the rest. I prefer cooking my own food, or my wife and I. But my wife does most of the cooking, but I prefer doing that. I want to, I plant my own vegetables. I want to go out into the garden and pick the vegetables I'm going to eat. I don't want that AI done. There's something about getting, that's part of the human experience. Not everyone feels that way, and AI can do an awful lot. I've used it recently to help me prepare a project plan for something. I've worded it and I've just made it too long, and I said, right, cut this section down to 250 words, cut this down, and it's done that, and then I've taken it again and just edited it around a bit more, and it does that really well. Would I want it to create any of my music? For better or worse, the music I make, and a lot of it's worse, but the music that I make is mine. It's an expression of me. If someone else does it, I've stolen it, or it's not, it's someone else's thing. I might as well just go and nick all the samples from everyone else and do that, the MIDI chord packs and all that stuff. That's not the way I like to work. But
right.
My kid is 15. My oldest is 15, and he has zero musical preference. When I even ask him, hey, I know you like music, just give me one song name or artist, and he can't do it. And he's really not big into music. So I see by the time he's our age, AI will be so integrated with knowing the individual by the information we constantly feed it. If he comes home one day and says, play something that I would like, I think AI is able, probably then by that time, 40 years from now, could pick up on a person's audio cues and signatures and spikes to see if the person is stressed, having a good mood, or if a person is having a down and out mood, and then dig into its database and play the appropriate music. I see that type of integration, but I also see it is going to be user preference. Like to what you were saying, Andrew, maybe these autonomous bots are in every home, and you say to yourself, I don't want you to go out and pick my fruit and vegetables. I'll do that. Instead, could you just cut it up for me and put it in preserved bagging? So I think when it comes to AI and its further progression is how we're going to look at it also then, because who knows how far integrated we will be with this. It seems like all the young kids are loving it. And AI has its beauties,
it does.
It has a lot of great things to make the human human workflow a whole lot more easier.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, and this is a really interesting thing. AI, we assume, is going to get smarter, right? It's going to get smarter. It's going to, we hope if my camera doesn't do that because I'm a twat.
Right.
Well, we hope AI is going to. We hope AI is going to get smarter, and if it does, one of the lessons I've learned from all the people I've worked with in lots of different industries. I work a lot in the video industry as well as in the music business. One of the things I've learned that's just a brilliant lesson is practical. It's called practical. So if you're shooting a shot, you go and set up a shot for a film or a video, and you go, right, you're going to have this person there. What's that thing there? We'll take that out in post, and we're going to have some flames here. Well, we'll add that in post. We need to do a zoom here. Well, we'll zoom in post. You have all this thing. We'll do it in post. We'll do it in post. Same as with music. Don't worry about that flam there. We'll do it in post. We'll replace it with a different drum. We'll do all the, that doesn't matter if they're singing out of tune. We'll fix it in post. The thing is, most people that have done this for a long time come to the conclusion, well, actually, it costs a lot of money to do this in post, and it's easier, isn't it, just to say, well, let's get it right at the beginning. Let's just, this work's already been done. We know how to get that thing taken out. We send someone there and say, take that bin out the way. And if we want a fire, we can just use a gas jet and set it on fire. And if we want to have this thing in focus or a zoom, we'll just run with the camera. And we've got the shot. We've made a decision. We've got the shot. That was the creative intent. It's done. Same thing applies, I would assume, will apply to AI. At some point, it will say, oh, you want some sort of music that makes you feel good. Rather than inventing something, why does it have to invent something and use all that processing power and electricity and cost when it can just say, I know you like Miles Davis, I'm going to put on some kind of blue. Bang.
Right.
It knows that. But it's a really simple decision. It goes, I know you like that, I'm going to put that on, and this will work for you.
But for the person who doesn't like music or knows Miles Davis, what do you suppose it does for them? Because I hear what you're saying. AI is definitely going to get smarter, but I think its quantum reasoning is going to get smarter because it can only get as smart as we feed it. Whatever we feed it, it quantifies it and does multiple scenarios.
It can get smarter than we feed it. That's already been proven.
Yeah, Sam Jones played a piece created by AI, right? I could not tell if it was a human or not. Now, what does that mean? What does it mean when you can't distinguish if an actual soul has written this music, or it's a rendition from?
But that's where I beg to differ. Because
semi-sentient being.
Because we as actual souls gave AI the tools to do like our creative construct. So if what Andrew's going to say, if the music was good, isn't that us doing it?
It doesn't matter if it's us doing it. So listen, you go for a walk outside your house and you walk along and just suddenly you see the sun coming through a particular set of branches in a tree, lighting up the leaves in a certain way and maybe some blossom, and you just go, oh man, look at that with the blue sky behind it and the sun shining through. That's beautiful. Mm-hmm. Did that need to be created by an artist? No. It's beautiful anyway. Mm-hmm. The music that was created by Sam Jones, did it move you?
Yeah, it was good music.
It was.
Did it move you?
It was.
Did
raunchy.
It make you go, oh wow?
Yeah, actually, I was just like, oh shit, this is nice. It's a good piece.
Then it doesn't matter.
That's my whole point. If we give it the inspiration and it comes from us, isn't it just the same?
I don't think it is, and the reason is Steve would struggle to make the same kind. As with the music industry, the people that really have a successful career are able to repeat the trick of writing and composing in however many different styles in a way that you want to go back and visit. You associate it with them. David Bowie, for instance, Sting, any of those, Gabriel, those kind of guys. They write in a particular way, and you go back because they're giving a viewpoint that other people don't have. You're listening to their lived experience, so you want to go back to that. Pretty much anyone, any of us, anyone in the world can write a good song, or treat a good photograph or create a good graphic or film a really good short video and make everyone go, wow. Get them to do it again. Almost none of them can. That's because it takes that creative talent and understanding how you did it and how to go back to it that gains you an audience, and people then want to come back and see you doing it. Because as artists, people come to us, if they come back to us at all,
right?
Because we're giving a point of view from our lived experience.
Yeah, there's a different rendition every time almost.
Yeah.
There's a meme going around every now and again on the internet that says, I want AI to do my laundry and my dishes so I can do more art, not AI to do my art so I spend more time doing my laundry and dishes.
Yeah.
But that's brilliant though. Like, isn't that how it should be? Like, but you just said it, Robbie. That's the future. It's where we're not going to have to show up for certain 9-to-5 jobs, and we'll collect money from some fictitious organization that ensures humanity is to thrive. But the one thing it will not traipse on is the human being has to have an art or a hobby to do to keep the sanity.
Yeah.
Is it possible?
Well, you're talking about a country that's just voted in Trump, so I wouldn't hold your breath.
Yeah. All I know is if you, I got nothing against AI. I think AI is brilliant. But if you replace 80% of the job sector with AI and 80% of the masses don't have a place to go, you have a problem.
Yeah, and that's coming in.
It's like any transition from one work style, job or task. It's like, when they started closing the coal mines here in the UK, the one thing they didn't do was think about where are those people going to go. We need some transition plan so that all of these people that are coming out of that industry that we're going to shut down because whether it's uneconomical or whether it's not good for the planet or whatever, we didn't think about where are they going to go, what are they going to do.
I mean, that was the Conservative government at the time under Margaret Thatcher's biggest failure, wasn't it? Because they probably did think about it, but they didn't care. Yeah. You need to care what happens to people and what happens to community.
Exactly.
And so they could have trained these people to come out of the coal mine and work on a wind farm or something.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I mean, it decimated communities, whole communities. Yeah.
I'm reading a book at the moment which is really interesting for those of us that are into this kind of thing. It's called The Anarchy, and it's a book about the rise and fall and the impact of a company called the East India Company, which went to, as a merchant company, it went to India in the sort of 1600s and started establishing trading bases there, and it kind of got a little confused about its role there, and it became more and more less and less about the trade, more and more about arming the company and using force of arms to force different emperors and governors in the different regions to do their will. In the end, there was so much disputation going on over there that the last of the big Mughal emperors over there, they forced him to sign a contract which said that they would essentially run the country. So for the first time ever in India, back in the mid-1700s, the East India Company became, to all intents and purposes, not just the trading company, but it became a government. It ran the country, lock, stock and barrel, the justice system, tax gathering, all of it. Over the next 3 or 4 years of that, they taxed everyone really heavily. And there was a drought, a bit like we're having now. There was a drought. And it led to a famine in Bengal, which led to 3 million people dying. And it led to that not because it was unavoidable, because previously the emperors would have had a store of stuff hidden underground and put in different places so they could keep the country going, albeit on, very small rations, but they could keep the country going for 3 or 4 years of drought because it was not unusual. But this time, 3 million people died. And not only did the 3 million people die, They'd sold all of their farming equipment. They'd sold all of their rice, their seed stock. They'd lost all of their labourers, all of the classes that were work. So by the time the rains did come, no one was there to work the land. They didn't have the equipment. And guess what? The East India Company, which was a commercial enterprise, suddenly realised it wasn't making any money because there was nowhere to take the money from. So allowing corporates, allowing companies to do this, which is kind of where we are with a lot of governments at the moment, allowing that to happen is known historically as being a really bad idea. Bad idea.
But it's no more government, though. It's all oligarch systems.
Bureaucrats and lobbyists.
Kent runs it all.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
Damn
That's why
Hulk
it's so
right.
shit.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is. I know that if we continue this perceived route, I do believe in order to appease the masses, you better have some sort of universal income in order. Because if you're going to use robots to fix the robots, and robots to feed the people, and robots to drive and fly the people, and we got a problem.
The people won't make it.
We won't.
If that's the case, then the people become disposable. It's all about, if it's run like that, then it's run like a company. A country is run like a company. If it's run like a company,
Well, it's already happening.
then there's no room for the people.
I'm watching it now. All these factories close down. I'm watching fast food get replaced by a robot who can do it faster and more efficient without breaks, without the added cost, without the talking back, the not showing up on time, the excuses. We're watching it right now. 20 years, we're going to be looking at a different world.
And the strikes with Amazon workers, right when the workers went on strike, one of the CEOs immediately signed a contract with an AI robot company, and they're going through mock-ups, and they have a few of them out testing them to see how efficient and adequate they really are. And they just pretty much told the Amazon workers that are on strike, if you want to do this, go pound sand. You're replaceable. We have proof. We just implement it. And here you go.
But isn't that
they don't need currency. They don't need families. They don't need food.
But isn't that the serpent eating its tail? We get rid of all the workers. Who's going to buy our product?
And that is a real moral dilemma. It's one that several companies I work with are facing, which is, we can make these really brilliant AI tools, but if we do, we're going to do away with the jobs of the people that buy our tools. Do we really want that? It's not just a moral choice. It's from a business point of view, it's hang on a minute, what, we're going to cut our own throats? Is that what we're going to do?
But that's kind of refreshing. You said that, Andrew. I never thought about that. You just said that the people of power are also worried about this transition because they know it takes people to buy things.
That's what I'm saying, man. But you have to be mindful of that.
As I said earlier, one of the issues that all AI companies are facing is how they navigate this. It is exactly that. It's how do you navigate this new arena, and is it by making more? Not all AI works as well. There's been a lot of hype about what AI can do and can't do, what it's good at and what it's not good at. It's not that good at the moment, despite what everyone thinks, at being a creative tool that can be used in a professional creative environment. Why do you need professional creatives? Because they can guarantee a result. They know that if your goal is to put out a 7-part season of drama, then it has to have actors that you care about, really good script, camera work, all of that stuff.
Right.
That can't be done by it's nowhere near being able to be done by AI.
But even then, even those jobs are so finite. That's not going to support the masses. I wonder if they thought about it. If they had a think tank, and they said, okay, so we want to make human life easier. We want to integrate ourselves with AI and autonomous bots and cars. Okay, how are we going to reproduce, keep humanity, keep everybody happy? At some point, it all comes back to the universal finances. And then my bigger question is, what does that look like? Who sits around and goes, okay, right, this is what the people need monthly to get by? Is it 5,000? Is it 10,000? Is it more? Is it less? And then how do you keep them engaged with wanting to consume when now we're sitting at home and we don't have to focus on our arts, but what drive does that give the actual human now?
For innovation and
to be inspired. And I'm not saying work does that for people, but I'm saying what happens to a society
when it has no more capitalism, essentially.
Correct.
But that's part of the ebb and flow of politics, right? We've all seen in our lifetimes how we've gone from left-wing governments to right-wing governments to centrist to left to right. We're now in a phase where, after probably since the Second World War, we've not had as many right-wing governments as we've had now. That's part of the ebb and flow, right? That's part of the ebb and flow. And at the moment, what's happening is politically people are being told that someone else is to blame for what's going on.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, it's part of that thing. And the left wing is, no political model, none of them work well enough to allow you, well enough to allow people to go, oh yeah, we're happy now, because people will always find something to be unhappy about, no matter how long we have a Labour government in that's doing a pretty good job or otherwise. People always go, I want to change, and they'll go to a right-wing government without thinking through the consequences. We had, Brexit here. Jesus, man, you voted in Trump. Jesus, man.
Yeah.
How did it happens because you can't please everyone. There is no pleasing everyone. You can't. We just have to hope that we collectively are better than all of that, and that we can keep our own shit together and help those nearest and dearest to us to get through whatever's coming next. That's what we can do.
Right. So do you think
and play the black notes?
I think we're all gonna have to play.
I want to play some more white notes at this point. Shit.
I think I don't know, and a big proponent of me still says we're going to need something really big to change the masses' minds around. It's going to have to be something huge. I don't know if that's aliens on every metropolis city. I don't know if that's frickin' a comet coming from a different part of the cosmos going to smash the Earth, or
Ebola on the doorstep.
Another mass
every major city.
Virus. I don't know what that looks like, but it's going to have to be a big shift to where the people finally wake up. Otherwise, we're gonna always say that hope in one hand and shit in the other.
I think one fills up. We were almost there. If you can remember COVID, I think that was the biggest wake up pill ever. The entrepreneurship spiked so high across the world, right? Like, people were like, I don't need this. I don't need that. Oh my God, who am I married to? The divorce rate was the highest the world has even seen, The air was as clean and the water was as clean as anyone has ever seen. Like, we were almost to some kind of a mass awakening, and then the door was shut.
Yeah.
God, this is depressing.
You think so, or is it something that that just needs to be said and at least thought about? I think some of the most depressing things are the things that you keep running from in thought process, because it's going to put you in a field in which you don't want to operate in, but you have to consume it to understand, would there ever be an answer? Would there ever be anything to my grief?
I think the answer to that is question everything, research everything. Go back to primary sources and find out whether or not the claims that are being made about all of this stuff, whatever it is, whether or not they're true, whether or not they're real. And you can do that. You can go back to primary sources.
Andy, most people don't do that. That's why Trump's in power, because, let's face it, Donald Trump is a liar. Amongst all the other
liars,
heinous things that he does. And he's with all the other liars, But enough people believe him that he's going to change their lives to vote for him.
I know. The same as they did with the Tories over here.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same over here. Yeah.
And then they use fear for you, right? They use, the immigrants are coming to kill us all.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
That's why we had Brexit, isn't it? Let's face it. You know,
right.
And that's been used over the centuries, you know, for the last 2,000-3,000 years. It's been used in every civilization. It's the others, it's them, it's those newcomers.
It's like they forgot we were the fucking immigrants.
Right.
And here we are. In the UK, we are a mongrel nation. We are a mongrel nation. We come from Scandinavia, France, we come from Germany. Apart from Robbie, he comes from Italy.
Yeah, I come from.
We forgive him.
I'm part Irish.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you had to fucking say that, didn't you?
It's true.
You don't have to tell people I'm Welsh.
Don't worry, Ian. We are too. It sucks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, what was it? You know,
we're black.
No blacks,
and
Irish.
no Irish. We're all fucked up
with that
over
one.
here.
Yeah. You know? And no Australians. I think was the other one in London, wasn't it?
No blacks, no dogs, no Irish.
Oh, that was it.
That was the thing. That was the thing.
It was the thing. You know.
It's funny how people forget, like, hello, you're a fucking immigrant too. Where did you get off the fucking bus?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I refer my learned gentleman to my DNA and his. We are 99.9999999% identical. We share the same common ancestor. We all do. Every single one.
Yes.
And your question, you know, you're saying that there's something, you know, what?
Yeah. And we're still trying to kill each other.
Apart from Ian and Kent, they're just weird.
Right.
Well,
Longhurst is 90% fucking avocado.
Yeah, that's true. Or Turkish delight and cake.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But I guarantee you send any one of us to Venezuela to sit with a family that we don't even understand what they're saying. I bet you we still find 1,000 things in fucking common.
Absolutely.
And we still want the same for each other's families.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, absolutely.
It was one astronaut who said, I can't believe the human race has put fictitious borders on this beautiful world.
Yeah.
Because from space, it looked like everybody was just one fucking species.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then here we go, humans, you know, we got to put borders on everything.
And keep the people from talking to each other.
Oh, my God. Disgusting.
It's depressing because that's the world we live in, you know? But to me, I think things are going to get better when the kids, when my kids get involved. And, like, it's already happening, right? Kids are fucking loving each other. They're loving the same fucking gender. They're wanting to be fucking fluffy animals running around town. Like, you can see the old ways and the old blood just leave. Like, the hate is leaving. They don't agree with how the system is ran. They all want to be home more with their families. Like, if you talk to any kid now, they don't want to work as much as they are forced to, and it's just it just looks like it's going to change for the better.
Sorry, are you talking about the 60s or 70s there?
Ooh, oh, I'm talking about the 19 and 20-year-olds right now.
Yeah, that was the same then. I mean, seriously, we've lived through. You know, I have lived through times where the right wing and, you know, the whole. Anything different was terrible.
Right.
I know. But we've lived through all sorts of shit, you know, misogyny, racism, Islamophobia,
homophobia,
people who don't like Kent, all of that stuff.
Yeah, Kentophobia. Yeah.
But for the last 20 years, we've been through a sort of golden patch where an awful lot of that's been dealt with. Stuff's been put into law, people have been given more opportunity, people have been taken care of. And it seems like just that in and of itself has caused this backlash, which means that people say, no. And it's become a nationalised thing. So all of us, we've lived through a golden age, and it will come back again. You know, we think we've had a shitty, tough time. No, not like compared to the 50s or the 40s or the 30s.
30s, yeah.
30s, yeah.
You know, where people, you know, this is a cyclical thing. History teaches us that. So I live in hope that we make it to the next bit.
And as a race, we keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again.
Insanity, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we you know, as a species, we don't learn really. We think we're highly intelligent, and we're not really.
I don't.
Yeah.
You know.
I know I'm
Okay,
a complete idiot.
But
I'm
do
a
you
wank
guys
puffin.
seriously think there's not more of us than what they're saying that there is?
More of us being what, Welsh?
Yeah,
Irish.
Yeah, Welsh and
Irish and black and weird. But look at our mindsets, right? I strongly believe there are more of us than there is that's being led on.
I think that's probably right, but those of us, so you're right in saying there are more that are not led than are led. The difference is those that are not led still disagree with each other.
Yeah.
so you know, I'm not going to fall for that shit. And by the way, you eat vegetables. You
Right.
fuck off. I want meat. You know,
Yeah.
You know, whilst we're fighting, the other people that are being led just going, yeah, Trump's a messiah. It's kind of no.
Yeah.
You know, and that's human history.
Yeah, I think my brother and I have been through enough in the U.S. to see the extreme polarities of poor neighborhoods, racists killing each other, and we know enough to know no matter who's been voted in office, no one's ever coming to help us. Not a one. And the day that happens is the day we don't ever have to vote again. You know, and I'm still seeing it on the streets, and I wish that I could take my knowledge, and I could speak from my brother too. We would love to have the means and the resources and the money to go into these inner cities and go, kid, have you ever seen a 4-string bass? Have you ever put your hands on the Moog Sub 37? Do you know what Farrier tools look like? You know, if it's a reason why people like us don't have that power.
I was just
We
gonna
do
say
some
that.
of that here. You know, I get involved in community projects and reaching and making this equipment, video equipment. Since I make it available to people, I mentor people because I think you're right. It's a good. Out of interest, whereabouts in the States are you guys?
Indiana.
Indiana, but born and raised in South Central LA in the 80s.
I had one of the best parties I've ever been to in South Central LA.
See, there you go.
Back in 2000.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the thing, though. When you find yourself in the most poverty-stricken areas, you find life. You find the best time of your life than you ever will in the posh areas. You know,
you find humanity, and you find
yes.
There are
common
of course there are
ground.
threats. There are all sorts of things because you're usually mixing with people who have had everyone jump on them from a great height, right? But once you're in that community, you find humanity, generosity that you will not find elsewhere. You're right. You won't find it in the rich neighborhoods. You just won't.
Because they don't have that life experience. But so what you were saying earlier, do you guys honestly believe that the human condition, the civilizations, everything that makes up a human, our flaws and everything, given what we know with our history, can we expect that this is what it's going to be like until we blow ourselves up? We're never going to change.
In my
don't know.
opinion, yes. I think so. I don't think we're going to learn.
You're very quiet, Matt.
Am I?
Yeah.
Certainly haven't any better.
There you go.
Much better.
If we haven't changed by now, we're not going to. I don't think so.
That's not very optimistic.
No, but it's a reality.
Right.
Yeah, it is.
And I'm a realist too, and I don't see it. Like, I could remain optimistic, but I'm with you. I just don't see it happening.
Well, and it goes back.
I don't think we will make it necessarily, but I hope and believe we can. And so what I do is try to help make that happen by transfer of knowledge and, by making, by example. You have to do that by example thing.
Yep.
I think we face a really tough time. I don't know if we're going to make it. As a species, we probably will. As we now know humanity, I don't know.
Yeah.
So what does it take to change? So what do you guys think it takes to change us around?
a catastrophic event, a globally catastrophic event. It's the only way it's going to happen.
Right.
For us all to become united.
Everybody's got to be on the same playing field.
Yeah.
Level playing field.
So politics are out the window. It's about uniting because of something else. You're right. Really. Yeah. So aliens.
Yep.
An alien invasion. That'll do it.
Yeah.
Made subordinate.
When Alexander conquered so much of the Levant and then the Hindu Kush, when he conquered so much of that, Greece and all of those areas, he just went through. He was a dictator. He was an autocrat, and his word was law. The thing is, the people living under him during that time, for the most part, the people he conquered and subsumed, came to love him because he understood about keeping people happy and creating communities and providing for them and doing that thing. The problem was that when he died, the next person to take over was a dickhead and didn't care. He just wanted the money. So there's always, that's the problem. There's always going to be someone that's a dickhead, like the person you just voted.
Too many dickheads in the world, isn't
there?
Yeah, but I'm with Ian though. If you have this big offset, this paradigm shifting offset, an extraterrestrial race that far superior than us, who's probably been monitoring us for quite some time. But Hollywood, it paints this picture. ETs, they're here to kill us. And I always said this: if you're afraid of ET and not what we're already doing to ourselves, you must be fucking crazy, because I see us doing way worse than what ET can do to us.
Exactly.
Think about what the Spanish...
We're on the verge of blowing ourselves up.
Think about what the Spanish did to the Incas.
Right.
Right? They wiped them out, not because they had a rich... Think about what we, the English, did to the Indian subcontinent. Right? They had a history going back 5,000 years. They had incredible craftsmen. They were the breadbasket of that entire of the world at the time. They had rice and bread and corn and craftsmen and gold. They had minerals, and we screwed it in about, I think it was about 80 years.
And then threw Christianity on our laps afterwards.
Yeah. So why would a group that's cleverer, technologically more advanced, not stand back and go, oh, these are brilliant people. I don't have any hopes that if any alien were to come here and look at us that had all the technology we think they need to do that, if they got here, they'd look at us and go, fucking savages.
Yeah.
But that would,
why wouldn't they?
And that would be a whole thing of perception, right? Because if I'm a species, I'm just thinking for myself, I'd go, okay, how much do I want to intervene? I know where my species has come from, and we made it. Do we want to intervene, or do we want to intervene right at the very moment, now that these motherfuckers have got atom bombs?
Right. They can cause an issue with the entire solar system.
Do I want to let these people off their planet now that they have nuclear weapons? Let me see here. Let me think about this.
Yeah. Because if you blow up Earth, look.
You don't blow up Earth. If you just wipe out humanity, then Earth is a brilliant natural resource. Leave it for a couple of centuries. But
there are still things that need man without. Okay, if you erase us right now, we still have nuclear plants that have to be manned. If they're not, they go into meltdown, which would be catastrophic.
Yeah.
For the animals, for the environment, for the entire planet. We're playing with particles. We're colliding particles on this planet to create black holes. How insane do we have to be to say, hey, we want to now create black holes and blow our planet up, and then not only do we blow this planet up, we fuck up our entire solar system. Gone.
Thing is, you're right, but thing is, this, which we're all doing this, we're playing with these things, that came about because people kept on pushing the buttons and trying things and inventing, discovering electricity and how to harness it.
Yeah.
That's progress. That's humanity's got cleverer and cleverer, and we'll keep doing that. So you're
pushing
right.
the envelope, yeah.
But yeah, we got, we can go from this to You know, we can do that.
Right.
We can do that. We can go from to bah! You know, that's what
That
we
reminds
do.
me of that movie, the movie Contact with was it Jodie Foster?
Jodie Foster.
Oh, that was a great movie.
They said when she got to that planet and she reached the alien entity that cloaked himself as her father so she wouldn't freak out. He said some of like the writing in that was beautiful. Said that humans are capable of such beautiful dreams, but such horrible nightmares. And that what you just said, Andrew, reminded me of that scene. Like we can do so many great things, but it just seems like the human element in us just keeps slapping us right back in the face, time and time again.
But it's just 10% of us in each country that.
Okay, so all the rich people in the world, right?
It's not even all the rich people. I don't want to make it a blanket statement.
Okay, but
all those in
the
that
majority,
that are,
the majority that are in power,
Yes.
right? The ones that we see that we know of. Why is it that they don't think like us? Why is it people that
That's why
think
they're
like
rich.
us are not in power?
That's why they're in power.
That's why they're super
Right.
rich.
Yeah.
And you'll never see people like us in power because that's where the change would come from.
I also think functionally, people that are that rich, I actually think they're all insane. I think they have a fundamental personality flaw that means they have to acquire because what they have is not enough. And we all know about that. You know, you're not enough. I'm not enough. That's a very dangerous thing. And I think most of them are just plain insane.
Right.
Yeah,
But okay, Davey the
right.
Hug Monster, how exactly do we do that?
Do what?
Billy Connolly said in 1985,
We need to
the
stop
desire to be a politician should bar you for life from ever being one.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Right.
And even if you get into, you know, we occasionally see politicians who go into politics for the right reasons, but pretty soon they're corrupted. They're corrupted by the power.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, people like Tony Blair and, you know, I'm not saying Donald Trump, but Barack Obama. It doesn't matter who they are. They get corrupted by the power.
Right.
Right.
Or, you know, or they get stymied by what they want to do and what they're not allowed to do because, you know, the Senate is run by one political persuasion and you know they're always going to stop what, you know.
The human race is really good at spotting angles, and I think no matter what the intent, I mean, I'm not sure that everyone that gets into power is corrupted by it, but
I think so.
I
would
think
say
there
so.
are smart enough people around to look at what the wrinkles are and the little gateways that allow them to manipulate and essentially trap people, put people into positions which they wouldn't want to be in, and then that finishes their ability to be able to think independently.
Right. And I'm sure, Andrew, a lot of these people that went into our Congress or whatever our powers are, they all had good intentions of proper
Definitely, I think they
change.
did.
But once you put fucking special interests and lobbyists and bureaucrats in there, you have no foothold because if you're by yourself, then you're by yourself and you're never going to change anything by yourself.
It could happen just like this, right? Arturia can go to Robbie and say, hey, I notice your YouTube channel is on a rise. So I want you to sell our product the way you have been doing. We don't want you to change anything. But here's what I want you to think about, Robbie. We have a few things coming down the pipe, and we absolutely need you to say this. If you do, at the end of your career in YouTube, we will make sure you have a few $1 million in your bank account so you never have to worry about
and it's as easy as that.
Finances ever again. We just need you on board. Push this idea.
And it's as easy as that.
And say this.
You get a man in the desperate situation.
I don't want you to kill anyone.
Yep.
I don't want you to do anything hostile. I just need you to say these few words and paint this picture for me.
Just depends how principled you are, doesn't it?
It does.
I think if your principles are strong enough, you can tell anyone to fuck off.
And I
But
have
even
to
if-
say,
Even if you think you have the morals,
you
don't know what you would do.
Just to give that some context, I personally, even though I've got very big, go away, oh fuck off. I have to say that personally, my experience is that Robbie has. I just got to put it out there. Robbie has enormously high moral standards.
Mm-hmm.
So he's
Very
not
much
going
so.
I'll just say that. But I get the point you're making.
Right.
I do get the point you're making. And yeah, that happens, I'm sure. I really am sure. But, you know, I just have to make it clear personally. I don't get paid or, you know, I'm a co-presenter on the channel, but Rob is he's a good guy.
Right.
He is a good guy. And he, you know, you only have to see what he does. So
Yeah, we were just using Robbie's channel.
I'm just
for
using him as an example.
Yeah, but,
now Ian's another matter. You know, he'll do anything for a
I'm
pint of lager.
just
Pointing the wrong way, mate.
I'm a media whore.
But you
Yeah,
could,
he is a media whore.
Okay,
He is
but
a
how
media
many
whore.
how many people? A lot of people think they're made up of something that they can never be broken, right? But
Oh, yeah.
I grew up knowing there's a number for just about anyone. You
Everybody's
know,
got a price.
and you can rationalize that in your head and go, okay, I'll do this one bad thing, but when I get this money, I'm gonna do 1,000 good things
Right.
with it.
right.
You know what I mean? Like, where's the line? You know, how do you know who you are if you're not
I can
put in those
only
positions?
answer that personally, right?
Right.
So if you were to say to me, there's got to be a price to kill someone, to kill this person. You go and kill this person, right? I might do it because of principle. I might say, he's a git, the world could do without him, and you know, but I'm not likely to. But if it was for money, if you said, you know, do this for that, there isn't any money in the world. There's no money in the world that would make me do that.
Right.
There isn't. There's not a price. There may be, however, that my family is being held hostage by someone else with a gun to their head saying, do this or else.
Right.
So that's a different kind of price. That's do I want my family to live, or am I willing to do this evil act, even though it's against my principles because they've got my family? Yeah, and that's a lot of what goes on all around the world.
Right.
All around the world.
So I think that's what our politicians go through. They start off like us. They come from the community like us. And it isn't until they're faced with a decision of a lifetime, you know, and people find out
What they're made of.
What they're made of. And the only way to get around that is you take every politician there is around the world and you say, you know what? If you're in office, you get minimum wage.
Yes.
That's it. There's no outside revenue.
Yeah.
There's no
second jobs either.
second jobs.
Nope.
You can't play the stock market.
Yeah.
You can't invest in things. You get minimum wage. You get in there. You get the job done.
You want your income to come up? I guess you'll do your fucking job.
I guess so.
That's
I'm not sure you
that's
get the
motivation.
experts then, but I know what you mean.
Because it's a
But
job.
when you say experts, Andy, what do you? I mean, you know,
Some people.
most of our
there are-
politicians are not experts. They're you know,
They used to
they're
be.
Well, I mean, our chancellor.
There are more experts in this government than there were in the last one. That's for sure.
and they're screwing up all the time. So just because they're an expert doesn't mean they do the job well.
They're screwing up. I mean, at the moment, all we know is they're not doing what we thought they would be doing, and what they're doing immediately is having an impact that's not what we thought.
Yeah,
Got the money to do
What
anything.
we don't know is whether or not what they're doing now will work in the long term. That's why they're in for 4 or 5 years, whatever.
They were hamstrung by their own election promises because they promised not to raise taxes,
Stupid thing to promise.
but they need money. So,
Okay, how scared are you in the UK right now with all this Russia stuff, and we are closer with nuclear weapons as we ever been? Is this a real fear that the train is seriously about to come off the tracks?
Is the train about to come off the tracks? I mean, I think the problem. I mean, I am not for 1 minute, thinking that we should go to war. But I'm sorry, when you've got somebody like Putin, as the West needs to stand up to this guy. And that's what he's playing on. He's been playing on that for the last probably 10 years, pushing it further and further in. You know, we had the Salisbury thing over here. He pushed that. He pushed other things in other countries. You know, he's been doing this he's been planning this. He planned Ukraine for a long time.
And he's cut the UK off, or the UN off from fuel.
I mean, that's why he's been stockpiling all his oil. You know, I mean, we know, and guess what? We're still reliant too much on oil. Who knew? Who thought that wasn't going to be an issue? You know, so we aren't standing up to him. We you know, all that happens is that, you know, we say, "Oh, you're a naughty boy," and like, does he care? Does he? Hell, you know.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think we do.
Is the fear there in the UK that something is on the rise? That
is the fear there in the US that something's on the rise?
I don't think the fear is here, because I don't believe our government will actually ever do anything.
Yeah, I think the fear isn't here in the U.S. I think the U.S. is more afraid of immigrants coming from our southern border than they are anything else, because that's the narrative they drive.
The narrative here.
But you guys are closer to the mayhem, it seems like, and it just seems to be, if you're watching any news feed, whether mainstream or on YouTube, it just seems like there's something imminent pending.
Let me ask you a question. How bad is the economy over there at the moment?
It's horrible.
It's really
horrible,
bad.
right?
And the inflation is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's terrible, isn't it? And yet, Trump is thinking of invading Greenland. What would happen if he did that?
We'd be bankrupt.
Yeah.
We're already bankrupt, actually.
Yeah, and then what would happen? What would happen to the population?
Right. It's sinking even further.
So, you know, when you look at these things, you see what's likely to happen. We did the biggest act of self-harm in 2016 over here in voting for Brexit. It was calculated, it was manipulated by news organisations and right-wing whatever. And well, actually, forget the right-wing. It was organised primarily by people with a lot of money who knew how to do this stuff, right? And it's the biggest act of self-harm. So now, the biggest problem we have right now is that we don't have an agreement with our biggest neighbours and this whole group of countries, all of Europe. We don't have a proper agreement with them for security and armed forces. That we kind of do, but we don't. That, you know, we've alienated ourselves from them, so that leaves us curiously isolated.
Right.
You know, and we really are curiously isolated here. But at least none of us live anywhere near Ian.
Yeah.
Actually, that's not true.
Poor Ian. He's getting
hey, Andy.
shit into the stick over here.
I know where you live, mate. You're only an hour away from me. So you're much closer to me now than you were when I lived in Yorkshire.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
But at least we're not in Indiana, eh?
That's true.
Yeah. Fuck's sake.
And Matt's only an hour and a half away from me. So
Do it, Indiana. Fucking listen to him, Indiana.
Ain't nobody worried about two half Irish, half black chaps in Indiana. I guarantee. I promise you that. In the middle of a cornfield, no fucking way.
I'm 3/4 mongoose.
Well, there you go.
we knew that.
Yeah, we've seen your tail up the back end of a fucking Range
Oh
Rover, mate.
no, don't go there.
Yeah.
Our news feed has been covered a lot with these fucking drones. Are you guys having drone issues out there?
You can't look anywhere without seeing drones.
No, Andrew just goes on and on. That's the only drone that we have.
I have tonight, haven't I?
No, we haven't. I don't think we've had any of. There was one or two little minor incidents, but
Copenhagen just had a shit ton 2 days
But then
ago.
we shut the mines so that we don't have any minor incidents anymore, do we?
Yeah, it's true. We haven't got any minds.
by the way, very quickly, slightly off topic, Matt, have you seen Alex Ball's new video?
No, but I've seen the. I saw it when I was looking for this.
Yeah.
Depeche Mode synth bass. Yes, I'll be fucking on that. Don't worry.
Back in.
Looking at that. So, guys, I'm going to be jumping onto your show again shortly. You're on again later on, aren't you?
Yeah, we're on that when the missus says we're on.
Yeah, we all do what we're told.
5 o'clock.
Listen, we're men
think.
and we do whatever we like as long as my wife says so.
Right.
I'm actually going to go in and make myself some dinner now.
Well, listen, good to talk to you guys. Long
Good
overdue.
conversation. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to head off because I've got a couple of things I need to do. But I'll be jumping in and just keeping an eye on what's going on.
Yeah, jump in and play with us. Shit, like, come on. There's no reason for you not to. I just heard you play your fucking synth.
What?
Yeah, take me out to the ball game.
Do you know I've got to go and learn that now? Yeah. We can do that sort of thing.
Ooh, I like that.
Such a fat sound.
Yeah, fat bloke. So I've got to go away for a while. But listen, good to speak to you, Ian. Great to see you, mate.
Yeah, you too, kiddo.
Yeah, great
And
conversation.
you, Matt, are you okay, man?
Yeah, we're getting there, buddy. We're getting there.
I'll give you a shout. I'll give you a proper
Yeah, we'll have a chat.
Tinkle. Give him a tinkle.
and Lamont. And I can't remember your name.
Lamar.
Lamont and Lamar.
Yep.
You really?
Grandmother named us. I know. And we don't even want to. We just take it as far as that.
I'm going to come and have a word with her. Listen, great to see you both guys. And I'll catch up with you on your show later. And I might jump in and fuck your entire music session.
There you go.
That's what we want to hear.
That's what Kent does every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I know he's asleep. That's why his camera's off.
Yeah, he was getting there, wasn't he?
Yeah. He was dozing off. He needs
Tough
it.
day.
Yeah.
Guys, later.
Oh, bastard. Yeah.
See you later, Andy.
See you later.
Big up. Take care.
Later.
Mate. He's a twat, isn't he?
Yo. What a wanker.
I wonder if he smells like one.
Oh, jeez.
If he does, I might love him if he does.
Yeah.
Something about a good twat smell makes me love a person.
Oh my God.
I mean, if he smelled like a dick, I wouldn't be anywhere near the guy.
Right, there you go.
Well, he talks a lot like one, so who knows?
He's a hermaphrodite of smells, is what you're saying.
Dear me.
I don't know.
How's your record company / trying to find artists going, Ian?
Well, we're all right. We're not actively looking for artists because we don't need to. But I'm just working on it's actually there was some podcasts that came out a few years ago, and we're putting them out as an album. So they're short stories. There's 5 of them. Each one's about 20 minutes to half an hour. So I'm just working on that, really. We've got an album. We've got a single coming out next month for a new band, which the guy who helps me with the label is involved with. It's his band, you know. So, but yeah, I mean, we do get asked to, to listen to people's stuff, and we do listen, but it's all about relationships for us. I'll be honest with you.
Right.
So it's either people that we've met online or we've met in person, So, but we don't actively go out looking for people to, and I say sign. We don't actually sign anybody. We don't have a written contract with anybody. We just have an agreement that we're going to, do what we can.
So you do the marketing and everything then, huh?
Sorry?
You do the marketing and everything?
We try. We haven't got. There's no marketing budget because we're a not for profit. So, it's just done through social media. Really,
It's not what it used to be in the old days when A&R went out and they actually scouted for bands.
Yeah.
They brought you back to Capitol. What was that?
Capitol
Records.
Capitol Records. I mean, those record labels were always looking for the next hit. Now, all of our artists don't have hits, so it's, so that's not what we're looking for, or they're looking for, So it's quite nice to put people's music out and help them.
So
helping people.
So is that why you do it? Is it just to help people? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the label's been going. I mean, because we are a legitimate label in the sense that we can create IRSC codes. And I did that back in 2008, something like that. So we are there as a legitimate label, and we don't need distribution companies to create that sort of thing for us, so that that songwriters get paid. We will advise people about, if they're not members of performing rights societies that they should be, because that is one method of getting paid. If you've got a track that gets picked up by mainstream radio, or then you can earn some money that way. But so and like I said, the label started in 2006 mainly to put out a band's CD that I was playing in at the time. That's how it all started. The reason it's called Sinners Music is that about, is it 10 years ago now, I bought a music shop and I needed a limited company. You must have limited companies over there. You probably have called them something. Maybe you might call them something else in America. But so I needed what's called an off-the-shelf limited company, and because I'd already started Sinners Music as a record label, I just looked through what is Company's House here in the UK, and surprise, surprise, Sinners Music Limited was available as a off-the-shelf limited company that I could buy for £40. So it then became a limited company, which is what it is.
I wonder if I've been out of touch with the whole grinding thing with the band life. Are they still like, is Capitol Records and all these other record companies, are they still out getting talent, or is everyone self-made from social media now? Is there even a lot of it?
I mean, there's only 5 major record labels. We've got Sony, we've got Universal, which I think Capitol's part of Universal now. Don't quote me on that, but there were. I mean, all the big companies were bought up. All the smaller labels were bought up by the big boys, So it's quite difficult to know exactly. There are a few independents. I think Mute is still here in the UK. Mute Records is still an independent label. But they're there, and then there's lots of little tiny guys like me, who don't bother the charts at all, really. And we're not looking for that. I mean, if the single that Ramshackled are putting out, I mean, if they want to try and go for the charts, we'll help them if we can. But there's no marketing budget for that. I had some friends who were they're a folk duo, and not their last album, the one before that, I think they spent £25,000 on marketing it. And yes, it did get on mainstream radio. It got on Six Music. It got on Radio 2. And it got some quite good reviews. But they are saying that the 25 grand that they spent, and they never got it back by record sales.
Damn, jeez.
So you can't afford to do that unless you really have got the money to do it. And I worry that if you think of legacy artists as they are now, they came up through this system of in the heyday when there was lots of marketing, lots of money in the music business. Really, I think it's much harder now for artists to get recognised. And yes. So we put somebody's single out, and they get picked up by a major record label. Happy days, as far as we were concerned.
Right.
We could then be able to say that, not that it makes much difference to us, but we would be able to say, well, they were with us first, and then they managed to end up with Sony or whoever.
Right. So is there any money left to be made as a musician, or you just got to hope content creation is a way to go with music and kind of match them up and see what happens?
Is there any money to be made? I think if you want a living to make a living out of music, I think it's really difficult. And I think there must be there's a way of making money, but it's like little pots of money all over the place. So you might get a little bit of money by a YouTube channel. You'll get a little bit of money by doing, selling some, you don't get much from streaming, but you might get selling merchandise at a gig. You might get a bit more money, and then obviously if you're going to get paid at the gig, I think performing, performing is always going to be a way of a musician to try and make a living. Right. Really, that's what I mean. If that's I have a lot of friends who have been doing that for a lot of years, and they are making a living. They don't have a day job. They survive by picking up all these little pots of money, by doing stuff.
So
yes, they're not rich.
But you got to get out there and do the live gigs, and
you've got to get out there and do it. Yeah. And to some extent, they pick up a following. Do they have mortgages? Probably not, because they're probably, what bank is going to lend them money when you're a musician and you're technically self-employed,
right?
And you don't know when your next paycheck's coming. So I think it's tough to be a musician.
Very, very tough, and for someone to walk in on this conversation and hear that reality, that realistic notion that some kid who's 13, and it's not saying that a dream can't happen or the lottery won't strike, but to know that the days of making money, good money as a musician,
is over.
It's over.
Unless you get out there on the streets and...
Well, then you have all these other musicians that are out there doing the same thing.
I mean, and that's why things like, covers bands, sort of tribute acts, people make a living out of doing that. By being the latest clone of Coldplay or Foo Fighters or whoever. I'll be honest, where I live in Frome in Somerset here in Yorkshire. I wish it was in Yorkshire. We've got quite a good, decent sized venue just down the road in the middle of town, and it's full most weeks with tribute acts, and people are paying good money to see them. Now, that does not interest me at all, but it's a way of musicians making a living by playing somebody else's music. Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you, back in the 80s, I wasn't in a tribute act, but I was we have things called working men's clubs here in the UK and nightclubs. And I was there in the mid to late 80s, out 4 or 5 nights a week with a band playing and making a living doing what tribute acts do now. It's the same thing. It's just, we would do a range of music from the time. We were doing things like Go West and stuff that was in the charts, but not sticking to one particular act.
Right.
But now, and some of these acts are really, really good. I've only really ever seen one. There's a Genesis band, I think they might be from Australia, called Musical Box. I saw them a few years ago, and they were incredible. Now I can't see sort of early Genesis because the band no longer exists. But these guys did a really, really great job. In a theatre. It was before ticket prices were stupid, but I think we paid 20 quid or something like that to go see these guys, and they were amazing.
Yeah. I think we're fortunate enough we live in an area where him and I can go, get our stuff, and play at a couple of venues around here. And I know 100% that we could get booked and rebooked and only expand from here because it's a thing people are hungry for in this area.
They want entertainment.
But they want it different.
They want it different and something that they can socialize to. Nothing they want to, it's the atmosphere, right? If you want heavy metal or that type of stuff, there's a lot of bars out there for it. But these like wine venues and these like outdoor setting, they call for a different type of music.
They call for something you could still talk to your friend over a conversation and have some really good music in the background, and that's what we're seeing here in our neck of the woods. So we're gearing ourselves for that. So on our channel, we're creating our album so we can have something to market when we go out live.
Exactly.
And do that,
because, and and if you make yourself some CDs, you'll sell them because that sort of market, that's where people do still buy it. We don't sell many CDs, and we've only really just started doing that this last couple of months.
Yeah.
But if you go to a gig and you like the act, and you'll sell some CDs.
Yeah, the wife is putting together press packages for people to buy like barcodes and thumb drives that are decorative thumb drives with the artwork paper book, and it's just so modern, right? And it's not very big, but when you look at it, you go, oh, this is cool. I got a thumb drive and or a barcode to get the music, because she's trying to figure out how to build our website. So there's no middleman, right?
Yeah.
And so when you come to the gig, we can say, hey, here it is. You can buy it here, or you can use your phone and take a picture of our QR code, and you can buy it from there. And we're not going to charge a crazy, obscene amount for the actual product, but what we are going to charge is for when you come see us live. That's probably where we're going to make the most of our money. As long as we can cover the door, get some of the bar, and we get our ticket sales, we're good. Yeah. That's how we were raised. That's how when we first started a band, Ian, we had one person show up.
Yeah, I've done gigs like that, but two or three I think was the lowest I had. But
and that was I'm going to be honest, it was probably for 5 or 6 fucking months. It was 10 people that would show up, and then all of a sudden, we were just floored. We played at this place in LA called The Joint, and people were there to see us, and we had no idea who these fucking people were. And we were like, holy shit, we spent a year gigging and doing this, and we were young, we didn't understand, the power of being 100% behind something will produce this. We just were in love with playing, and people were showing up. Then we hit our last gig before
the cellar.
Yeah, the cellar, before our bandmates turned to heavy alcohol and drugs. 500 people showed up at this event.
That's great.
Where we were the headliners, and we were just floored and nervous, and we were like, who are all these people? And we had a promoter, and he was doing his part. We were like, how did he do this? And it all went by so fast. We were just like, how did this even happen? And we played it. It was an amazing gig. And I was just coming around on the trumpet, and then all of a sudden it was over. It was gone. These dudes were into alcohol, heavy drugs, and they thought they were rock stars before they were rock stars. And my brother and I, we were in our early 30s, and we already had the business mentality. And our promoter at the time told us, I told you this was going to happen. You and your brother were the talent in this band. You guys wrote the music, and you depended on these two people. And then he said, what I suggest you guys do is you two need to get together, figure out your own stuff, stop involving people, because you have a drive that others don't, and they don't take it serious. And just you two need to do this, no one else. And when that happens, you let me know, and
you can do that now, can't you?
You
can.
More than enough tools.
The days of needing a band,
it's over.
It's over.
I got a TR-8S. That drummer,
exactly.
That's exactly.
So you've replaced Robbie straight away. You don't need a drummer.
Straight away.
You don't need a drummer.
Robbie can piss off.
Oh, you bitch!
Right?
Come back, Rob. We love you.
I got an MC707 that'll hold a guitar sequence if need be. I have a looper. My brother can stay solid on the fucking bass and explore his bass. We're twins. We're black. We're good looking. We sell ourselves. And this is what our promoter is telling us. You guys will sell yourself. You don't play shit music. People can still have a conversation while you're playing. It doesn't drive anyone out of the room, and it shows great musicianship. Yeah. And so get out there and fucking do it. And we're like, oh, yeah. And so here we are. You got to start somewhere, Yeah. And so we have a couple of places we know for a fact right now, if we go set up and say, hey, we want to play here, they're like, fuck yeah, let's do it. But we're not in a position to do that right now. We still have to figure out this album. We still have to figure out marketing. We still have to figure out how we're going to get it out there. And while we're still figuring it out, we have a YouTube channel that's trying to build somebody to watch it. You know, a fan base, which I think is probably you're probably going to have to be both a content creator and a musician in order to thrive.
Yep. And everything else. So you guys need to be CEO. You need to be financial director. Yes. You need to. And you're right to treat. You need to treat it as a business.
Yeah.
You know, it is a business.
It is a business.
Yeah.
If you're wanting to get business out of it and some sort of financial gain, it's a business.
But we're realists too, you know. We know we're not going to make it rich, but what we do know for a fact is it can pay your bills because it's paid our bills before. You know, it's never given us anything more than paying our bills and maybe saving a couple of $100 to buy another piece of hardware. But it's never given us Mercedes-Benz money or go out and buy things money. You know, it's always been enough to pay your bills and catch a next gig, you know, and live that life.
And with that said, my good sirs, I'm going to go make myself some dinner because our show starts here in less than an hour. So I'm going to hop to it. But I want to do this again with you guys. You guys all have brilliant minds, and I like to be in dialogue with other people that tend to be a little bit smarter than me.
Fuck you. You want to replace me.
I did not,
Rob, you've been replaced,
bring
mate.
forth that notion, Robbie. I just merely agreed with the masses.
Fuck 'em, Robbie. We'll just go out on our own, mate.
Yeah.
What is a Depeche Mode tribute act? You've got it nailed.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, fucking Robbie.
Yeah, I'll just do my Fletch bit. There you go.
Yeah.
Robbie will sit there and just play the Star Wars theme all day fucking long. All right, well, shit. We come on at 5, so we're going to get out of here.
It's good to chat, guys.
Yeah, likewise. I think Ken is asleep, so.
Yeah, he's gone, isn't he?
Yeah. That's why he turned his camera off. I saw him doze off.
Yeah,
no, fucking hell, it's awake.
Oh, shit.
Look at him.
Yeah, oh, bless.
Is he refreshed? There he is. He's refreshed.
Siri's going to come and sit on his head now. You watch.
Yeah.
She's waged up my house,
Oh, lovely.
You look like a bag of hot dog shit slapped you.
Probably not far wrong.
I've got 3 bags of them out in the back garden. And I do resemble at least 2 of them.
Yeah. Get some sleep, for fuck's sake, Kent. Jesus Christ.
For fuck's sake, Kent.
You know what it is? It's because I haven't got any caffeine in me anymore.
Does that to you,
You'll
mate?
sleep better. You will sleep better, though.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
No, I totally agree.
Yeah.
Watch out for the vivid dreams, though, because I found that when I came off the caffeine, my fucking dreams went.
Oh, shit.
Really,
Yeah, no, there's something about that. I vaguely remember.
Yeah, it's
something
really
like that.
weird.
But yeah,
More B12.
Don't stay up too late, Kent. Get yourself in sort of regular pattern of. What time do you normally get up in the morning?
About 9.
Yeah, well, yeah. So, no. Here is Uncle Ian says, don't go to bed any later than 1 o'clock. Okay, if you're going to get up at 9.
Yeah.
All right. I'll see you guys in a few.
See you later.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, we are. A 9-hour pub.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Is that a record?
It's got to be, innit?
Got to be in it. Aye.
Oh.
Well, I'm useless to anybody and everybody. At the moment. So you're going over to the SOR?
I'm probably not.
No.
I haven't watched their show.
Unlikely.
Yet. But it's getting on. I normally do my. It's time to do an Ian at about 9:30. So
Yeah.
I've got this fucking thing, so I've got to get some sleep.
What you got?
What's that?
I've got an ECG for 24 hours.
Oh,
Oh
God,
my
I fucking
God,
hate
man.
those.
Regular heartbeat.
Welcome.
Yeah, and that another reason for the fucking killing the caffeine months back.
Yeah.
The worst one is the 24-hour blood pressure.
Oh, I've not had one of those. Thank
Oh,
fuck.
mate.
Is that good? Is it?
The little unit's about this big and it sits, you know, on your belt or what have you. But you've got to have a thing attached, you know, the thing attached to your arm all the time. And every hour it goes and does it, even when you're sleeping.
Oh, nice.
No. But thankfully I don't do that. Now they just send me a form and I do 10 tests a day for 2 days with my own blood pressure machine.
Yeah.
It's fine. But no, the ECG, I just saw my ECG results. It basically just confirmed everything we already knew. So,
Yeah.
oh, shit.
More tea, Vicar.
That was this. I just drank the last bottle of sparkling water out of the fridge because I was really thirsty.
Vodka.
I wish.
Yeah.
Do you know, we bought a bottle of Baileys for Christmas. It's still sat there unopened.
We've got 3 bottles still sat there.
I don't really like Baileys. The trouble is, once you open a bottle of Baileys, you do need to drink it reasonably quickly because it goes off.
It does.
Cream in
That's
it.
what I
Isn't
told. That's what I
Nice
told
in
the
coffee.
missus.
Chuck it in
Yeah,
coffee.
yeah.
Black coffee.
It's like-
It's lovely.
When we
Don't
cleaned
talk
my
about
mother's
coffee.
house, we found about 5 unopened bottles of Baileys,
Wow.
and with a load of, you know, ginger wine and all this stuff, and we just stuck them on the back porch and let all the neighbours take them because they're all, you know, and they did. They went literally, you know, they just said, put a little note, said, please help yourself,
Boxes.
you know. I think the only thing I kept was the bottle of brandy, which we only opened at Christmas and we used for Christmas pudding. I know.
Yeah, I had what did I have? A little, you know, what are they called? Miniatures.
Oh, yeah.
Of something that I thought, fuck, that doesn't even cover the bottom of the glass. So that's going on the Christmas pud. Opened the cupboard up yesterday. I've got 2 Panettones that again bought
nice.
for Christmas. Yeah.
What's the panettone?
It's like a bread cake, isn't it?
It's
Oh,
like
is
an
it?
aerated bread cake
Oh,
from
right.
Italy with dried
Beautiful.
fruit in it.
Oh, wow.
Sort of an Italian wank.
Yeah, it's lovely. You know that you know that breakfast I said that my nonna used to make me, the cafe
Yeah,
latte.
yeah.
If
Is
if
that-
we couldn't get the bread, we used panettone.
Ah, right.
That was a proper sugar rush first thing in the morning. Yeah, cool. Ooh. Oh well.
How are we all doing anyway, apart from Kent falling asleep and Ian?
All right, I think.
Yeah,
So far this year.
good.
I've been a bachelor for the last week because Jane's down at her dad's because her dad's been in and out of hospital since he was in hospital just before Christmas, came out on Christmas Eve, went back in after Christmas and came out on New Year's Eve. And then he's at home and her and her sister taking it in sort of going for 10 days at a time. So he needs that, you know, he's up and about, but he's not,
Yeah,
you know, he's not great, really. It's so he's the worry at the moment,
yeah.
you know. And it's weird being around on my own every day.
Yeah.
You know. So I go to the office to see people. It's quite nice actually after 2 or 3 days of just having your own company, and I'm really quite happy on my own. But it is quite nice just to talk to somebody, even if it's only the postman.
Yeah.
You know. So you start to understand how people who don't have anybody in their lives, who literally are lonely, can look forward to seeing the postman. I mean, you know, my mother, and she did have lots of friends, but clearly she got in the habit of buying crap from some bloody, you know, company so that she would get to actually have a conversation with the guy who delivered it.
That was always my focus when I worked, because I worked in retail primarily.
Yeah.
Anyone, I always made a point, anyone I came into contact with, I spoke
Yeah.
to them, because it might have been the only conversation I had.
Exactly, yeah. I know. What was weird was, I think I might have told this story, but I turned up in Mother's one day, and the guy doing the deliveries to that area for Every turned up and he went, "Hello, Ian." And it was my mate Gary. We'd been mates for like 40 years. You know, "What the bloody hell are you doing here?" I said, "I'm out to see my mum." He said, "Oh, where'd she live?" I said, "Oh, Mrs. Ward." I went, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, I'm here every day with her." I said, I'm not surprised because all the crap she's got in there. But yeah, so she would do that. You sort of get it. But it's not like she didn't have friends.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh.
Is your tongue sticking out? Hey?
You talking to Fiona?
Little one down here.
Oh, look. Little
It's
man.
Robbie's favourite.
In there.
He's forgotten me, he's Noah.
Oh, look, that one.
Yeah, series.
She's
No,
never
like
far,
a good one.
she's never far away, that one, is she?
No, she's never far away. Nellie's over at my feet. Ridiculous.
And then he's causing trouble somewhere.
Mobile electric.
She's off burgling banks and shit, isn't she?
Oh, yeah, she's out cloning credit cards.
Yeah.
Little Mo. Isn't she? Hey? You alright there, fella? Hey? Yeah, we're talking about her. What's she doing?
She was sleeping quite happily.
Don't let her sleep, told you. Keep her awake. That way she can sleep at night when we are. Not up
You
on
know,
the
it's
bloody
like having-
counter eating casseroles.
It's like having an 8-year-old, isn't it?
Well,
Don't let
yeah.
her sleep. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I want her tired when we go sleep at night.
Dose them up with a cowpole.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah.
She's
Whiskey.
teething, bit of rum on her gums, yeah.
Yeah, whiskey, yeah.
Oh, no, I did it with Luke. That's probably why he drinks so much of it now, but Luke was always rum.
Rum,
He
yeah.
was a rumman.
Oh.
Oh dear.
And you, Mr. Puricelli, how are you?
What? Oh, I'm all right.
Don't sound it, mate.
Happy bastard,
Well-
listen to
Oh, what the fuck happened there? Sorry, I'm just trying to translate a fucking German press release so I can write about it in the morning.
Have you seen this thing that people are talking about, the potential new synth from ASM?
No.
They've just trademarked a name or something
Right.
last August. What did I just say? Leviasynth.
Oh.
Or the parent company of ASM, Leviasynth.
Yeah, because they do it under. Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently they trademarked this name last August.
Well, a lot of people are saying they need a drum machine in their arsenal. Or is it a drum machine in their arse? I can't remember. By the other.
Well, if Ken Flux turns up, then we'll know. We'll be able to ask him. How you sitting, mate?
Why?
Hydra Beats, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's about time. It's coming up on 6 years since the Hydra synth come out, isn't it?
Because they were saying that, wasn't they saying that
Fucking
on,
is.
was it on, wasn't it on
2018.
It was 5 years was 2024.
When the
With
88,
the silver.
and the 888, the orange one.
Well, that wasn't. That was. But the silver.
Silver was the anniversary one,
was
wasn't it?
the anniversary one, and that was shown at Super Booth.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't like it in silver.
I didn't like it in orange.
I actually did. I thought it looked quite nice. The only thing is they only did it in the Explorer, didn't they? They didn't do
Yeah.
the 49.
Yeah.
Fucking thing. Sorry.
I've got a recommendation for a podcast for people to listen to.
Mm-hmm.
The Rest is Entertainment.
Oh, yeah.
It's Richard Osmond and Maria Hyde.
Oh yeah.
She's a Guardian journalist. It's absolutely brilliant.
Okay.
Well, I can recommend Harry Hill's signing my autograph on my new book, it's called. And it is half-hour audio book of just him scribbling, signing his autograph on books.
What, just the sound?
Yeah. It's free. It's free on Audible, to be fair.
Bloody ought to be. Yeah.
Right in the middle, about 15 minutes in, he goes, I'm not going to say anything.
I don't know about him being a fucking psychiatric nurse. He needed to be in there, didn't he, really?
He did, yeah, he definitely did.
It's ridiculously funny, that guy.
Yeah, in fact, actually, that podcast you can watch it it's on YouTube, I think, as well. Although I listen to it when I'm going on my daily walk, I stick it on. It's fascinating.
Oh, you're right, then. Look, knackered still.
That'll do.
You're the only dog I know that snores when they're awake.
Not met my wife then.
Oh, Fiona cut her hair. She's been to the hairdresser, had her hair cut.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Did you say it was nice, Kent? Because that's our job. Whenever Jane comes home up with her hair, and she gives me this look because I've forgotten to say, "Oh yeah, your hair looks great, love."
Yeah, I said to her, it looks very nice. Now I know what Dawn French looks like with a bob. No, it's good. It's a good look. It was getting a bit sort of like a lot of rat tails and stuff. It was getting long. And it was getting to that sort of like you have to put in a lot of time to manage it kind of thing, which she wasn't up for. So it's a nice little bob type thing she's got now. Are you going to colour it? Maybe.
What you got written on your thing, Matt? I can see the tits.
Oh,
you can see the tits.
Because tits rule.
Because tits rule. Okay.
Yeah, that's all it was.
I suppose. Yeah.
I suppose. Yeah.
It's probably something Hayley told me to put up there. It usually is.
Nellie's Sparko.
God, I can't start yawning. It's not like I went to bed late or anything.
Yeah, so I've come to the conclusion that I spent the last few years running on pure coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It will take you a while to adjust. When did you actually stop?
Yeah.
When did you stop?
3 days ago now.
Yeah, so I think it'll take you a couple of weeks till things settle down.
God.
Well, it's generally 3 days to clear the system, but then it's the addiction.
Yeah, and let's face it, it is addictive.
And then they'd say anything like that is 2 weeks to get out of the habit.
Then you'll start to feel better.
Oh,
you will genuinely start to feel better.
But they insist in dressing up like a nun.
Yeah, I remember just sleeping better when it sort of got out of my system.
I'm beginning to, wake up in the morning, come downstairs, and feel like I've been in the Matrix for the last 4 years, and I'm now suddenly out of it. Got a weird sort of.
It's a huge fucking change, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very weird. Very weird. But I mean, if it means I don't have any more of those seizures, fuck it. I'm up for that. Because they weren't fun. But like I said, a friend of mine up in Scotland who's got who was suffering from them a few years ago, and I said, I've got this weird thing where just before I get the attack, I get this sense of really strong sense of deja vu, and it worried me. And he went, "No, exactly the same." I went,
wow.
Really? Yeah, exactly the same.
Well, that's just a glitch in the Matrix, isn't it? So.
Yeah, but it was really weird. I remember.
He said that before, hasn't he?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but that was just a glitch in the Matrix.
This game while that program while that guy was saying that, and it's a premiere. And I'm going, oh, what the fuck? And then I know that there's going to be this thing happen. Suddenly you get this horrible fear, gripping your stomach, and you this business. So yeah, I could do without that. Thank you. So if it means giving up coffee, then
It's a fucking shame that it's taken for me nearly 54 years and for you 60 odd to learn. Isn't it?
Yeah, well. No, like I say, like caffeine has no impact on me at all. That's the interesting thing about caffeine. You don't know it does.
When I was drinking when I was taking lots of caffeine, you don't know exactly.
It's the kick from cocaine.
I used to say that I can drink coffee last thing at night and go to bed and sleep like a log.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
but you got used to that thing that is almost sort of like
yeah.
But it's not sleep.
Wagyu's doing what I do. I used to do 2 pots in the morning. I'd do 3 pots of coffee a day until I jacked it.
Yeah, I would.
Fucking easily, and it was.
I'd start. I would too. I was going to say I was probably not the same as well. Real coffee as well, not instant.
Oh yeah. Proper coffee.
Yeah, I would start the morning with 2 cups. Then I'd go off to work, you know, and I would drink it. I mean, we had a bloody coffee machine at the university.
But that's what I'm saying. It's the pots of that. 2 of those in the morning.
Yeah.
And then I'd come home and I'd drink. In between that, I'd have tea as well, which is obviously high in caffeine. And then last thing at night, I'd have a cup of coffee, about 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, no, it's only when I started getting this problem with my ticket that it was like, maybe you're drinking too much. And Hayley went, really?
Yeah.
Do you actually know how much you drink? And I was like, no. So then it was a question of just petering it down, which I did across like 3 months. And it's been a couple of months now.
I can't remember. I think because of it was the irritable bowel and feeling, you know, and I was having treatment for that as well. And I think the doctor said, "Oh, you need to stop, you know, stop the coffee, reduce the tea, but not stop tea." Which is so. I at first I just switched over to tea and didn't have coffee at all, you know. And actually, I never for a long time I didn't. So I'd be having 8 cups of tea during the day, you know.
Yeah.
But it still helped quite considerably at that point.
You know. What's this? Well, no folk can make a whole pot.
With 1 tablespoon
of ground.
That's not coffee. That's piss water. That is.
I was doing 2 spoonfuls into a cup.
Smells great though, doesn't it? Still smells great.
Oh, I love the smell of coffee.
Yeah.
I used to do a double spoon in the morning. You go, this will help me. And then I ended up doing double spoons all day long.
Yeah. Josh has got one of these proper coffee makers that his brother bought him. I think it was a wedding present. And on a morning, staying at his house, the smell of coffee is just brilliant, you know.
Well, hopefully my coffee machine will be delivered back to me tomorrow, fixed and repaired, and I can have a proper cup and not this fucking Kenko instant shite.
Did I pick the wrong time to give up coffee?
No, you didn't. No, there's never a wrong time. Robbie's
still
the next one.
Sniffing glue though, aren't you?
Still sniffing. Robbie's the next one to stop with the coffee.
I only have 3 cups a day. That's it.
Should only
Strangely
be 1.
enough, I have stopped sniffing glue now.
As in to tell a lie. 3. Yeah,
3.
Because I used to.
One when I wake up.
Yeah, we used to have all that 528 glue when I was doing toilets.
Oh yeah.
Mate, fucking hell! Talk about colours.
Yeah, you could hear them.
Yeah. They were speaking to me. Pink was very rude.
Normally is.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And that's for purple.
Oh, Mrs.
She's gone again. I've never known a dog. She's been on the deck, right? Because she probably got too hot. She's back up again. And she's snoring. She's gone to sleep again. In the space of what? 30 seconds.
She must be related to Hayley, because Hayley can do that as well.
Yeah. Go on.
To a safe space, that's why.
I tell you what, I don't know what it's like to lay down without having her be on my knees like that. It's permanently there.
I'll tell you what, though, if she weren't, you'd soon miss her.
God, Christ. Yeah, tell me about it. I miss Max, the way he used to snuggle up and put his head under my neck and go to sleep like that. Really missed that when he went.
Well, I still miss Raven curling up there on my legs under the blanket, and that's been 7 years. That's 7 years the end of this month. Fucking, yeah.
Yeah. But now we've got these 5.
Yeah.
Well, 4 and 1 bulldozer covered in fur.
Yeah.
Bulldozer.
She's such a force of nature, that dog. She really is. My God. And when you're telling her off, she sits there and she does this little
little
face at you like that. And you're going, oh, just go in the other room.
Just go and find something less destructive to do.
Yeah. Absolutely adores Noah. All over him, what keeps doing. They play on the settee here for like hours. Man.
Doing that yesterday on the phone, weren't they? Just fucking around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When she was a puppy, she used to like leaping onto his back, grabbing the back of his neck, and then Noah be throwing her off, and then rolling onto her and stuff like that. She's still doing it, but she's like 3 times taller than him. Do you know what I mean? So she gets on his back and he goes on the floor. Help me. Oh, I don't know.
What if I do?
Right, I'm going to go and do an Ian.
Well,
only you can.
I can. I've got me Ian
I'll
look
do an
actually.
Ian as well.
I'll tell you what, this is going to take some fucking downloading, this show tonight, to get that clip of Robbie burping, isn't it?
Do you know what?
Yeah.
Mate,
It'll be a
just
week
I'll
before the chat turns up.
Do it again now.
I'll do one for you, and
That's all right. I've got a timestamp for it, so I know when it is. Don't worry.
you wrote that down.
Oh,
What was it? What did
he
you tell us
burped. He burped at just about 9 hours 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, I heard that. I did hear that.
I need to go back and look at your channel, Matt. To see. I've only seen one so far.
I've got a couple more to put up, but
I'll tell you what. Grab all them together. All those.
I will do.
Right. It has to have a health warning at the beginning.
Okay.
Pissing myself.
Super clip, yeah. Yeah, there's a couple more. There's I think there's a 10-minute clip of you fucking around when you got your Stream Deck with fart noises to put up.
All
right. What else? Oh, there's a few that Wagoo's pointed at. I've also what a wanker. I've got that clip.
What a wanker.
Yeah, I've got that clip. What else have I got? I've got to go through the NAMM show from last year.
Buffet crampon.
That's it. You got it.
Buffy crump. Yeah, Buffy crump.
I've got one for you, Matt. You have to turn the volume up a bit because it's a little bit quiet.
Go on.
Just you got it turned up, yeah?
Yeah. I didn't have it up that loud, mate. I'm not fucking daft.
You too well. Your secret is out, my friend.
Oh dear.
Right. Kent.
What?
Get your hairy ass into my office now.
Just for that, I've got a really good one of you, Rob, that I wasn't going to put up, but now I'm going to fucking do it.
That's all right. I'll just do a teenage engineering on you.
Oh.
Copyright claim you.
Oh. No, because it was a pub.
Using my likeness.
Good night, boys.
See you
later. See you later, buddy.
See you later. Ta-da.
Yeah, I'm off too. I will catch you.
Right, I've got to go.
Tomorrow.
Go
We've got
gentle.
a show tomorrow. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, Dina, isn't it?
Parts now.
Yeah, we got Dina.
Good. Right. Go get some rest.
Au revoir.
See you later.
See you later. Bye.
Take care, everyone. Look after yourselves.
You calling it?
God, yeah.
Get yourself to bed, buddy.
Oh, no, I've got to look for some parts first.
Oh, mate.
I've got to find a Jupiter 6 filter chip and a replacement RAM IC for that Profit 503.
Oh, fucking hell.
Where it had that expansion. It's one of those expansion RAM ICs is what's crashing her.
Right.
So I have to go and locate one of them.
Good luck.
We'll see what the world turns up.
Indeed. Right.
All right, darlings.
Go safe.
Yep. See you all later.
All right. Speak to you later.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.